There's something about the way you look in my eyes. Like a starry night, you light up my sky. You lean in closer and my heart starts to pound. I heard you sigh, you know I love that sound. Haze bouncing off my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. I kiss him on his neck and then he kisses on my pussy. Call him daddy while I holler, man, that boy's so damn good looking. We made love and then he kissed me, I don't want it to end. Every day we spend together, I fall more into him. That boy, he takes my breath away. I can't find the words to say, so I wrote this little note. Kiss it, seal it, so you know I've got some time, if you've got some time too. You've been on my mind, baby, let me remind you while I lay you down. I can't get enough, I'm stuck in your love, that's fine with me. Nowhere else I wanna be. Haze bouncing off my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. I kiss him on his neck and then he kisses on my pussy. Call him daddy while I holler, man, that boy's so damn good looking. You can be my king. No, this ain't
The
just
pumping
a
deep
fling.
inside is what sends me every time.
Baby, I fall in. You can be my king.
There's something magical about, I don't know. It's not parody country, it's just country. But pumping. There's another song that I really liked that was similar but different, obviously. Not quite as gay. Arced by the Lake, original. No captions, no transcript.
I'm still parked out by the lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. And I'm sitting here just parked out by the lake. If you're wondering where I park, I'm out parked by the lake.
That's where I learned about it.
It's the lake that's 80 miles from Santa Fe. And I'm parked out by the lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. It's the lake that's parked where I'm at, out by the lake. And this lake is where I'm parked, 80 miles from Santa Fe. And I'm still parked out here by this lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. Do you remember that old lake, the one by Santa Fe? That's where I'm at, I'm sitting out here parked. And I'm parked here by the lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. And it's a lake that you remember where I parked. And I'm parked out by the lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. It's the lake that's parked where I'm at, out by the lake. And this lake is where I'm parked, 80 miles from Santa Fe. And I'm still parked out here by this lake, 80 miles from Santa Fe. And someday I'm gonna move, but right now I'm parked. And you know that lake out by
Okay, maybe.
Santa Fe, that's where I'm at. I'm parked, waiting for you. And you know that I'm parked out by the lake. You remember that lake. by the lake and say.
You get the idea. You get the idea. Just literally repeating the same thing over and over and over again. Ooh, we have a new Cody video. That sounds good. I was trying to add the listening emote and the vibe emote, but I don't think it worked instantly. There's probably a way to refresh my chat. That worked. You got the little rabbit vibe, and then listening, which is the little guy. They're from what do you call it? American Psycho. Just in bliss listening. Those are some classics. Yeah, let's just hit it up with the new Cody. I didn't even look at my. I have so much crap in my not crap, but I have so much in my. Wait. Oh god, the word listening came up first. I was like, why didn't that work? I have so much stuff inside of my watch later list. A little bit. I have done a lot of bonking, but I really miss chilling and talking. So.
Ugh. Gross.
Hopefully you've been well. I've been kind of away in my bonk space, right, for a while. So I apologize for neglecting. I just had a thing I had to do. Nice. Glad to hear. I mean, it sounds like there's complications, but that's life, you know.
Look at all this news. We got the Epstein files that Trump wants us to forget. Trump trying to invade American cities. The Epstein files Trump wants us to forget. Ostensibly live streamed assassinations. Trump and Putin met. New Tim Robinson show. The Epstein files Trump wants us to forget. Gerrymandering. The Epstein files Trump wants us to. When did I get a tattoo?
That's wild. I never thought to ask, but protection is important. Whoa. Congratulations, right? That's what people say. Geez. I mean, Illinois depends. I mean, I'm sure there's man. Oh no, yeah, for sure. That's a decision to be made between people. Pretty sure Illinois is a blue. Yeah, it's a bit of an old world way things were. In some cases, oh man, I mean, in some ways, youth is a great time because of the energy available, but also you want to get your life started and stuff. That's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know how pro-choice everybody is, so like if it's too much at this point, you know what I mean? Certain elements will be cooked, but other things will be empowered. You know, it's I've got a friend who's older than me who has a kid recently, and there's pros and cons with everything in life. it changes things for sure. I mean, there's a reason I didn't have kids, right? You know what I mean? Well, that scared me at first because the name was the same, but automatic ban from likely being a spam bot. Get out of here, enforced triplicity.
Two. BBB. What does it even stand for? Big Burberry belt? Boobs, boobs, boobs? Bepstein Biles?
At first, I was like, "Wait, why is my thing have like a big dark spot on it?" And I was like, "Oh wait, that's the sunglasses from before."
More bludgeoning brigade. You know what? I'm gonna figure it out. I just need to think really, really hard. Donald Trump's big, beautiful bullshit. I remember it all now. Okay, here's some news. Remember the big, beautiful bill, or as it's officially called, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Abba! A little odd, we all kind of forgot about it, but of course, that's kind of what happens when every day lasts thousands of years. Even so, one could say it was actually designed to be forgotten. Many of the items voted in through the big, beautiful bill don't go into effect until after the midterms in 2026, which creates an eons-long news chasm between the cause and the effect of it. It's like that Eternals movie between MCU phases, in that it has big consequences for the universe, despite existing like a Lovecraftian-level psychic drain on our memories. Remember Eternals? Kit Harington was there, sort of. He met Blade at the end, sort of. I think Harry Styles was in the end credits, or maybe I dreamt that. I dream of him often, but he usually has Patton Oswalt's voice, like that little guy at the end of Eternals, which I promise this episode is not about. But it would be
I have never seen Eternals, but I think it's fun because all of that seems like a fever dream.
fair and unbalanced of me to not mention Druig and Ko and Festos and Thena and Kingo and also the rest of the Eternals, which this episode is not about. My point is that the big B&B was this very devastating bill that passed and then we all forgot. But please don't. It's going to matter in that it's a very bad and weird bill that's going to do a lot of bad things. And I do mean weird, as in the Republican Party is weird, as in remember when calling out things and people that were weird as weird was kind of working? Well, there's some weird stuff in this bill.
Until the Democrats told Tim Walz to stop. I don't know if Tim Walz was never really into it as much, because he's also now folded even more onto other things, which is disheartening. And I wonder if he's just fed into more of the stuff, because like he had done a bunch of otherwise good things in Michigan, but I don't know. It's depressing. Whatever attention and momentum and hope I had for his stuff has waned, but it can be earned back, obviously. And also, I don't want to get too stuck on like, uh-oh, you did a thing that was bad. Well, therefore, I'll never trust you to ever do anything good ever again. Sometimes I feel like people get that way with AOC and now even Zoran, where they're like, oh my God, this guy said police do a job. How could he? You know, and it's like, that's too far for me. I mean, I understand what they're getting at. I do understand. I don't need to paint it in such a negative light, but I guess when I'm starving for, because like some people have the desire and the urge to get out and to do things, because when life sucks or when things are bad, activism is one of the best things you can do to sort of like give yourself sort of a dopamine hit, but of hope, right? Because you see physical change and a benefit and a good thing in front of you. I don't have as much of a drive for that. So being inspired and being hopeful is a way to help that for me. I guess maybe some people will have that, oh, look, someone will fix it. I can now tune out and play Mega Bonk for 3 days straight. Hell yeah. Some people have that mindset. So, I mean, it's a balancing act between all of it. And there's 330 million people. So, yeah.
bill, a bill that even politicians who voted for and championed it didn't actually read. That seems weird and bad and common.
I would say it's pretty common for people who don't read the bill, just because that's what the lobbyists are for. They tell them what the bill is and why it's good for whoever, and then that's good enough for them. I have a new plan for when the cats come over. They never speak when they're in my lap, but I have a microphone I could just put in their face and say, "Hello, speak to the world."
Lawmaking seems like a pretty sweet gig, actually. So, for example, along with Doge already defunding the National Endowment for the Humanities and firing tons of people there, this bill reroutes what measly grant money they would have gotten. For reference, the NEH has led a bunch of really cool and bipartisan projects like collecting and preserving about 150,000 documents belonging to George Washington, excavating a shipwreck from 1300 BCE, the oldest shipwreck excavation ever, and collecting and publishing the Lewis and Clark journals and almanacs. Do you like the Ken Burns The Civil War documentary? Or rather, does your uncle like Ken Burns' The Civil War documentary? Well, about a third of that was paid for by the NEH. And that's pretty much all gone now. For no good reason, it seems. I guess it's too woke or something. Is George Washington woke now? I don't know. And that little grant money that was left is being moved toward only two projects so far. One is to make statues for something called a National Garden of American Heroes, which is basically a Madame Tussauds of 250 generic and seemingly random historical figures that are being commissioned for a total of $600,000, to be completed in less than a year from now. Now, for reference, Arkansas paid $750,000 for just two bronze statues that took 5 years to make. It's a shoddy and weird project seemingly created by ChatGPT. It's a very Trump construction job is the point, and clearly just comes from the same Trump tacky-ass casino realtor brain that made the Rose Garden not a garden anymore. It's the Floridaification of the White House. It's theme park art. Some figures in this Garden of American Heroes include, but aren't limited to, William F. Buckley Jr., Christopher Columbus, of course, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, which is super woke, but also she wasn't like the first woman Supreme Court justice or something. So why aren't they going with Sandra Day O'Connor? It's just, Kobe is on the list, but not Michael Jordan. So it's gonna be like,
Huh. Wow, Kara, you are super delayed. I don't know if you want to just refresh the stream.
like Kobe Bryant next to Albert Einstein doing. They'll probably be made of aluminum and painted gold also. The other thing this money is going toward is something called the Tikva Fund, which is a conservative Jewish nonprofit that fights anti-Semitism, builds schools in Israel, and influences Israeli right-wing politics. According to Trump's chairman of the NEH, this grant, which is actually the largest grant they have ever given, will help combat the sinister and hate-filled attacks on Jewish people that we have been witnessing on American campuses and streets. I think we can all probably guess what that actually means. So yeah, that's what we're getting instead of all that other cool stuff the NEH did. But at least, and this is weird to say, but at least we know why this was crammed into the big beautiful bill. Because there are things, weirdly unnecessarily destructive things, where we don't know why they are in there. Such is the case with the changes to taxes on gambling losses. Soon, gamblers can only deduct 90% of their losses for a tax year, whereas they previously could deduct all of their losses. Now, that might not affect you, and there are a lot of problems with gambling and smartphones and all of that. But I'm mentioning it because no one seems to know who actually put it in there. Or perhaps no one wants to take credit for it. And hey,
You lose 10% of the losses that you can put onto it? That's weird. Also, why can you deduct gambling losses? That seems like a bad way, because the risk and reward of gambling is you hope to get a big win. So you put your money up. But if you can then deduct the money you put up, then it's kind of just like a win, or you deduct your losses so you don't lose as much. And you can still deduct 90% of it? Let me double check this, what it said. Because maybe you can no longer deduct 90% of it and only have 10% left?
Taxes on gambling losses. Soon, gamblers can only deduct 90% of their losses for a tax year, whereas they previously could deduct all of their losses. Now,
That's still most of their losses, though.
might not affect you, and there are a lot of problems with gambling.
So also, but deducting doesn't necessarily mean like it's like paying your taxes. So if you made $100,000 that year, you have to pay taxes on that $100,000. So your 25% tax rate on 100,000 is $25,000. But if you spent, let's just say, $50,000 in losses on gambling, I obviously that's an insane number, but let's just say that's the number, then you could deduct that. So now your total tax burden is no longer 100,000, now it's just 50,000. So then your 25% tax rate, and you might even now be in a different, because also the brackets are not like all or nothing, so it's even wrong to say that it's all at this, but effective tax rate after you factor all the different brackets in, if it stayed still 25%, then you're only paying 25% of the 50,000 instead of paying the 25% of the 100,000. So it only saves you your total. So like, I guess like every dollar that you lost in this becomes back off of the income tax you would have to pay on that, I guess. It's still good. It's still better than nothing, but not as like, oh, it's a tax write-off, therefore it's free. Like, oh, look, I used my earbuds in my business that does this, therefore it's free. It's like, well, you have to earn enough money to not only afford it, but then also to pay taxes on it that would eventually cost that much for this. It's a whole, I mean, it helps, but it's not.
And smartphones and all of that. But I'm mentioning it because no one seems to know who actually put it in there. Or perhaps no one wants to take credit for it. And hey, that's weird, huh? Seems like a bad bill if that's the case.
It seems to me like it would be like, man, we're doing so much tax cuts in so many places, and we don't want to, and we're cutting a lot of like goods and things that we pay for, but we have so heavily handedly benefited the wealthy with our tax cuts for them that we're going to bankrupt, air quote, the way that these things work if we don't recoup that money in some small way. So they're like, I don't know, maybe we can just save a little bit on the gambling losses section of the taxes or something. That just seems like what someone did as a calculation to try to help balance it a little bit. Even if they don't like it, like, well, it's only 10% different.
Seems like none of the people who voted for it actually read the damn thing. One theory is that some Republican somewhere snuck this provision amongst all the other stuff to help generate tax revenue to assist the bill to align with the Senate's budget rules.
Yeah,
oh,
there you go.
I get it now. They did a bad job. They needed the numbers to be different, so somebody hastily went through and changed a percentage to make the overall numbers work. They chose a group of people they personally didn't care about, even though they should because the president's a freaking casino guy, but they gotta shave a bit off the top, see, at the expense of others to make a bad bill work. Like realizing that you could save money by feeding your pets every
I am thinking about bonking, but we're gonna push on. We're gonna push on.
other day, not thinking about how they could decide to eat you instead. And eat they will, because besides the fact that no one seems to know who put this in there, this also means that even if you win, you could lose. Like, Let's say you won $100,000 in bets, but lost
Whoa. Okay, hold on. They're doing my same exact thing? Okay, they're doing different numbers, but yeah.
$100,000, essentially breaking even. Well, now you would still owe the IRS taxes on 10 grand of those losses. This comes at a time when, for better or
Wait. A gambler who wins $100,000 but loses $100,000 would have to pay taxes on $10,000 of income. Oh, that makes sense now. So it wasn't what I was thinking specifically. The same way that my business, if I made streaming a business, right? My 1099 from the payments from Twitch, Amazon, whatever, YouTube AdSense, all that money goes into one account, let's say, right? My video editing goes to my Venmo. Like all these different things have a collection of money. That collection of money could be different than my W-2 for my work that I got for my severance in my beginning of the year. I would have money earned from this one business, and it all goes in that pool. When we have the card business, all that money went into that pool. So that means if this is a pool, then the money earned versus the money lost could balance you out. That's how our card business never really paid taxes, because we never made money. That was the thing. Like we never got rich. At best, we would break even, right? But then having to pay taxes on breaking even sucks, right? But I also don't love that gambling is seen as a business. But I guess with a 1099, some people are professional gamblers, so they just, that's their job, is trying to gamble. They play games of skill, and they roll the dice. But it's like when we would buy cards, and then we would sell cards. Well, that's true. In the same way that even for example, Twitch reports losses, right? They say, Twitch, sorry guys, Twitch is barely making money. Twitch is so underwater. This whole website's going to go down in flames. But Twitch is a loss leader for the Amazon corporation as a whole, right? Because Twitch uses Amazon Web Services. So Twitch buys Amazon Web Services at full price. Amazon, I'm sure, has their hands in gambling for sure somewhere. They've got to. I mean, they have the App Store, right? The Amazon Kindle App Store, which is whatever. But there's full of little microtransaction games, which is a form of gambling. There's also, what was I saying? We would buy cards and then sell cards, and we'd lose fees along the way as well, because that's the business of the world. But so we'd make, let's say, $10,000 in sales of cards, but we spent about $10,000 on cards that year. So we're like, well, we didn't make any money, but the IRS is like, looks like you made money to me, and you got to report. Nope, look, see, I have all these losses. Okay, so that makes more sense why it's very weird. Because imagine if a business could only do 90% of its business expenses against its own income. So now you got to make it for sure. Not only to make it, you have to make it by 10% extra, you know what I mean, before you can even break even.
Or worse, sports gambling has been exponentially expanded in popularity, notably during a dip in tourism.
But I was saying Amazon Web Services. So yeah, Twitch buys Amazon Web Services at full price without any kind of bulk discount, without being, it's the premier platform for all these things. Also, it has vertical integration and owns it, but it doesn't actually want to pay like it owns it. So it pays out all this money as if it's broke, because it's good for Twitch's numbers to be flat, because nobody's trading Twitch on the stock market. Twitch is just a bad business as far as making insane amounts of profit. But Amazon Web Services is making big profit off of Twitch, and then Amazon Web Services seems much better for the Amazon stock ticker. So it's just oh man, your heart is having to work so damn hard. Your body must be so out of shape. But no, because you're working out and your body's now sick and awesome and fit, but your heart is, doing some work to make sure it gets that way. So, you know, it might look like a bad deal for the heart, but overall the body is very healthy. You know what I mean? It's maybe not the best example, but you get the idea.
To Vegas, probably because the economy sucks and no one wants to visit our country anymore. More on that later. In fact, casinos are warning that this provision could push many professional gamblers and huge cash prize tournaments overseas for their business, along with pushing others to illegal, unregulated, and dangerous forms of gambling that they wouldn't report to the IRS. And even if you don't care about gambling, which I understand, gambling is a vice that can become addictive and ruin people's lives, but this will impact other jobs like the bartenders, bellhops, and waitstaff at the casinos, and of course all the other.
That's the hard thing about these big fixes and big problems. Like, let's say for some reason you wanted to make people gamble less. You could theoretically think this is a good way to do that, but it's going to increase the black market for gambling, which is bad. And it's also going to hurt these side jobs. But also, like, oh man, you want to get away from oil and gas? You want to have renewable energy? Well, now you're going to have all these oil, you know, tankers and all these oil derrick workers out of work. And it's like, well, I would rather have those people have better jobs in a better field, more long term. I'm sure they can. It's like, fuck, you know, let's get rid of these coal plants. Now all those poor coal miners mining coal in the coal mines. And it's like, okay, true. I don't want them to be without money because money is important and there's no social safety nets. Let's give them social safety nets maybe instead. You know, it's like you can't tackle the problem one little piece. It has to be a bigger picture. And when you have these austerity and you have these liberals and then obviously conservatives in power that don't want to do big changes, even these small changes end up being kind of like, maybe it's not the best because of the impacts it has. And then you end up in this really messed up, now I guess we shouldn't do anything. And then, oh no, status quo moves on forever.
Businesses around casinos. Think of the buffets. Won't someone think of the buffets? I do. I think of nothing but buffets. So yeah, it's silly, which is why lawmakers are now trying to backtrack on it. Of course, it would have been better if someone pointed this out before they did it, which, someone did. A Democratic lawmaker from Nevada pointed out how bad this was.
Nevada, huh? Okay.
And tried to remove it before a vote, probably because she actually read the damn thing and they ignored her, you know, to own the libs by, I guess, hurting the economy. That's going to be a running theme, of course, not owning the libs, but rather that the big beautiful bill seems oddly determined to make the economy and country worse in various ways at the expense of getting rid of good things that help people and can make the economy better.
And I can just picture it now. People are like, hey, shit's bad. And then Trump's going to be like, whoa, hey, whoa, I inherited Biden. Man, he sucked. He's basically just an auto pen. Oh, I hate him. He didn't even read bills. And it's just like, bro, we watch you Sharpie that thing and you ask, what's this one? And your little lackey is like, oh, hello, beautiful sir. Oh, your strong mouth. I just want to kiss it, sir. This is the one that hurts poor people. He goes like, yes, this is a big one. And he signs it with his Sharpie and he holds it up. He didn't read it. We know he's not in there and cooking these up and typing them out and like really, edit proofing them. We know it's not happening. So the fact that his fat hand signs it instead of Biden's old hand, like there's no difference. Like, I don't even think it was auto pen for all those things, but even if it was, I don't care if it's a stamp. I mean, ultimately the signature act is nothing. It is just a performative element to this, right? The advisors and the fucking think tanks are the ones giving him all this shit. He's not coming up with these things, and neither is Biden. He's going to act like he inherited all these problems despite making these problems. And the real problem is going to come when the fucking sycophants and apolitical morons just buy into it because of the cult of personality and because of charisma. They're going to be like, man, he seems like he really believes it. And I do like that he's different, and I don't like the historic other people, so I guess I'll be on his side, right? That's just kind of how it always seems to go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we know he doesn't read it. Like I said, he has to just ask his lackey what it is. That would be, it'd be like, well, sorry guys, it's written right here. We have to do it. You know, it has his signature on it, guys. I'm sorry. Burp, burp, burp. Hit the red button. We just, it's in black and white. We have to do it.
Like, in a way that feels like sabotage at times, but it's probably just greed and stupidity. And this obviously reflects on the big stuff in this bill. The poop entree to these hors d'oeuvres. And we will be feeding you that delicious turd right after these ads, which aren't turds. Open wide! Oh, the news lately, and let's be honest, always feels like utter chaos. It's almost impossible to find news. See how points on
ground
story,
news.
which helps.
Dude, I got to get me a ground news hat. Just because it's like having a, I don't know, a HelloFresh hat or a honey hat. You know what I mean?
Helps me out when I don't have a lot of time. I have to know who won the hot dog thing after all, and that gives you a fact in this ending. I hope I didn't pay much for this. Penmanship is awful. Couldn't they use like the cool S font or
I mean, do you call that a font? I guess it's theoretically it's a font, but it has to have every other letter, right? I think. Side note, I'm in love with my new loudness dock here. It really helps me see how much louder I am. This is total loudness, right? The LUFS, LUKS, whatever. Excuse me. Those are sort of like official loudness numbers for like broadcast bullshit. YouTube uses it. All these different things use it. It's a different firm. Instead of just like dBs, because decibels are weird and sounds are waves and they come up and they go down. There's like averages over certain time periods, and there's peaks and valleys that can get averaged in. You know, one spike of one super high pitched sound, if you take the decibel level at that amount, would be a certain amount, whereas whatever, you know. So it's just one of the better ways to think about how overall loud something is when watching a little bar bounce up and down. So I just think it's cool. I just think it's neat. Classic me kind of thing. So just being able to watch and see if things peek into the green or red or whatever the different sections of this are is handy. I guess I can put it here. That makes sense. Because whenever I'm playing a video, I'm trying to make sure that the video is not too quiet and I'm not too loud, and vice versa. And that's a much easier way to tell the difference between the two.
something? Give them eye patches? Make them boobs or butts? Come on! Anyway, hey, we're back and we are more Cody than ever. 2 Codys!
So right now, this is about as loud, maybe a tiny bit quieter than me, which is fine, I think. I guess I could touch the volume up. Yes, that's light.
Might say. And we were talking about how there's a lot of weird and bad nonsense in the big beautiful bill. That was to butter you up, you see. Slippery your minds. Lube. Because it's now time for the part where we talk about all the stuff that isn't so much weird as it is devastating. Stuff that you probably heard about a few months ago that we would like to remind you of and how it's going to happen. Because we need to remember, at some point, life in America is going to become even worse because of this bill. And it's important to remember why before that happens. And it's fitting to start with the thing that was the easiest for them to sell to the American people. You know the thing. It's this thing.
Pretty amazing. Right here.
More tax cuts. Less everything else we need.
All new numbers.
Of course, that second part they always whisper. But yeah, this is the one.
And yep, that's the element, is just intense tax cuts that they needed to find ways to save money on because the budgets were so fucked after doing that. The deficit grew massively. you would think the deficit wouldn't grow during conservatives because, wait, they're cutting services. They're cutting Medicare. They're cutting Medicaid. They're cutting Social Security. They want to get rid of the VA. They're trying to defund so many different things. How could they build up the deficit? Oh, because they stop getting tax revenue from the rich. I've heard so many people talk about the idea of getting rid of income taxes and making it only sales taxes, and they go, that's such a good idea. That'll be fair. Everybody pays taxes the same. And it's like, that is not how fairness works. And that is not, you have no idea how much more of your income is done in consuming comparatively to the wealthy. You're crazy to think that's how it should work. What? You know? No.
Card the Republicans love to play. No one likes paying money, so much so that they'll support a wee bit of fascism. I mean, I don't like paying taxes either. That's why I list all my DVDs as dependents. But let's actually keep that between us. Anyway, who can argue with getting rid of taxes on tips, overtime, car loan interest, and adding an additional deduction for seniors on Social Security? None of that's inherently bad, but when the government says that they're cutting a bunch of taxes or spending, the question we always have to ask is, how are they doing that? What are we losing? It's our money, after all. We earned it by selling our dependents on eBay. And the Big Beautiful Bill's proposal includes nearly $5 trillion in tax cuts over 10 years. That's a lot. So where's the money coming from? Well, the bill eliminates energy tax credits through the Inflation Reduction Act, thereby making $500 billion of cuts to clean energy investment over the next decade. Triple B is also butchering spending on student loans and loan forgiveness programs, reeling back $44 billion in loan opportunities for grads, professionals, and parents. And if you're the kind of person, or you're talking to the kind of person who's scared of big number money because they think any government spending is bad for some cute reason, let's rephrase. The bill increases your student loan payments. Do you want higher student loan payments? The bill also makes around $200 billion in cuts to food assistance programs and SNAP benefits, cutting off food supplies that feed more than 500,000 children now, and a projected 1 in 5 American children over time. Remember when Vice podcast J.D. Vance spread the Nazi lie that immigrants were eating people's cats and dogs in Ohio? And there was propaganda about how those immigrants are also using up Americans' food stamps, the food stamps that they want and need and deserve.
I'm currently in the process of reapplying for food stamps, but again, even that for us is a fight because of these Haitians. We can't get these simple things because they're coming and they're taking it.
Well, now it's not immigrants taking it away, which it never was. It's the Republicans, who incidentally spread the Nazi lie that immigrants are eating pets. Is taking food stamps good now? Do we like the food stamps taken away when rich white people are the ones doing the taking? Probably not. This is all to say that they're cutting our taxes at our expense. It's like if an airline reduced ticket prices by getting rid of all their seats and pilots. It's the fundamental thing that a lot of people don't seem to understand in this country. Taxes pay for things we want. And when a politician says, great news, we're cutting taxes, they're probably getting rid of that stuff. They certainly aren't getting rid of stuff wealthy people want or use. In fact, the bill extends and modifies Trump's 2017 tax cuts by further cutting the taxes levied against the top 20% of income earners, while the lowest income earners barely see a difference in their tax bill. So if you do the money math, factoring in the SNAP, Medicaid, and other service cuts, the poorest among us Americans actually lose around $700 they don't have annually, while the richest get an extra $30,000 to just, I don't know, buy tax-exempt spaceport bonds with. That's also in the bill. Meanwhile, the top 0.1% of wealthy Americans could see up to $286,000 in additional income to save up for a realistic bronze statue of themselves or to buy a media company or something like that. Oh, also, $1 trillion is being cut from Medicaid spending over the next decade.
These are the things supposed to happen after the midterms, right?
That's odd because I seem to remember this happening.
Can you guarantee that Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security will not be touched?
Yeah, I mean, I have said it so many times, you shouldn't be asking me that question.
It's so frustrating how how they can get away with being like, what? I'm never going to do that. And it's like, look, you did it. You did it right here. You said you wouldn't, and then you did it. Look, these two things. And they're like, huh? I don't see anything. What do you mean? I didn't do that. Fuck you. And how people go, he didn't do it. I didn't see it. He didn't do it. And it's just like, it's so easy for me to be like, I hate Joe Biden. I hate Nancy Pelosi. I think they're fucking awful people. They've done terrible things. They don't have the best interest of the people. They're still corporate shills. I have no problem saying that. I have no problem saying that Bernie Sanders was not willing to call it a genocide soon enough, right? He came out with his fucking, apology and saying, okay, look, now that the court has said it, I can say it too. And it's like, bro, you didn't need to wait this long. And also, when he said it, his very first paragraph was like, the horrible events of October 7th is when this war started. And it's like, bro, that's not the way that works. But, welcome to the fold. Thank you for saying it finally. But it's like, I can criticize, but they don't want to see this.
Okay? This will not be read my lips. It won't be read my lips anymore.
He's referring to the George H.W. Bush, the one before the Bush that I grew up with, who was like, read my lips. We will not raise taxes or something like that. And then, oops, he raised taxes.
We're not going to touch it.
He's not gonna touch it. I mean, why would he touch it? It's not a beauty pageant contestant. Trump said this a lot.
I mean, he's right to call out a sex pest and a freak and a gross person, but it just feels so like Stephen Colbert liberal bullshit. Not the Peanut Bush. Well, Peanut Bush was what, Jimmy Carter? What do you mean? But he's not really a Bush, but all the old presidents are Bushes.
And yet, oops, all.
Because George H.W. Bush was the dad CIA head Bush. And then George W. Bush was the 2001 9/11 Axis of Evil guy.
Lies. It's like he's some kind of a frequent liar and rapist. Sue me.
Oops, all berries. That was, I guess, a millennial. That was the childhood 9/11 in the sense of like, no one could believe our world changes after oops, all berries. Captain Crunch just did oops, all berries. They messed up at the factory of the cartoon characters and they somehow put only berries in the cereal. And then oops, all berries became like a part of our generic lexicon. Oops, all something, right? Like people say like the grass is always greener on the other side. Like that's a classic phrase that people have been built into American, verbology. But like we say oops, all berries for things. George Bush, too, nearly choked to death on a peanut. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I forgot it was a peanut. Dude. Whoa. That was a big deal. Well, it was like a news cycle. So back then, that was like a month. Now it would have been like a minute.
Dickhead, you rapist dickhead. And Medicaid wasn't just the only healthcare service cut. There are also cuts to the Affordable Care Act, essentially reversing the health coverage gains from it over the next 10 years. All of these health policy changes combined could force up to 17 million Americans off their healthcare coverage. This not only hurts low-income patients, but also hurts the hospitals, nursing homes, and community health centers that are financed through government programs, especially ones in rural areas which will likely have to close down entirely. Now, the way they can pretend they aren't devastating healthcare is by tightening work requirements while creating more eligibility hoops to qualify for ACA healthcare coverage. See, here's the second part to what Trump was saying.
I get a lot of hope for better programs when I hear about how removing barriers to programs also saves significant amounts of money. I mean, maybe with some AI bullshit they're hoping to save on costs in other ways. But whenever there are like requirements to meet something, that then requires an approval board, that requires people to write legal documents to create differences. It requires appeals. It requires servers to collect information, to store it, to then, like me having to apply for FEMA benefits requires a physical person at some point to say yes or no. That's a person that has a salary, that has, you know, a desk with costs and all these different things. So putting these measures of like, okay, you can get food stamps, but only if you qualify. And there's just a pile of cost associated with making it not for everybody. Now, obviously, giving it to everybody would also increase costs, but that increased cost could come from the savings you get from not having the approval process, or a significantly less intense and back history checking. How many, you know, tax forms have you filed in the past 5 years kind of bullshit thing, whatever the individual situation is. Like, if you want them, you could get them. Just that simple, right? Healthcare available to all. You show up, hi. You know, do you have your social security number, your driver's license, whatever, you know, your state identification? That's all you need. You're in the system. The system is already made for other things. Just tacked on. Cha-ching, checked off. The amount of labor that's done to deal with the insurance company. I get a bill. I just got a bill the other day, and it was like from April. And I'm like, what the fuck? It was so long ago, but it takes that long for the process to finally say, okay, they decided how much they're supposed to pay. How much back and forth bullshit time. And then I don't want to hear when people are like, oh, all those poor insurance adjusters won't have their jobs to fuck with people's and deny their coverage and shit. I'm like, they can get a different job. I don't give a fuck, man.
There.
Now, we are going to look for fraud. I'm sure you're okay with that, like people that shouldn't be on, people that are illegal aliens and others, criminals. And
Illegal aliens are not, oh my God. The nonstop making up things and just, it's combined with racism and classism, right? But to be like, oh, these illegal aliens are voting. No, they're not. You can barely get fucking college kids to sign up to vote. If they showed up to vote, they wouldn't be able to vote because they don't have the proper fucking voting card. And you can't just show up to a voting registration thing and just get a card for nothing. You got to have information attached to it. Voter registration in some places is actually automatic with your driver's license and automatic with, like, I think even your social security number or whatever it is. Whatever. It's been so long since I had to register to vote. I forget the exact steps in Florida at the time. But some places have automatic enrollment. Some people have voter rolls constantly getting purged to make it harder. So that way you go to vote for the first time in 5 years and you realize that you no longer have the right to vote. So to think that just illegal aliens can just show up, not speak the language, and then just vote is just kind of a lie. It's just like a disrespectful lie. And when I turn around and see my parents believing it, and I'm like, I don't think you actually believe it. I know they're not like, you know, fucking rocket scientists or whatever, but like they're smarter than that. So to believe that illegal aliens are getting Medicaid. Oh. They're saying they're getting Social Security. Like, no, they didn't have a Social Security card. That's the whole point.
many cases.
Wait, do criminals not deserve health
Oh, and then the criminal part is dumb. Like,
care? So this is how they are going to justify it. The way they justify everything they are doing. It's okay if it happens to the bad people you see, and by bad people, they mainly mean imaginary lazy people.
What we've talked about is returning work requirements. So, for example, you don't have able-bodied young men on a program that's designed for single mothers and the elderly and disabled. They're draining resources from people who are actually do that. So if you clean that up and shore it up, you save a lot of money and you.
Yeah. Because there's lots of different times where they were able to, just reading a YouTube thing. There's lots of times where, they imparted knowledge that was eye-opening, but then to watch them get the wool pulled over their eyes. I mean, I've had many conversations with my dad over the years, and then before I was sort of like made political, my dad would be like, I can't stand Clinton. He's out there saying he's going to poor people, saying, I'm going to increase your welfare. I'm going to increase the money they're giving you. He's buying votes. That's illegal. He should be in prison. I can't stand it when these politicians go out there and say they're going to give money to these people. But I'm like, wait, Dad, that's what every politician does. Every politician says, I'm going to do a policy. That policy is going to benefit you or not benefit you, depending upon what it is. The people that get benefited are going to love it. He, saying I'm going to go out there and give you tax breaks is like saying I'm going to give you a bunch of fucking money, right? To all the rich people. Why isn't, Trump in trouble for that same thing? Like a person saying I'm going to give you free healthcare, which is now money in your pocket, and now I'm in trouble. I want to give you better fucking high-speed rail or cheaper mass transit. Now that's money in your pocket. Therefore, I'm now buying your vote. Therefore, now I'm in trouble. Like, it makes no sense. Like, that the idea of politicians is to go off of ideas that are supposed to be beneficial and try to make your life better. The whole point is to make the whole system run smoothly and in better the world we live in. So they get mad at that. And that was even back in the day when he would, I'm a child, so he's telling me things that don't make, I'm like, wow, you understand how the world works so much. But then I actually realize now it's not the case. And it's disingenuous to think otherwise, to think that they're not supposed to help people.
You return the dignity of work to young men who need to be out working instead of playing video games all day.
Okay, so here's the thing.
All right, okay. I mean, I played Mega Bonk for 3 days, all right? Relax, asshole. What are you doing? You ain't doing shit, okay? Michael Penis. Dick Johnson, whatever the fuck. What's his name? I think it's Michael. Wait. Mike Johnson, that's his name, aka Michael Penis, right?
I don't really care.
I know him as Michael Penis more than I know his real name. I have to like deconstruct the Michael Penis.
If a small portion of people on Medicaid are living like Brody from Mallrats. I'm probably not alone here. 57% of all Americans believe healthcare is a human right.
Work will set you free, or I don't know what dignity is. Dignity? Work will set you dignity.
More concerned about making sure these programs work properly than making sure some people aren't abusing them. Or rather, I'm not willing to make them worse to ensure that. But the GOP are obsessed with this. Or rather, again, they want us to.
Random thought, when I make my YouTube video, in general, I'm going to do my best to not put any words on the very bottom 10%, 15% of the screen, just so YouTube captions won't get covered up by them. You said dignity of work. Oh, I got you. I got you. Before social media made it explode into massive echo chambers that they themselves slip into almost alternative realities. Depending upon which, because like, my parents aren't even on social media, which is weird. My mom would go on Facebook just to play Facebook games. Like, my wife is on Facebook as a millennial, which is crazy. I know. There are pockets of individuals who never made it off of that, never really got into Twitter or whatever, and they just stick on Facebook. And also never made it to Instagram because it just seemed too mainstream or something. I guess this is a bit of the, some collection of the nerdy slash non-hip crowd the alternative scene, I suppose, what I was looking for. They kind of stayed on Facebook, it seems. Like even like a bunch of like rave people that Kara follows. She just has there's just this pocket. It's kind of weird, but my dad just watches. At first, he was watching Fox News when I was a kid. He still watches Fox News. He loves Gutfeld, but now he's on like fucking Breitbart websites and shit. He follows OAN and whatever, all the even more obscene fucking news channels. See what you're saying by the, you know, somewhat of a knee-jerk reaction to blame the internet, but it's changed the way things work for sure. But in my humanist approach, I think the negatives can be outweighed by the positives. I mean, like, because, like, you know, to sort of counteract what Goat's saying, like, the idea of a lie can spread 100 times faster than a fact check, right? Everyone sees the lie, it gets 1 million views. Then the correction later on, a week down the line, or a fact check in the comments below gets 1% of the share. Even a correction gets 10% of the views because it's not getting shared. So there's some element to that, like the velocity of misinformation that can then hit people. And then instead of them all watching what is considered mainstream, right? Everyone has a new pocket to sit inside of. So the messaging is difficult to share. Like, for example, COVID. Where normally in like the fucking World War II era, you could have a fucking ration card for your goods and services, and the government made sure people understood why they did it, and people, even if they didn't like it, they thought it was communism, they understood there was a better need. If you tried to do that nowadays, the 100 different, you know, shards of different news pockets would all be lambasting it, and it wouldn't be able to go through, and then the conspiracies spread. And, you know, like there's an element to that mass spread of information, but it could also be used. I have to believe that it can be used in a positive direction as well. Would you think that it all just bleeds into the mainstream? All the giant anywheres cross-threading with the internet. I mean, I feel like it's definitely not doing that now, because I never watched the mainstream news stuff. It was always on here and there, but I kind of just avoided it. But I got into it more from the outside. Actually, watching Hassan makes me watch more mainstream media than I ever have in my entire life, which is kind of funny, because I appreciate that he will watch the news. I always thought, like, okay, CNN is the good news and Fox News is the bad news. Very simple approach. I did not realize that CNN is also the bad news in a different way, right? I always knew Al Jazeera was that weird foreign news that's supposed to be good, but it's good in certain things, but it's also still biased in other ways. Understanding that everything, even if they say they're not biased, everything is biased, but understanding where their bias is most intense and understanding where their objectivity is most intense is important. And being able to watch the liberals on CNN and see the way that they frame even progressives like Bernie Sanders and AOC as a negative thing, and then they put on kitten gloves when attacking the right because they are conservative in overall approach. And I would have never really saw it that way, but being able to sort of like, you know, break it down slow, ask why they're asking these questions, you know, learning more. So I don't think it all feeds back into the mainstream, I guess, is what I'm saying. All the giant news networks. Although I guess now technically, I mean, that's what maybe what you could say was somewhere between 5-ish years ago until now. But I guess with the whole the chorus thing, like all the different creators getting paid by the DNC through some shell companies to be online creators, they're sort of like, what's it called? Industry planting. Podcasters and TikTokers and YouTubers. They have daily, at least 5 days a week, they have a meeting about all the talking points of the day and what they could say and what they should say. They have to submit any interviews that they do. not even necessarily for approval, but just to submit it. And it's like seeding the ground to continue that mainstream focus, that mainstream manufactured consent. Maybe even not using that term correctly. One of the interviews that I thought was really powerful to help me understand a bit better was the Noam Chomsky interview, where he was talking to a journalist, and the journalist is like, "What do you mean? I have full editorial control over what I say at my news corporation. Do you think that they tell me what I can and can't do?" And he basically was like, "Well, you've been elevated to the level of being a big reporter for your company because you naturally have done things the way that you've done them. The person who is different politically minded was never promoted and never given a hand up inside of these corporate structures because they hurt the corporate structure, whereas you help maintain the corporate structure. So the fact that you are here interviewing me right now means that they have chosen you, even if you don't feel like you were chosen. So the same idea, they're going to seed fund, crop dust a bunch of burgeoning online creators, feed them, prep them, groom them. So then they sort of, because like Twitch and every other piece of social media, there's still a momentum of the top end. So if you have planted 100 seeds and 2 or 3 become the top ends, you have control now of a much bigger section of this sort of alternative thing. So I guess to some idea, there is an attempt to blend those giant networks, the cross-threading back to the internet, to keep the ideas and control the narrative in a sense. Like right now, TikTok is being bought out by American companies to literally rework the algorithm so that way Palestine won't be as important on there. Lots of different things. So like there is some effort to, realize that they had, they let it get out of control, and now they're trying to like scoop it all back into the same circle. Even if they don't have direct control, they have this soft control, changing the algorithms behind it by owning the platforms, by funding the creators that are end up growing the biggest because they can afford to just sit there and pump out stuff endlessly, whereas a regular person who has a job can't do it like that. It's interesting to see the attempt of getting all of this brand new Wild West under control again, right? It's like the outlaws are no longer, they're getting rooted out by the local sheriffs that are getting more interconnected. Sorry, I got to make sure I didn't miss other messages. I was just thinking about that topic. Nothing different than what's happening now and what's happened 80 years ago. Yeah, I mean, different in the contemporary ways, but overall, fundamentally similar. I do understand that sentiment because what is it? The printing press, the information, trying to get in control over it. There's a bit of pamphleting and stuff like that, but then there's a crackdown. They learn how to, all the different. It's the new model of the same plan, I guess. I don't know. Like there's going to be differences to it. There is, like, the printing press changed how well people could gain literacy, how well people could produce stuff instead of the scribes handwriting the books and then telling everybody what it says because no one could read. Now everybody, or more people than ever, are able to read. It changed how they have to go about the control. So that's sort of what we're seeing. So it's the same idea, but the game has to change along with it in order to get back to the same score. I don't know. So I agree and disagree at the same time, which is my natural centrist point of view and like the both sides and kind of shit in my brain. But I think it feels like that makes sense. Like it's because I understand where you're coming from, but I also can't ignore the big changes. Now, the internet has been around for a while now. You know what I mean? Like it's not like it's a brand new thing that came up last year. So that's why it's getting more under control now with the different forms of control. You've returned with your pizza run. It's pepperoni. I love pepperoni pizza. I can enjoy a good cheese pizza. Every now and then I'm like, you know what? I want a nice, well-seasoned cheese pizza. Way back in the day, my parents would buy these cheap-ass pizzas in the freezer. I gotta see if I can find. Yeah, dude, this is literally it. Open image in new tech. Celeste pizza for one, zesty pizza. These are so good. I mean, like, it's why I've been an obese person ever since middle school, but still, mwah, mwah. Just a nice, because it wasn't just cheese, it was zesty. It had like a little bit of like, had a little bit of something on it. Made it real good, man. I loved it. So every now and then I crave a good cheese pizza, but pepperoni, it's simple, good, hard to mess up. I mean, I also don't mind like a barbecue chicken pizza. Sick, awesome. Fucking Hawaiian, pineapple, white cheese, the goofy ass Little Caesars cheese sauce instead of marinara with a pretzel crust. Hell yeah, let's fucking do it. You know what I mean? I love pizza. I'm a broken person. You've seen compilation videos of multiple news networks saying the same. It's like, oh, that's the Sinclair Broadcasting thing. Yeah. That's the, I mean, I should just keep that. I may have already saved this one. Wait, this is a story on it? I just want to see the full-on video.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to...
I'll just go to the YouTube page directly because the Reddit page might go down.
Is to serve our Treasure Valley communities,
The El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about the trouble and trying to get responsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Also, the news anchor voice journalism school teaches you to have a very clear way of speaking and having your candor and the way that you twist your words to make it extra understandable.
sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish simply aren't true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what.
Also, so funny that they're saying, wow, they're using these platforms to push their agenda, as Sinclair Broadcasting is literally using the local news platform from Fox, ABC, CBS, literally from all these different things that you think that you're getting a diversified view. No, you're not. You know, local news. I grew up with the idea that local news was the most trusted form of news, unlike those fucking cable fake news things. Not that fake news is a word back then, but you know, that's a biased news. You go there for the one or the other, but the local news, that's the real hard-hitting journalists that you can trust, but they're owned by what? The same mega corporations that.
And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
this is extremely
True. Yeah, see, like this is much better than the internet, no echo chambers there. Literally as it's echoing in my ears. So there was, I wanted to look it up and make it into a thing, but I didn't. There was a bunch of different creators that were a part of that chorus thing, and they were all putting out their takedowns and attacks against Taylor Lorenz's article. Now, Taylor and I say Taylor and I like we're friends. I've watched her videos. I have different opinions on certain elements of her stuff, and I agree with other parts of her stuff as well. But they were all saying the same thing in their tweets, the same verbiage in their responses. And I kind of wanted to make a Sinclair Broadcasting compilation of their repeated words because they say we're not being controlled by this group. But probably that morning they had their class and said, yo, look, this thing's getting traction, making fun of us. You should attack them along these lines. And people just copy and pasted it. It's like they should have done a better job of making it look different, considering you all sound the same. Now, it's also possible that I've seen 2 or 3 that use the same words, but on the vast majority, they were different. So maybe it wouldn't work out. But I really wanted to see I really wanted to build a compilation. I'm just not on Twitter and shit enough. I just I get vicariously through it by watching streamers and following a couple of YouTube shows, but I guess I'm just not brain broken enough. Anyway, I wanted to save this as one of the GOAT videos because it's a good one to pull up whenever you want to pull it up. This is beats. This is music. We don't want that. That's okay. Almost. Oh, that's bouncing off booty cheeks. Okay, here we go.
Be obsessed with this. Even though work requirements might seem like a reasonable ask, they aren't. Firstly, the majority of people on Medicaid are elderly, disabled, or disabled children, or elderly children. And in fact, only 5% of those people can be classified as able-bodied adults without dependents who haven't worked 80 hours in a month. However, they might have worked some hours. Some of them are going to school or looking for work, or are disabled but not officially getting disability benefits. They aren't all
I guess looking at my loudness meter, I should probably boost this up just a little bit to keep
sitting
it
in a basement playing Borderlands. And these work requirements would not only boot them off, but would do so while not raising employment rates. We know this. Experts know work requirements aren't effective and actually cause more problems than they solve. We're going to hurt people who need Medicaid in order to spite this imagined group of lazy people. And not just any people, but people who likely voted for Trump.
To cut Medicaid is disproportionately going to hurt rural hospitals. Our rural hospitals receive
Oh, I thought that was like a shot of cleavage for a second, but it was like a mask and a chin. But the way that it was like curved and pointed down, I thought it was like a boob line of like a shirt. I was like, what are we looking at?
Around, I'd say on average, about 13% of their revenue is from Medicaid.
A recent National Rural Health Association report estimates rural hospitals would lose 21% of their Medicaid funding, nearly $70 billion over 10 years.
Hospitals are going to close because of this, because that's what fucking happens when you cut a bunch of spending. Great news, everyone! Lower taxes! All it cost was hospitals. In a lot of cases, people don't even seem to realize this is what they are voting for. Medicaid is called different things in different states, so most of the time they don't even realize they're voting to cut their health care, to close their hospitals. I don't know if it's worse that they simply think they're hurting someone else or that they don't realize they're hurting themselves. But either way, they're hurting everyone. It's both. Both sides. This is why the GOP wants people to be angry at these abstract moochers, because it gives them a way to trick voters into cutting off their own noses. The hunt for people who don't, big quotes, deserve affordable health care comes directly at the cost of the people who do. For example, the TRIPS B also disqualifies hundreds of thousands of legal immigrants from ACA's marketplace, which in turn cut subsidies that made the ACA premiums affordable. In other words, by shoving off a bunch of younger and statistically healthier people, that's going to raise premium prices for everyone else. Just keep the freaking immigrants on, guys! But because of all these weird new rules directed at imaginary villains, these changes to Medicaid and the ACA are predicted to lead to a 60% increase in uninsured people and up to 51,000 preventable deaths every year. But I guess we pay less in taxes now. Sort of. Some of us.
There's an amount of how much is a person worth? That's like a scary thought that has to happen with macro governments. They could send evac jet airplanes to save a person in a bad situation or something, but that's just very expensive and they can't do it. They could hire chauffeurs for every, I don't know, epileptic drivers. I mean, like, there's just the amount of like, oh, look, we could, you know, endlessly keep a person on life support despite them not having the ability to sort of live on their own anymore. There's just like, eventually there's a cost. We're like, okay, we could do this thing and it will save lives. Not trying to say that the idea of spending money on this to prevent, you know, unnecessary deaths and things is like, well, you got to make the cut somewhere. But there's just that opening up the question is sort of like, that's crazy. And I guess that's why you have to have a government in order to make those decisions, because you can't just have random individuals doing it. But also, you can't just have blind trust in the government, in the sense that, like, you need to be able to actually hold it accountable. You need to have actually good, you know, free press. You need to actually have voting and a public square. You need to have the other side of it in order to properly balance it. You know what I mean? Sure, I agree, but like, it'd be ineffective, but you know, you could get there real fast. Helicopter evac probably is the word I should have said for every little instance. Fucking develop these crazy drone pods. Whatever. Make up whatever the word you think it is. It's just, it's tough having to make those calls, like triaging at a hospital. Like, if you are in a hospital during a mass casualty event, whether it be a crazy storm or some sort of terrorist attack or whatever it is, right? Some sort of thing. And then you're in the hospital and they say, okay, you got these 100 people show up and you only have 2 surgeons. Who gets surgery first? You know, in the wartime, when everyone's, you know, laying there in their stretcher bleeding out and they only have so many morphines and so many, you know, fucking medics. Who gets stitched up? Well, that guy's cut in half. So even if we stitch him, he's probably not going to make it. So I guess we'll come back to him later if he's still alive. You know, that's the triage where it's like, it's just not worth that. And that's fucked. You know, I don't want to have to make that fucking call. I got too much anxiety for that shit. That's the scary thing. And I understand people being scared of people making that decision for them, but like, somebody has to make the decision. You have to understand that. Like, people are afraid of death panels when they think about Medicare for all or something, but it's like, hospitals already have that. It's called triage. It literally is a thing. That's why organ donors get put on a list, and then there's a reason why they decide who gets cut and who gets put up. If you are a person who drinks heavily and you have cirrhosis of the liver and you have not stopped drinking, you are on the bottom of the list for getting a new liver, because the triage of the only available livers, it's not worth giving you that liver. That's a death panel, because you're writing that person to die because they're going to die without a liver, but you only have so many livers to go around. That's the triage element of it. Like, but having to make that call and then also walk up to the family and say, he didn't make it because I didn't give him the thing. I don't think they say it like that, but that's so inhuman. You know, I'm an empath. I could not possibly, you know what I mean? I'm glad that there are other people who could, and I could have smoke for some of them, but it's just one of those things that when you think about government, you don't want to think about that element of it, but that's a legit fucking element of it. It's kind of insane. It's insane.
Us, because again, we'll pay more for all the other stuff and get a shittier country. And speaking of blindly making the country worse, did you hear that coal's back? Sweet! Oh, I can punish kids again on Christmas by throwing coal at them.
So that should take us to the forefront, right?
Absolutely.
Coal!
This is reminding me of a very famous TikTok creator. This is by my popular. I mean, it's stupid, but I need to pause. TikTok player, please. Please. I'm rewinding the playhead with the pause button. Okay. You suck. I hate you. Okay. Web player. Oh, I think I reloaded the page. And then it... Big Gassy Alpha. Okay.
It's time to show why you carry your dad's last name. The legacy must go on.
Hey, you. Type amen and press share. If you need this prayer. Dear God, this prayer is for me. So the person watching this, they're going through the hardest time of their life right now. So please.
It's just they have these subtle little fucking fart sounds in the background or whatever. Wait, did I get rid of my video? Son of a bitch. Oh, here it is.
Again, we'll pay more for all the other stuff and get.
Whenever he has the Trump there farting on the background with the sound effect, it just made me think of because Carter would pull up Big Gassy out because he has. I should probably do this also. Is just sort of like scroll and see what my algorithm gives me because he calls them like legendary polls where there's just really weird people. It's like people watching in the mall or something, but you have these people who just post really weird stuff. And like, yeah, I guess I could think that, oh, it's wrong to like make fun of people who are weirdos. It's sort of like a Florida man situation, but it's fine. Whatever, it's fine.
Shittier country. And speaking of blindly making the country worse, did you hear that coal's back? Sweet! Oh, I can punish kids again on Christmas by throwing coal at them.
So that should take us to the forefront, right?
Absolutely.
Coal! Make America gray again. Gray up them skies, boys and gals. America is getting on the hottest new energy trend. Coal. And by hottest, I mean literally. The big old beaut of a bill includes land provisions that expand 4 million acres of federal public land for coal lease, while also applying up to $300 million in tax credits for metallurgical coal, aka the type of coal used to produce steel. Like in the movie Steel. It's all very retro, you see. Also bad.
They're such movie guys. I don't even remember this movie. This must have been around the, like, Shazam, was it? That the one where he played a genie? And Shaq Fu and all that stuff?
Like the movie Steel, and specifically bad in a way that seems designed to make America worse. Like, you might think that this will, at least, benefit any upcoming steel manufacturing jobs that Republicans touted to advance and protect. Except 3/4 of that metallurgical coal is exported to China and India to then get tariffed back to us. So we're reaping our land for a fossil fuel that hurts the planet and not even getting the evil benefit from it. Like if the Captain Planet villains just polluted Earth but still couldn't come. They were doing it to come, right?
Duke Nukem. But the yellow uranium kind? The lady with half her face in a computer. Big game hunter guy. I don't remember the rat dude that much. I definitely remember the pig guy. And I don't remember this dude back there. Kind of looks like a John Lovitz caricature. She was like Smog. His radiation. I guess he was just animal. Like, I don't remember if he was like deforestation. I forget the different elements.
That's why he was called Sly Sludge. Also, there's a guy named Verminous Scum. So that's pretty close too. Anyway,
there you go. Those are the two I didn't know.
Like with the gambling provision, it's unclear which lawmaker inserted this coal provision, which is incredible, I think. Like, does that happen a lot? What are they doing in that big boobiful building? Of course, it could be anyone. Trump and his allies absolutely love coal, and Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum previously toured Warrior Met Coal earlier in 2020.
It's probably, former Democrat, now Republican Joe Manchin, who sister owns, I think she owns some I think his brother owns a coal mine, and then his sister or his daughter is heavily invested in insurance companies or pharmaceuticals. I forget. He's got a bunch of ties to a few different industries. I know coal is definitely one of them.
25. Fun corporation fact, the majority of metallurgical coal that Warrior Met produces is shipped overseas and doesn't power or benefit any American homes or...
That was another weird thing that I found, because it's America's drilling oil, but we just sell that oil most of the time. We don't keep it for ourselves to get cheap oil. It's kind of weird. So in a weird way, the more we drill for oil, the more we increase the costs or something. There was some direct line between the more that we sell abroad our oil, the more expensive it is for us to get oil ourselves, which feels weird. Even also because it's a supply demand thing. The more supply there is, the cheaper the demand. Yeah. So there's the way that the oil industry and the energy shit like that works is it's all there to benefit the companies that are getting the subsidies to do these things, not so much the individual energy needs of the citizens, which is dumb. Of all the countries, we stop so many countries from nationalizing their resources, but we haven't even nationalized our own fucking resources.
Businesses, except Warrior Met Coal, I guess. It's weird, right? It's almost like they're just getting paid by lobbyists to support an obsolete industry at the cost of the economy and health of the American people. And while no fossil fuel is good, I really cannot stress how much coal is just the worst. It's the dirtiest fossil fuel, a symbol of less advanced times, Dickensian trash. Nobody in their right mind would ever associate it with progress, right? And yet it's being embraced by the GOP to the point that black lung disease is making a comeback that hasn't been seen since the 1970s. Again,
Appalachia is about to come back in order, depending on where you're at.
Dickensian trash. Little coughing orphan shit. Mordor was literally based on steel mills from the 1800s. It should be noted that Trump is also going after the National Institute for Health and Occupational Safety, where scientists and researchers have been studying and treating black lung. He's also delayed a rule that would reduce minors' exposure to silica dust, which is the main cause of black lung. Is he getting paid by death? Was he marked by Davy Jones? Is that what's on his hand? Can't stress enough that this has no large benefits to average Americans that aren't running a coal company. And of course, the big beautiful bill benefits not just the coal industry, but other fossil fuel industries like oil and gas, with other similar land leases and tax credits, while pulling back on federal incentives for renewable energy like solar and wind. The directive really seems to be based on a stubborn wish to drag us back while the rest of the world advances around us. If you wanted to...
I was just real fast looking it up. There's some kind of... We have dark sour oil, or we need light sweet oil. There's these qualifiers put on it. So they like to import the refined type and we export the unrefined type or something. And we never made the infrastructure to actually do it, because why would we? Why would we? Another classic example of us taking advantage of our situation as the Omega consumers and the lack of any type of refining and manufacturing. We had the best deal possible on the planet. We got to just get everything made for us, given to us, and all we had to do was keep letting it come in. I mean, I do think it makes sense to properly balance out the efforts. So in some theories, the tariffs have been a tool that have been used in the past for obvious reasons, but the real way to get through that is to have jobs and work programs inside of America. Army Corps of Engineers, great example. Make them out there building up infrastructure and doing things for our own domestic needs and infrastructure, not just randomly tariffing the American people for all incoming goods and then having dog shit Elon Musk backed measures that will fail in no time. It's always a bigger picture than just a simple one sentence, which makes it difficult. Like even my local area getting a municipal power instead of corporate power, it's so much more complicated. And some elements are made complicated to create bureaucracy, to create hurdles, so that way you stop working and trying. But there's also some considerations that need to be handled. And there's also the practicality of, like, regardless of whether or not it should have been made differently, it is this way now. How do we fix it? And that's a difficult hill to climb, especially when it's full of liberals and conservatives all the way up, fighting at you tooth and nail as they get backed by corporate money. It's just depressing sometimes to try to do good, to try to succeed, to try to make anything equitable and better. Fuck, you know?
To add more jobs and boost the economy. Green energy is that way. Not to mention that removing these green energy tax credits will lead to higher electricity prices while creating more rolling blackouts and brownouts. It's sabotage. It's making the country worse for no clear benefit beyond personal greed. And amazingly, this was the less terrible outcome. Originally, the 3Bs had an even larger public land sale of hundreds of thousands of acres in the West used for fishing, hunting, camping, and other stuff a Nick Offerman type likes, until it was ultimately pulled due to heavy unpopularity from the right and the left alike. Utah Senator based Mike Lee proposed this sale to address the housing crisis, but kiboshed it due to the fact that he, quote, was unable to secure clear, enforceable safeguards to guarantee that these lands would be sold only to American families, not to China, not to BlackRock, and not to any foreign interests. Or rather, that's what he said was the reason. But more likely, he absolutely wanted to sell the land off to private companies and then backtracked because everyone got mad at him. Because again, it's not about helping people. It's about a small number of rich people making new ways to get even more rich at the cost of the country. But anywho, fossil fuel companies are, of course, not the only group the big beautiful bill is helping. All those spending cuts, you're probably wondering where that money is going. Are you? Yeah, you know where it's going.
So, if you look at that...
ICE gets rich.
Oh my God, dude.
Ah, yes, the vanillaest ICE of them all. To quickly recap, this bill is cutting essential healthcare needs for the most vulnerable, as well as green energy, and redirecting efforts toward masked police officers patrolling the streets. The big beautiful bill is handing our border and immigration operations 170 billion of our dollars, a portion of which will make ICE the most well-funded federal law enforcement agency, in spite of its incredibly low popularity, even amongst some of Trump's supporters. Not sure how many times I can say that this appears to be a direct effort to sabotage the country. Even if you are concerned about immigration, this is too much money for any department. You'd think the Doge crowd would agree. This is like if we suddenly gave everyone in our National Park Service mech suits to fight littering, which would actually be awesome. Out of that $170 billion, $45 billion is going towards building and operating new immigrant detention facilities, a 265% increase of its current detention budget. As you can imagine, private prison corporations such as Core Civic and Geo Group are happier than boars in blood to accept new lucrative contracts, especially now that their stocks have gone up by 50% since Trump won the election. Cool as ice, baby. Cool as ice. Ice, baby. Definitely a good sign for a society when prison stock soars and also exists in the first place. Another $46 billion is being used to finish up Trump's border wall.
Yeah, because, I mean, the way that it was talked about before, I always thought that private prisons was a gigantic part of our prison system. It was actually a smaller one, and the way that they did some shit with state-run prisons and things was still kind of weird, but it wasn't quite the for-profit model as much as it's as I thought at first. Not that it was good, and not that our model of prisons are any way good, but they've just since massively ramped up the private prison element. So like, even people who are like, well, maybe private prisons aren't as big of a deal, they should be like revisiting that thought process, because we've just spiked the amount of private prisons, especially with all these mostly with this ICE bullshit, building up these alligator Alcatrazes all over the place.
Construction, more than 3 times as much as was spent during his first presidential term. Do you
I'm just doing some cable managing over here. Just detangling a couple of things.
remember the wall? Wow, he's still doing the wall. Here's his favorite cosplayer talking about their newest high-tech update.
And today we are also going to be painting it black. That is specifically at the request of the president, who understands that in the hot temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to climb.
Indeed. Trump, a very serious man, understands that black surfaces are hot in the sun. Hot bad, you see. Psst, ouchies! And so he wants to paint the wall black to make it too hot for people to climb.
That seems dumb. Doesn't that seem dumb? Doesn't it seem like a horrible waste of funds to just paint this gigantic wall black? That doesn't seem like it's useful.
After all, there's no way a person can cover their hands before touching something. Why do you think I'm covered in all these snake bites? Doubly brilliant is our president, in fact, because when it's not hot during the day, it'll be invisible at night. You can't touch something you can't see. But hey, you know, they should use the legal pathways, right? Well, of course, they're making that harder too. The big beautiful bill is adding $100 application fees and an additional $100 per year while anyone's case is pending. Since the waiting time for an asylum case can take up to 6 years, this is already an unnecessary financial.
And why does it take 6 years? Oh, because we don't fund it, because we don't want to fund it, because we don't want to. We'd rather spend the money on giving northward strumming Boeing Raytheon the money to then make and sell arms to give to Israel specifically. It's just like, if you say you want the legal way, but then why aren't you mad when they make the legal way more difficult? You know what I mean? Like, I've had so many people tell me to my face, I want them to do it the legal way. I love immigration. I just want them to do it the legal way. And I go, but they've made the legal way harder. I've talked to people who have immigrated to here from Cuba, and they act like the legal way is so easy, and then turn a blind ear, a blind eye to whenever information about how they've made it harder on purpose. Coming at people with good faith, charitability. And I know that when you talk to somebody, especially somebody who's already made up their mind and it's just a random conversation, the chances of you actually changing their mind on the spot is very small for most people, especially ones that have been fed an ideology in general. But just like how a lot of growth for myself came over time, it's just laying the seed. It's posing the critical thinking question, and it's not worthless, is what I have to hope. Hello, Groiper Youth.
Financial burden for people looking for refuge. Of course, that wait time will also go up because the BBB is capping the number of immigration judges at 800, which will create a significant
The name is concerning, but
backlog and likely mean that families could be detained throughout the entire time pending their removal. Oh, hey, good thing they're gonna have those new detention facilities, or camp stuff, whatever you want to call them. It's almost like that was planned. And once again, unless you own a prison company, this all appears designed to hurt the country, including our economy, instead of investing.
Groiper? Why did you name yourself Groiper?
In progress, we're detaining people at a fucking Hyundai plant, and no doubt scaring off any more.
So you don't understand why that's a problem? Irony-pilled Nazi youth. You know, it's like, okay, that's concerning, right?
More investment in this country and possibly causing an international incident? A nation becoming so obsessed with xenophobia that it's pumping all resources and efforts into rounding up and torturing.
You know that's not true. Your account was created 3 minutes ago. You are a bad faith freak. 3 minutes ago. Now 4 minutes ago. I in the past have talked. I mean, I have also the account follows literally nobody. I know. But it's like maybe I'll get better at handling it, but I have this like when people are being as non-charitable as when people are being obtuse for the sake of it, it kind of it breaks me. Like, I guess I'm so used to talking to regular ass people. Like, I had never been like a person who like goes into the comments and like has a flame war or whatever it is. I was never a big forum poster. So I never really built that way to interface with that. And I've gotten overly heated just trying to rationalize and be empathetic with them. So when they're not here in good faith, that's the easy way to ban. But when somebody is just like a bit ignorant or a bit out of the loop, but when they've just created their account to show up to a 2-person Twitch stream out of the blue with the leftist tag specifically, I know for a fact that's not going to go well. Maybe I could like be smart and pop off and crush them and their ideas or whatever it is, but my skills are weak when it comes to that form of rhetoric and also specific. I mean, I've been collecting different sources and proofs for different topics and things instead of having to look it up on the fly and be kind of slow with it. It's just, maybe next time I'll be better at it and not be as fast, but it's just one of those things that my own mental health for a little bit, I was just like, I'm going to just do some self-care and see them out of here.
A specific portion of the population that statistically helps us at the cost of everything else, even businesses. I keep saying it. There's no logical explanation besides greed, racism, stupidity, or all three, I guess. It's going to hurt us. Like, besides the pesky human life stuff, it's bad for the country. This massive deportation push could lead to 6 million job losses for immigrants and US-born workers, according to the Economic Policy Institute. It's also going to reduce our tax revenue because immigrants, both documented and undocumented, pay taxes. The Cato Institute pointed out that the current Congressional Budget Office deficit projection doesn't include the lost tax revenue from the immigrants that will be detained, deported, or scared off by the cash-fattened ICE regime. Cato believes this move could add over $1 trillion to the deficit and also add $2.4 trillion in debt over the next 10 years. Despite Republicans claiming this won't add to the deficit, it super duper obviously schmobviously will. The big beautiful bill is going to cost you, me, and all other US taxpayers a Louis Vuitton of money, especially younger Americans. This bill marks the largest transfer of wealth to the richest among us in US history, with the majority of Americans paying for the $1.5 trillion in tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans, mostly negatively impacting areas that heavily voted for Trump, since a great number of true red states have the highest enrollments in Medicaid and SNAP benefits. If this all sounds complicated, it's just this graph. All you need to look at is this graph showing that all of America's money is going toward paying for tax cuts, primarily for the wealthy, while the only savings we're getting is at the cost of programs designed to help the poor. We really didn't have to say anything except show that graph, actually. I'm so sorry for wasting your time, I guess. It's a bad bill. Not in a sexy, naughty, spanking way. It's weird you'd even think that. Why are you thinking that? It's just a big old fart. Not in the sexy, naughty way. Why do you keep thinking stuff like that? So why is it like this? Is it really just designed by stupid people to make the country worse? Are they all this stupid and greedy? Let's talk about that after the break. But after the break, we'll talk about how you like the ads. I can guarantee that whatever they were offering was better than the big, beautiful bill. Unless we did like a Core Civic ad. For some reason, we haven't gotten them yet, but we keep asking. Come on, Core Civic. I'll chug the prison? I don't know. Point is, it's a fart bill. It's a fart bill that no one likes. As I keep saying, it appears to be fundamentally designed to make the country weaker and shittier. And they knew. It should be stressed that the bill was so big and beautiful that it passed by the slimmest of slim margins. The Republicans didn't have any votes to spare during Senate reconciliation, as Republican Senators Susan Collins, Tom Tillis, and Rand Paul were hard no votes because they, presumably, say it with me, actually read the damn thing. Yes, we have a live audience. You don't usually hear them because they don't really like me, but sometimes they pull through. 3 cheers for Cody! All of you. So, because members of their own party were starting to side with Democrats, the reconciliation version of the 3B came with lots of last-minute changes, compromises, and side deals. Some of them we've sort of discussed, like that Mike Lee stuff. But there were others too. For starters, there's a provision to the big beautiful bill that eliminates a $200 tax on gun silencers, short-barreled rifles, and shotguns. It was introduced by Andrew Clyde, a U.S. representative from Georgia who, coincidentally, is also a millionaire gun shop owner. Interesting note, this tax was originally set in place in 1930 goddamn 4 as a means to keep high-powered firearms off the streets. And while $200 is nothing to sneeze at, it remained that price and was never raised once. If it were adjusted for inflation, like most other taxes, it would be closer to $5,000 today. So basically, it's a half-assed tax that was abolished to pass a half-assed bill. And even this was a compromise, because the provision originally proposed to dismantle some established gun regulation required by the National Firearms Act, but it was struck down as being extraneous. So ultimately, repealing this $200 tax is a symbolic win by gun owners and the weapons industry, as silencers have disturbingly surged in popularity since last year. For you gun folk, I'm aware that silencers aren't very silent, but they do make it harder to locate and identify shooters when the worst happens. And the worst happens a lot.
I mean, I remember that one insanely, I forget the guy's name now. There's this one. Whenever I think of silencers, this is so small. Can I not? Okay, I guess that works. This is an ad for Congress or some shit that this freak did.
This is a Walther PPK, otherwise known as the James Bond gun. This is chambered in 22
U.S. Senate,
LR, and I've got a dead air mask silencer on it. I've wanted this gun for a long time, ever since I was a little kid. Made in Germany, 007 gun. Why would you not want this? Let's load it up and see how it shoots.
Also, like the spaghetti western ass fucking look to it for an Instagram reel is like, what the fuck?
Silencers sometimes get a bad rap. People want to pretend that it makes it easy to commit crime or something like that. But actually, shooting with a silencer just makes it a whole lot more pleasant to shoot because you don't have to worry about giant ear protection.
I think this is jazz music has been added or something. Like that's what I think of when I think of a silencer. It's just that click sound. That like the bullet hitting is the louder part than the gun.
Wow.
Like what a weird Senate ad specifically. Like you just see him. What is this? Yeah. Well, yeah.
Not in this country. Gun laws are a whole other thing that this episode is not about.
I mean, when I think of silencers, I think of 007 GoldenEye, where he has a silencer on literally that gun. And it's like, bitch, makes that little like weird, almost like a laser sound to it. Which obviously is movies and stuff. But that's what I think of the gun with a silencer is that little pistol gun thing. Reasonable to know that there's differences with like fucking ARs and shit with it and stuff.
But having or not having this $200 tax probably wasn't going to change much, which is why at its core, not its core civic, but at its core, this really came down to a gun shop owner saying he'd vote for the bill if it slightly
He says it in there.
This is a Walther PPK, otherwise known as the James Bond gun. This is chambered in 22.
Yeah, 22.
LR, and I've got a dead air mask silencer on it. I wanted this.
helped his sales. That's ultimately the biggest thing this does. It helps Andrew Clyde personally. That said, this is in conjunction with the current Department of Justice proposing budget and staffing cuts to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or the 4 food groups, as I like to call them. This will have an impact by eliminating 2/3 of ATF inspectors, leaving only 320 inspectors to oversee 130,000 gun shops and gun manufacturers throughout the United States. And since the current ATF inspects only 10% of gun dealers in a given year, these cuts would significantly lower that rate to an even more pointless percentage. Again, it's not an episode on guns, but if gun control were a horse, it would be dead. And these additional cuts would be like beating that hypothetical dead horse who surprisingly didn't die from guns. No, plane accident. We didn't have to do that. We didn't need that joke. Anyway, another shitty provision was the one allowing AI to just go unregulated by state laws for 10 years. Not sure why that was in there, but I guess they were throwing everything in like a child's potion. Luckily, that was removed after a lot of bipartisan blowback for obvious reasons, such as online privacy, protecting children, copyright issues, and so on. Still, the BBB has tax incentives to encourage chip makers and semiconductor companies to build more AI tech, granting chip-making companies up to 35% in tax breaks, leading to AI stock rising in price. We're just gonna keep pretending that all aspects of AI are the future for a little while more. Just a little while more. Hey AI, I hear there's a horse plane in need of a passenger. Finally, but most notably, one of the most highlighted negotiations for a vote came from the compromises made to secure a yes from Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski. It is absolutely the most telling compromise around the big, beautiful bill, which I'm starting to suspect isn't beautiful at all. What happened? Well, Murkowski negotiated that some of those provisions that would fuck over SNAP, Medicaid, and workers wouldn't apply to her state specifically. They just roughly inserted, except Alaska, in the margins. Some of these changes Murkowski negotiated included tax exemption for fishers, a request to exempt work requirements for SNAP benefits for those living in Alaska and Hawaii, a mint chocolate chip ice cream cake on Murkowski's birthday, a 25% increase in share of Medicaid costs paid by the federal government, Roblox Robux gift cards, and you get it, all the stuff we've been saying hurts people, just not in fucking Alaska. But in spite of those concessions, her yes vote still harmed Alaskan residents as they still have bureaucratic stopgaps like work requirements that will toss them off of their Medicaid plans. 1 in 3 Alaskans depend.
Also, I mean, Alaska is further away, but services getting hit across the board, being less efficient, less effective, less trusted. Your fellow Americans are going to be less healthy, less cared for. That creates a worse environment for other Americans. It's just one of those, like, even if it's also not as directly related, but similarly related to how, like, Chicago has harsh gun control laws, but 20 miles away in, like, Iowa or something, you can get guns super cheap. I mean, I guess Iowa's the wrong, but you know what I mean. Neighboring states, I forget which neighboring state it is, but I was thinking of Idaho when I said Iowa. But anyway, I forget which neighboring state it is, but you can get guns there super cheap, and then there's drive. There's no borders between states, right? So all of a sudden, your gun control is kind of useless when that exists. That's a more direct, logistic line, but we are interconnected in services and in population. So even if you try and minimize the damage to your one state because you realize it's bad for America, but you'll vote for it because it doesn't hurt your constituents, it just sort of shows how gross. You know it's bad, so you make sure yours doesn't get it. It's the fuck you, I got mine. But you still fucking them up.
Depend on Medicaid, along with half of the state's children. And even though those fishers will have some tax exemptions, they might not meet the work requirements for Medicaid since most of them work seasonally. And ultimately, this will kick an estimated 27,000 Alaskans off of Medicaid. That's like 4% of the entire state. Along with that, the cutting of renewable energy tax credits will slam Alaskans with higher energy prices than most of the country. So I guess she didn't really win anything for her state? Wait, that's not true. She won more fraud. See, one way SNAP was cut was by forcing states to take on more of the cost, which many struggle to do, which is why maybe it's good for the federal government to pay for it. But Murkowski got a 2-year exemption for cost sharing of the 10 states with the highest payment error rate. The top of that list is, maybe you guessed, Alaska. So basically, she protected her state from the effects of the bill she supported by incentivizing fraud, the thing we like now. So, hooray! Murkowski weirdly stated that it was agonizing to vote for the bill and hoped the House would send it back to the Senate for further tweaking. So why didn't she just not vote for it? That was an option, right? Pretty big red flag when the compromise it took to get someone to vote for it was that much of the bill shouldn't have to apply specifically to their state. If someone cooked you a meal and then refused to eat it themselves, you might have questions for them. So most likely and depressingly, she probably voted for this because she didn't want to get harassed by the president who has.
And that element, giving a fuck, trying, is just what the Democrats don't do. And it's one of the more, I guess it's only frustrating if I believe them at their word that they want to do good things in the ways that I think they should. They like to go, oh, geez, the idea of defund the police sure is a bad message. And it's like, you could have talked to people about it the way that Zoran is specifically, showing them that, wouldn't it be good if we had these services? Well, we'll keep the funding of the police the same, not increase it. And it gets increased every year, which, when you think about it, is a way of cutting the funding that would normally go to it in a normal course of action, aka a moving of funds away from one to another. You're going to get better social services of the individuals. Like you're going to have the serving, the protecting and the serving that is being done to our citizens will be handled better because there are people who are designed specifically to serve them. And the serving of these problems will then protect society and then produce cascading benefits that are just difficult to even comprehend how much these little improvements make in such a big way. And the fact that the Democrats would go like, ew, people don't like that. I don't want to talk to them about it. I don't want to talk to them about anything. I don't want to tell them why immigrants are good. I don't want to tell them why anything is anything. They let the fucking Republicans spat out endless amounts of fucking dribble. And then the Democrats shrug their shoulders and say, well, I guess we'll try and follow along by, 25% of the same vitriol and hope that they'll like us because they're still unhappy with the way that things are dog shit under Republicans. That's the worst model. And the fact that this senator has an agonizing thing and really hopes this bill doesn't pass while they vote for it is because she just doesn't want to be yelled at by the president, doesn't want to be made fun of by the president. It's like that bully pulpit. You fuckers never use the bully pulpit. You just get bullied. The whole point is to communicate the good things and to convince people of them. Fuck.
Paralyze his entire party and the Democrats into complete surrender. I mean, that's really why this passed, right? Or rather, barely passed. Trump, a stupid and cruel person, has turned the Republican Party into a cult where everything he wants and says goes totally unquestioned. Every ramble from his mouth gets justified and enforced. Meanwhile, a lot of these Congress people are just trying to survive it. Murkowski was ultimately just trying to do right by her state in exchange for throwing every other state under the bus. Not defending her or any of these cowards, but that's the reason. This bill is a messy attempt to please Trump. It's called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, after all. They had to pass it, not for any logical reason aside from a need for survival. It is so frustrating. I keep thinking about how if we somehow get out of all of this, like if Trump actually goes away and someone sensible is the next president, that person's legacy will just be them having to undo all the really stupid and shoddy stuff that Trump did. All of it. The stupid Rose Garden stuff, all the firings, all the broken trust from our allies, all the ways that Trump and the GOP have dragged us backwards in progress. We'll have to catch up. While other countries are moving forward, we're just sitting here in the muck while our leaders punch puddles and scream about wokeness. Absolutely exhausting. And now their hope is that we'll all forget about this dildo of a bill. And we might. That's the worst part, because the majority of this garbage hasn't launched yet, or won't be felt until months or even years from now. It's meant to function that way. This terrible bill that seems designed to make the country worse won't really be felt until...
Because I'll tell my parents, this is a bad bill, it's hurting things, and they go, things seem the same to me. Nothing wrong with it now. And then years down the road, when things are bad, saying that, oh yeah, that thing a long time ago, that's what made these things get slowly and progressively worse in different stages. It doesn't have the same oomph and punch. Just trying to think if that's just a localized my parents problem, or if it's more. But I guess if it happens, it's like when a television station gets complaints, a phone call saying, hey, the TV makes a weird popping noise. If there's complaints coming in, that means that about another 10,000 people probably are also having the same issue. So for every one complaint, it sort of extrapolates out. So probably does apply in a broader scale. I guess it's just having to communicate things as clearly and believably as possible, which is a weird way to put it, but if they're ever going to listen and believe you, you have to be able to phrase it. And if I look at them and call them Nazis or something, they would immediately just turn off, right? And not that not caring about the bill is a Nazi thing, but you get the idea. Just like the hyperbole is, in this audience, it has to be controlled to some degree, because it's just going to wall them off. And if you actually want to communicate on a one-on-one with them, then some matter of respectability is required. Hell, there are times even when I'm talking to my mom and dad, and I have to end up talking to my dad, but hoping my mom listens, because my dad won't. You know what I mean? I do remember a distinct point where I was talking to my dad about Black Lives Matter or whatever. And my dad was fighting against it, being an all lives matter idiot. And my mom was sympathetic to the idea for some degree. And she was like I don't see color kind of person. And I was trying to explain the idea of just the starting line, I guess is what I think. I'm trying to remember exactly what the phrasing I was using. I think I phrased it in the idea of like seeing that, oh, I don't see men and women issues. Women are held back, but now we pretend that we're all even and start over, despite them being historically held back. And by ignoring the fact, anyway, she was able to like, oh wait, I see what you're saying. There's an element to this that by not seeing it, you are blind to the problem that needs to be corrected. And I was like, oh hell yeah, I got through. You know what I mean? Even though I wasn't, it was trying to talk to my dad, but she was just there. So there's that part of it where sometimes the audience, the debate is more for the audience if you hope the audience is actually listening. Not that the debate is really what I was getting at originally, but just trying to think about how to talk to my parents about this shit usually.
Till after the midterms, after when we, the people paying for this, get to decide if these cowards keep their jobs. It's like so many other things the GOP does, all the way back to Bush and Reagan. One day, we'll be wondering why everything in America got so bad, and we'll be able to trace it right back to this, assuming that America, is. So we have to remember this for midterms if we have them. Remind others about this for midterms if we have them. Make a daily reminder on your phone, put it in your calendar, or I don't know, tattoo something on your body to remind you that. That's why I got the tattoo. It worked. It worked. I read the B's and it worked. Still, why is it so bad looking? Marker. Just marker. That's the stuff. Oh, that's definitely marker. Oh,
it's over, right?
The spot.
It's over. decent. I mean, I think it covered a lot of the same things, but it was nice to have a little bit of a refresher because, like you said, it's no longer in the zeitgeist. It's been pushed out. So, what the fuck? Huh. Okay. We can mix it up a little bit with something not quite as doomery. A nice fun video. I like fun videos. We all like fun. Who doesn't like fun? Fun is fun. Manually unpin. There we go. And we're back.
This episode is sponsored by NordVPN.
Okay.
If there was one thing to notice about a stingray, it would perhaps be that they have an excess of horizontality in comparison to their heightedness. That is to say, they're in possession of a certain flatulence. Jerry, that's not what that means. You just mean they're flat, right? Okay, they're flat.
That's cute. That's a cute way to make that joke. Flatulence. The flat...
body plan evolved from one that was shark-like. The pair of pectoral fins that hang off the sides of a shark expanded outward and up around the head, a bit like if you said stick 'em up. As these fins grew, they became much more complex, evolving into a skirt of what looked like long, many-jointed fingers. A covering of connective tissue and sheets of...
I did not know that they looked like that in an x-ray. I mean, it might just be like a cartilagey type of thing, but I did not think it was like full of bone-like structures. I thought it was just flaps and a muscle.
Muscle create a strong but flexible structure, and this opened up some new possibilities for movement. In the shark, muscles in the trunk move the tail back and forth horizontally, and the pectoral fins are just used for stabilization. In stingrays, most of the trunk has disappeared, but those pectoral fins have the ability to move in wave-like patterns, and that movement pushes against the water in a way that creates thrust and lift. Now, some members of the ray family, like the guitarfish, sort of went halvesies on this. But the stingrays, they were all in, because this new body plan also gave them the ability to hide. And many stingrays are very good at pretty good at hiding. Sort of left some bits out there, didn't they? But I get it. I mean, when I do dishes, I give up right around the silverware. Still an A for effort. Stingrays can bury themselves quite quickly, and that's because they know how to swirl the water just right, causing the sand to be distributed evenly over them. All right, minus the tail. Sure, on occasion you'll find one that sucks at it, disguised more like a floppy sombrero of the sea. But hiding is not but hiding...
The sand there looks like shit. No wonder it's not able to do it.
...is not their only defense. The top part of stingrays can often look a bit bumpy, and that's because they're bedazzled with these little nubbins called dermal denticles. They're made from enamel and dentin, so they're essentially body teeth. And sometimes they look like little fangs. They can get quite spiky. Certainly some degree of protection there. But come on, for some of the larger predators, they're essentially like croutons in a salad. Just provides a little extra crunch. So over time, a little patch of these denticles on the tail evolved into something a bit more substantial. I mean...
Rest in peace, Steve Irwin.
At rest like this, it looks about as dangerous as an extra pinky. But underneath that layer of skin, you got one of these. Looks like an arrowhead with a stutter. Whatever it looks like, it's got some bad intentions. They keep growing and are replaced if they shed or break off. And these grooves here are lined with cells that create venom. So it's not like a needle, more like a shiv soaked in toxins. If an ocean robot happens to step on them, f***ing ocean robots, they raise their tail up. The back part of the tail is a bit more floppy, so just raising the tail exposes...
I did not really know. I've never really seen a stingray strike before. You're taught the stingray shuffle and all these different things. I guess I always just kind of pictured a hermit crab with its like very bony tail, but obviously these tails are floppy. So knowing that it's like a hidden Assassin Creed blade in the sleeve of their tail, and they use their tail to whip strike. I mean, maybe I learned it when I was a kid, but then I just never really followed up on it. Like I've seen scorpion strikes here and there throughout my entire life that I never forgot how a scorpion strike looks. Also, it's very obvious because it's very in the air. But yeah.
The stinger. From there, they can strike upwards or slash from side to side. When they make contact, the skin on that stinger tears. And then you got serrated edges and leaky venom and things break off. It's a mess. I mean, it might seem like overkill, but that's what you got to do when you're shaped like a cookie. You play hide-and-go-seek to the death for 300 million years, of course you're going to make some modifications. For example, the eyes, they went to the top. 2 little periscopes for that sand submarine. Look a little like a drunk smiley face in a hoodie. And then right behind the eyes, you got the creepy holes. The science hippies call them spiracles, whatever. What they are is sort of like an internal snorkel, so they can pull
I feel like sand would get in that shit. That would suck.
in water from the top and get it to their gills, which are on the bottom, along with the rest of their face parts. Might seem like a design flaw to have your mouth pressed into the sea bottom like that. But here's the thing, stingrays love to feed on bottoms. Shush. And when they do it, it can look a bit like mining for spice on Arrakis. Nerd. What they're doing is searching for worms and crustaceans and things like that, and then power washing them out of their habitats. And look at that, they can get all Cookie Monster with that shit. Now, to find the food, they can't use their eyes, what with their being on the top and all, but they can use their sense of smell and their ampullae of Lorenzini. Those little dots there are specialized organs that can detect electrical fields. Here, you can see one reacting to an
Oh, a little bit of brain activity. Oh God, I heard you. I felt you think.
electrical field in that bottom circle. Surprise, nothing's there. Disappointing, like finding a bottle cap with your metal detector. Now, once they've blasted whatever they're after out of their little sandy hidey holes, they gotta get that food up into their tum-tums. As you can imagine, there's quite a bit of sucking involved. Look at this one, it makes a little tent over the area, so none of the good stuff gets away. But no matter what your technique, you're getting a bunch of sand coming in the front door. They can blow some of it out the gills, but let's just say that stingray feces can get a bit gritty. Now, if they have to hold on to something or crack it open,
Maybe. What other I guess muscles, nerves? Like what other electrical impulses are they looking for?
stingrays have a fabulous waterfall of teeth. They grow in from the back and sort of cascade over that ridge. In most species, the teeth are fairly smooth, designed for
Okay, I've never seen that before.
crushing. Except during mating season when the male's teeth get all pointy. Not really for eating, it's more like a fetish thing, you'll see. But some of the bigger stingrays, they're eating whole crabs. But their jaws are designed more like a nutcracker, just kind of open and close. Bust open a section and suck out what you can and spit it out and repeat. It's like a very poorly executed alien abduction. If you use the internet,
NordVPN is VDS, very, very connected with Israel. This is a long one too, jeez.
where were we? Oh, right. So that's the basics of stingray eating, but of course you're going to have some overachievers. Like this freshwater stingray here. Even looks a bit cocky, doesn't it? Just showing off at this point. This sort eats insects. But you'll notice that there isn't as much spitting and sucking as that crab tornado we just saw. And that's because they've evolved jaws that can chew a bit like we do, with a back and forth shearing motion. Looks like someone mumbling with a cigar in their mouth. Well, looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way, doesn't it? Oh, swallowed it. But there's some rays that don't give a shit about what their mouth parts can or can't do. They're going to eat whatever the hell they want. Wedgefish, for example, have these pebble-shaped teeth. Perfect for crushing up little things like snails or clams. But when science hippies took scans of their jaws, you know what they found? Friggin' stingray spines. And not just one "oh, you learned your lesson" kind of thing, a whole crapload of them. They're eating stingrays and they're into it. It looks like they're smuggling shivs at the wrong end.
That's so many. Bro, that's so many.
Electric rays have a bit of that "I'm gonna do things my way" attitude as well. Look at this one using its back fins to just walk away. Slowly. I mean, if this was charades, the clue would be "try me, motherfucker." Because electric rays have evolved these 2 organs on either side of their face. And those are filled with these modified muscle cells, which are stacked in thin layers to form what is essentially a battery. And when they turn that on, they can concentrate the
I guess that might be how electric eels work.
charge on their prey by cupping their pectoral fins. Want to hear what that sounds like? Sounds like a wet one. In terms of what it does to the fish, well, you can see what happens. Mummy, one of the fish is sleeping. And look at the ray caught in the act. No, when I got here, the fish was like that. No, I was trying to save him. Defib. Stat.
So it uses its own muscle fibers to collect the electricity of... That's wild. The fact that I could actually, like, not just, like... Because, I mean, when I think of electric eel, I think of it as just being, like, a thing that, like, makes you go, ah, and it makes you go, like, go away, right? I didn't think of it as it kills it. Maybe it just stuns it, but like to be able to like short circuit and kill it is like crazy. I mean, I guess, is it any more crazy than formulating venom out of you eat food and then somehow you secrete and create this toxic killing liquid that would then kill something? You're creating something from within you to then do damage to the other. I guess just like the idea of electricity just seems so not organic, but that's just my own bias of thinking of our modern electricity, because there is electricity roaming through within me at all times, the same way there is blood and toxins. So it's not as inorganic as I think.
And they've got another party trick. Look at that. They can extend their whole mouth in case they zapped something in a crevice. And I'm no expert, but I'm just saying, I think that stingray just yawned. Now, the cow-nose ray doesn't have an extendable jaw, but it clearly wanted one or something like
Cow nose. Okay, I get it. I can see it. I see the vision. Nuts, man. Nature's cool.
it.
Also terrifying. Also terrifying, but cool.
There, you see it? That thing flapping around on the front? Never seen a cow nose do that, I'll tell you what. Those are called cephalic lobes. Wait, stop. Look how cute it is. It looks like a little frog. But remember, the mouth is down here. These are those lobes. What happened was, in some rays, the front part of their pectoral fins started to split off and do their own thing. In the cow nose, you can see how those bits have separated.
Dude, that skeleton looks wild. Okay, those are gills on the inside, right? Those little, like, they look like crabs with 100 legs. This section here, that's got to be like, do the gills have bones? Maybe they form off of them. Yeah, man, it's just like the body structure bones. Never really thought about it before, like the pelvis-ish part of them. It's just so much. And then like the little eye holes, like their eyeball has a fucking bone around it. It's kind of nuts. What a wild forehead. And then the little pectoral front fin that we're talking about here.
And basically formed new fins in the front of the face, which can move independently from the pectoral fins. And they can use them to manipulate some of the food they like to eat, like oysters. I mean, that one straight up stole one from his buddy. Those lobes can help position the oyster closer to the mouth and sort of form a dome around it to help with the suction. Some rays, like mantas, kept going with this concept, and they have huge cephalic lobes. Now,
yeah, I mean, because they're from the shark family, right? And the shark are supposed to be cartilage, right? So, but I guess it does the job of bones because they're just like a less dense bone for themselves to be.
mantas had enough of this feeding on bottoms business, and instead...
I mean, I guess because I live in the Tampa Bay area, the devil ray, the manta ray, this kind of thing is kind of like, if I just think of a ray, I think of a thing like this. I don't think of the little face ones underneath.
Over time, they became filter feeders, and those cephalic lobes help funnel plankton and small fish into that gaping mouth hole. And their gills have these special structures that keeps the food in and lets the water pass on through. But you swim around with your mouth open like that, you're going to swallow a whole bunch of crap. So they have to really clean things out once in a while by everting their anus so it's inside-outsies. You can call it a suna. Get it? Kill me. Instead of waving the edges of their skirt around like stingrays, mantas move with a more flappy motion like a bird. Their pectoral fins are reinforced and sturdier, and they got a whole bunch of muscle. I mean, you try strapping a couple cafeteria trays to your arms and flapping around like that, and these ones got to keep moving. You ever see how small a plankton is? I mean, the serving size must be in the millions. So if they find a big cloud of plankton, they'll do this. A bunch of backwards somersaults instead of plowing through it and then having to turn around. But when you get a whole bunch of mantas together, they can get creative. In what's called cyclone feeding, they swim in a circle and create currents which pulls food into the middle. Now, when mating season comes around, things can get a little exciting. This male eagle ray came in a little hot. The civilized way to do it is to sort of queue up behind the female, like these mantas here. You swim around like that for a while. I'm sure it's dull, but if you get picked, then all of a sudden you're rubbing up on each other and flirting and biting. Apparently there's a good amount of biting. I mean, you gotta hold on to something to get the parts lined up. But when you do, the business part of it takes about 20 seconds. There, you just saw it. For mantas and eagle rays like this one, it takes about 12 months before you pop out a little baby like this one, all rolled up like a burrito. No, Jerry, I don't want to show that clip. Fine, go ahead, but it's a double standard. Oh, really? It's cute? All right, I'll get naked on a window and squeak my junk around on some glass. See if that goes viral on Instagram. You know what? I'll paint a face on it, too. But if they got nostrils that look like eyes, I can make my belly button look like something. It's bullshit. What do you mean, which part's the junk? No, not the leg things. Those are part of the fins. It's those two tiny little things all the way in the back. Yeah, they're sperm tubes. No, that's what I'm saying, Jerry. It's a double standard. What? No, I don't have two of them, Jerry.
Okay, I guess that's right. It's not a face down there. It's nose. Was it using its double penis to... I don't even know. Who knows? Who knows? Nature is wild. Oh, let me double check that there's not something jumping out at me. Let's throw some tunes on real fast. There's something about different YouTube channels that have different, they have like different thumbnails for A/B testing, and it just always throws me off because it's just, I don't know, it's one of those things. Also, has everybody else seen this picture or this thumbnail in their feed? Oops. Because I got it. How to make pickle Pepsi at home for free. It's just one of those things that just sort of came up. Oh, here we go. We can do that. Let me double check there's nothing else. Oh, okay. I can do some of the other stuff too. And maybe this. Why not? I already watched the Milo video about Pompeii. That was pretty cool. I also learned that I had no idea where Pompeii was. I thought it was like Nepal or something. It's in Italy. What the fuck? I'm so stupid. I'm stupid. It's crazy. Oh. If your Gmail maybe was made a long time ago, it can prove it. Or maybe if your account has other attachments to it, maybe we can have this one on the list. I don't want to add too many Veritasium videos in general, but they're overall interesting. And then this is the thing that I thought about. I'm getting some good for me videos on there. Oh, one of my earbuds says low battery, and it is very loud. Oops. Oh. That's weird. Interesting part of it to think. Okay, Jesus Christ, things yelling at me. It's interesting to think that we were all talking about that being a thing, but then how does it actually get executed? And if it gets executed in a dumb way, then it's just a legal cover to say, hey, look, we tried, you know? I guess that's a big part of things, is just seeing how it shakes out. Okay. I guess I can keep that going for a second. Maybe these are just dumb and I shouldn't add them to it, but... Okay. Animal slop.
Hello everyone, this is your Deodos of Pets.
Oh my god, I'm leaving for Europe. And look at this dog. She knows I'm leaving her. I'm so sorry, baby.
Is this the coolest dog ever?
I feel like pets can tell when you're doing a trip because they have sometimes serious in-separation anxiety, but they also notice your repeated patterns. Like the bag only comes out when she's leaving, or the carrier only comes out when I go to the vet. Like, it's some pretty obvious things. Aww. Aw. That's the most annoying blinker I have ever heard. What the fuck? When you say 2 pizzas, like 2 pieces of pizza, 2 personal pizzas. Domino's large 2? Damn. In one 2-ish hour setting? I mean, Domino's large is still not like a 14-inch whatever, but damn.
Lukta.
Reggie. Stop it.
I am not sure what the duck did to deserve this.
What a wavy duck.
Tell Mama some more stories. Really? What happened next? No way. Really? She said that?
Oh, talking to puppy.
No way. She wouldn't do that.
I mean, I'm no expert when it comes to food. I'm a big guy. I love food, but I struggle with food. Food wins against me frequently. What a beautiful pair. I mean, 215 sounds insanely healthy. I'm 270, and I'm like 6 foot flat. Maybe even a little less. Probably going to be like 5.5 or 5'11 and a half as I like slowly shorten my body with the shrimp posture and then general aging. Nice.
Parkour.
Yes.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Look out.
He didn't want to
That
speak
horse
to
could
Grandma.
like just crunch that hand, dude. I'd be worried. I've seen videos of horses eating like baby chickens and shit. That's traumatized me. I mean, of physical weight, I think like if you imagine having the 2 pizzas and then you just like you're wearing gloves and you just ball it up and smash it into as compact of a ball as you can. And then force it inside of your like that's and then another one, you ball it up. Yeah. And then push it in there. Like you must have to take huge shits. 180, 190. Damn, everyone out here putting me to shame. I think I'm supposed to be between 180 to 200. If I want to get a big range, 180 to 220, it would be like. I mean, 220 is probably still too big for me for being 6 foot. So I'd probably just be 180 to 200 in some healthy combination of muscle and fat. And I'm up here at 270, like, dang. I got very little muscle definition.
Hello.
Enjoy it. You know, if it's a cheat day, just make it worth it, man. But also, you have a very active job, too. So. Okay. Okay. I feel that. Look at they're smiling. It is.
It's a cat doing a catwalk.
No, that's a. Okay, that's kind of funny. I don't know what Tren is. I've heard about Tren a bunch. Isn't there like the Tren twins? And there's some like really buffed up looking people who look like they're like 38, but they're like 22 or something. It seems like a thing that you probably shouldn't do. Just steroids? Yeah. I mean, I say it from a perspective of a guy who's doesn't care about physical fitness enough and comes from a nerdy, cheap kind of background. So, like, I don't wear cologne, right? I just want to smell like neutral nothing. Unscented deodorant for me, kind of like. So, the idea of using not fully tested body modifying, dangerous, damaging medical things, it just seems like it's going to be expensive, it's going to be difficult to do, and it's annoying, and it's going to end up causing health negatives for you. It's just one of those, like, I just see like negative, 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 and I'm just like, I have no desire, right? But if I had the body dysmorphia and wanting to be a certain shape and feeling bad in my skin, and that would make that feel better, you know what I mean? Then I can understand the drive for it. What restaurants? Chicken sandwiches? Because that's a surprisingly large amount of food. Body dysphoria. Is it just dysphoria, dysmorphia? I just heard it said. I never really typed it out or whatever. You're just being silly saying it's going to hold you off for 1.5 hours. Probably. If they got mayonnaise and shit, could be even more, depending upon it. I mean, you're not going for the double down? Psh, pussy. I'm not sure what you want. I'm impressed. Especially considering that you're not a large lad. I mean, I've seen like the Rock eating a gigantic stack of pancakes on his like bulk day or whatever he is. Oh, gotcha. Dysmorphia is different than dysphoria. I'm sure that makes sense. I don't properly understand the morph versus the phoria. But it makes sense that there'll be differences between the two. Not looking the right way versus not being the right way, maybe is kind of how it breaks down, right? Very similar when you zoom out, but very different when you zoom in, as far as like understanding the incorrect or trying to change the thing. Leaves your system. Enters the water system through the pooper.
Yeah!
I've had intense days of eating a bunch of shit. Like there was one point when there was like, oh look, it's like a 4th of July sale for PDQ, which is some like chicken finger restaurant, and we were able to order some gigantic normal, I was reading the chat, gigantic catering tray of chicken tenders, and I ate an obscene amount of chicken tenders for like 2 or 3 days straight because we had like, I don't know, 200 chicken tenders in the house, and I was just microwaving them and eating them for like every meal, but I wasn't counting the calories. You know what I mean? Like I was just a fat guy. You know what I mean? Like when I buy a pizza and I eat it, and I'm like, damn, I feel like a shithead. But I just didn't. Yeah. Well, I've noticed that with the ADHD, it's so easy to just eat and feel something and taste something and swallow to the point where I will be physically filled, feel ill because I am so full. But I still want to eat more food. I desperately want to go back to that pizza box and eat more pizza. After eating an entire pizza, I want to go to the second one. Also, I eat fast. That's another part of it. I'm not the fastest eater in the world, obviously, whatever it is, but I would, at a lunch table, I would eat faster than everybody else. When everybody gets their food at the restaurant, I'm the first one to finish. I eat like it's a competition. I eat like it's my last meal. I eat like I'm a fucking possum being fed at the park. You know what I mean? I just one of those, like, I don't know. It's just one of those, something about, I don't think it's like an efficiency so I can get back on my grind set. I just have always ate fast. I don't know. 7 minutes. I mean, I never timed it. You know what I mean? There's definitely, you have a much better handle on your diet and weight and exercise and stuff than I do, obviously. But even having these weird little like applesauce baby food bag things intermixed between eating certain foods. So if I'm eating pizza or something, I should take 2 of those to get some fruits and vegetables into my system. So that way my mind has a bit more of a completed feeling, bit of fiber, bit of sweet, bit of the savory, all these different things. Then I feel more full. Also, spacing out the time, because I could down 2 or 3 pieces and go, I'm still hungry. But then if I got distracted by something else before I go up and get it and I go, wait, actually, I am kind of full. Like I can fuck myself up. You're getting the dad bod, right? You got it's a part of the agreement. Oh.
I think he's a little bit jealous.
No, the baby likes it too. Chilling. Just hanging.
He really wanted a massage.
Ooh. Ooh. That guy's got one of the expensive versions. I bought mine like fucking...
Okay. 110?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
That's too short. Strike it. Moment of truth. Yeah!
Stupid.
This was not the health and safety team they expected.
I mean, I don't like the fake videos because it's like, whatever. It's not... I come to this for the sweet little real videos, but the fake ones are just like, well, that's fake. It doesn't have the same charm. But I wonder with the chickens, like, is there a reason that they might have those weird little reflective vests on them specifically? It's so funny.
That's pretty good, Frau.
This dog has a silent bark.
Oh, okay.
They do this every time he comes home.
I believe it.
Hey.
Happy dance. Oh, I love the dog happy dance. It's such a sweet thing. It's so sweet.
Obviously, I've gotten.
You got to get one of those sleepwalking locks for your fridge at this point. That's a bummer. But that's going to fucking break your fridge, if the cat can just leave it open like that.
Done. She says I
This is just a man walking his chicken.
Like that, I feel like some people can watch that and not have that reaction. It's like, for some reason, this is why I struggled to watch horror movies as a kid. I just get sucked into the narrative. I'm there in feeling of like the, oh fuck, it's falling. Oh shit, that's gonna be a mess. It's like I'm a monkey. I don't understand the mirror in front of me. I think it's another ape, but I'm ready to fight it. It's just like my reactions, it's fun at times and it's also stupid at times. Hey, chicken's gotta get a walk on, you know. Is bro sleeping? Because that dog is just eating that. Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh, puppy okay?
This cat wanted to join in.
The moo cat. It fits. Yeah, what is that? I guess it's like a fake udder for a bunch of cows growing up.
Don't you dare. Don't you do it. Don't you dare try to jump off there.
Oh my god, all the dirt.
There's sirens, Maple.
Look out, guys, look out. Oh no. Oh. Wait.
This can't.
I don't think dogs have as much of an attachment, but I'm pissed that they would intentionally film and let that happen and not stop it intentionally. Setting it up for that, I mean, maybe it just happened naturally, but that's upsetting to me to think that they would just. Oh man. I'm sure they have plenty of toys in the dog's wake or whatever. The dogs rip up the toys themselves and they'd move on. But still, that fucked me up.
Cat needs a timeout.
He's even do this cute, super cute thing where you'd be looking for her, or like there's a knock at the door, yeah, a delivery or a friend came over, and the cat would go hide, and then you'd be sitting around, and then you just look over at the sofa, and you see like her like stick her two hands out as she like climbs out from underneath the sofa. Or when someone's coming over real fast, you see her, and all you see is two back legs just slowly just sucking back into the underneath the sofa. And she just gets down, crawls low, and just squeezes in there. And you just see these two little back legs like, no, it's okay. Don't be scared. And then, nope, she's gone. Yeah, you're true. Good point. But they also could be disabled people, you know, and they can't get out and mow. But, you know, in the long term, buying a lawn robot is cheaper than buying a service or something. I don't know. The dog doesn't know if it's at a rich family or a poor family. But yeah. PSG jersey. Interesting. Yeah, my hair got cut, and then sometimes the hair it kind of comes across a little straight. So I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't look a little too weird, but it'll even out. You just need a bigger battery. It's got to go further. I assume there's like acres involved.
Who's a bird? Who's a bird? Who's a pretty bird? It's Angus McBangus and Charlie McBurley. It's pretty bird. Pretty bird. Who's a bird?
Birds are cool. Birds are cute. Birds are smart. Bird shit everywhere. Never mind. Not a pet for me anymore. Sorry. Train a bird to use a fucking toilet? We're down. Be a bird guy. Also, they do talk a lot, and like when ZZ talks to me, I lose my mind because he just won't talking to me, right? And I try to give her everything, and she just yells at me, and I'm just like, "What the fuck do you want?" You know. Cockatiels, yeah. I mean, they're not. I mean, they're smarter than, I don't know, a hamster or something. Sure, but yeah, they just shit everywhere. That's my problem. Can't handle it, especially if they're not. You know, if they're caged up, it's a crime against nature to cage a bird. But if they're free in your house, they're going to shit wherever they go, and you got to find and clean the poop, and then, yeah. Their pain, yeah. I had one. It didn't live a year. We think, we as in my parents, because they're the ones that were the adults, didn't feed it for a long time when we were out on a trip, and then it died, got sick or something. I don't know. It's a shame. It's a sweet bird. Well, we had one, so I guess we were being cruel, but we were dumb. My parents bought it at a flea market. I mean, from one of the places that just sell you birds. It liked to drink coffee and eat spaghetti. It's Florida.
Who's a bird? Who's a pretty bird? It's Angus and Charlie and Angus and Charlie.
These dogs have synchronized barks.
Twins.
Dublin, get out of the.
Oh, it must smell interesting. Wow, that's a very new design. It's a pretty dishwasher.
Dishwasher. He does this every
got some-
freaking time I try to load it and start it. What are you?
Oh, what a handsome, what a smart lad. Just like a nice, not too fluffy, but not too short hair. I wouldn't mind this. I'd be okay with this. It's still fluffy enough to be super cute, but not overly fluffy that they're gonna get like mats. Sometimes Filco, like, he gets these mats under his armpits and shit, and it's like, let me get those knots out for you. And he's like, no. And it's like, what, you just want to live with a knot down there forever, dude?
That
A license. This is America, goddammit. But yeah, that makes sense. Is that a bag of treats? What is that? Is it Australia where cats are considered exotic? I know that they hunt cats. Like, they can get a permit or whatever to kill cats with guns. I mean, that's just one island. I forget. I don't know that eating your own poop is disqualifying for being exotic. That makes sense. That the definition of exotic is from outside the natural habitat. To some degree. How, like, I don't know, like, okay. How long until it's considered to be now a part of the habitat or something? Or now part of the ecosystem? Or climate? Right. Big cats. Like a special kind of fox. You know what I mean? Most consider exotic to be tropical. I guess if you say, like, I want to go to an exotic destination, right? Because that would just be literally, in some definitions, just anywhere that's not home. You probably should not have a bear. You probably should not have a bear. Like, I say probably because I am not an expert, but probably should not have a bear. Maybe I should be more hard set in my beliefs and say, you should not have a bear. Like the general you. There could be a very specialized bear trainer who has a certifications or something that I could go, okay, you could have one. But the general you is, you should not. If not, friend, why friend shape? I know. There's lots of friend shape.
Unfortunately, it ignores the seal's breathing hole and heads straight for me.
She's coming closer and closer. Oh my God. She is enormous. She whiz.
How much?
Really is why I've come here.
How
to
much?
see these animals.
How much would you trust the dude that bolted this thing together?
See them up close. Hey, bear. Oh my God. He's right here. Hey, bear. The bear's nose is thousands of times more powerful than mine. It's gathering information before it approaches, like it would when stalking a seal. My scent is strongest at the weakest point.
Hi,
the
friend.
door. Yeah, that door's not good.
Like, hey, this thing open? Oh, was that not locked, dude?
It's systematically trying from all angles. Being this close, get an appreciation for what.
Bro, was that not locked? Dude, imagine, like, what if the door did open? You know, it would just, like, very nonchalantly just grab you out of there and rip you to shreds, right? You would have no amount of force you could ever exert. The harshest leg press, you know, you would have no resistance. You would offer no resistance to any simple motion of that beast.
What this animal is. It is one of the most powerful animals on the planet. One of the most intimidating animals on the planet. And one of the few animals that actually see us as food. The bear's nose has led it to a gap. You can sniff me. Gosh, I could have actually touched its nose.
She should have touched the nose. Like, how bad could it get you?
Is that giving a little? She's feeling the pressure there. She can actually feel that perspex is flexing. She's trying to see if she can crawl through it. She's trying to see if she can bite through it. It's getting a little bit hairy in here. I can feel that he's just pushing all his weight against this side of the cube.
I feel a little bit bad for the polar bear if they really made a super strong polar bear proof thing, but with lots of holes, let the scent come out. Because that poor polar bear is like really trying to crack that nut, thinking it's that much closer to getting to a meal. And then it's going to leave theoretically with nothing. And you just wasted a bunch of this bear's energy. Like, I get it. Things come and go. Starvation happens. It's a part of natural cycle, but you kind of fucking set up this bear for failure a bit here. A little bit. But it's cool to see a bear up close like that. Yeah. I mean, she was kind of pushing. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say whether or not the bear was actually trying. But yeah, I mean, it did seem like even like the actions just seemed kind of like simple and somewhat not, there was no like malice or violence in it. But again, like if that glass fell through or the door swung open, I think the bear would go like, oh, and just pull them out or grab and push in and then pull them out. Like it would just, as nonchalantly as possible, just rip them into shreds and eat them alive. Like it's kind of crazy. It's just... You think it would crack in half? You would have to trust the engineers that built it to know how bears attack. Hell, I would definitely want the thing to be sit up there with a meal inside of it. You know, a seal inside of this fucking thing, or a dead seal that's still hot and has the smell of a seal. So that way a bear would come up and try and crack it open before I get my ass sitting in there. You know what I mean? Because it wouldn't take it but a second of failure to end your life, crush your chest flat. Even if you have a team of dudes standing by with scary sounds and tranquilizer darts or whatever, you're fucked. You know what I mean? Super clone Rolex. Yeah, I mean, who the fuck is... I mean, that's based, in my opinion, just because people got jeweler's loops when they're inspecting the watches. Like, theoretically, as long as the watch looks like the way an expensive watch looks, it's as good as an expensive watch. There could be some amber internal mechanisms or something, you know, specialized diamond, you know, timing, motion, crystal, something. But I forget what they call that. There's some kind of like, I don't know, internal clock bullshit that uses some precious materials. But this one could have a different version, you know, whatever. That's impressive that it costs that much, I guess. I guess there's people that like that make premium proxy Magic the Gathering cards, and you're like, oh, oh, okay, sure. Okay.
Come on, Bubba. Come on.
Oh, big
Come on,
fat
Bubba.
puppy.
Come on, baby. I believe in you. I believe in you. Come on, baby, for the second time. Oh, what are you talking about?
This is a dog-friendly movie theater.
That's crazy. What the? Wait, what do you mean? I always tell people something when buying fakes. Don't buy a fake if everything you got is not real. So don't buy a fake Rolex if you have a fake chain. Don't buy a fake Rolex if you have fake, I don't know, Nikes or something. I guess I don't get it. Wait, she has a missing leg and the dog has missing legs. Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. Like if your Rolex is supposed to be $170,000 and you're just wearing regular clothing. Then I guess it would look out of place. Does the watch look like it's $170,000? Is it like fucking Flavor Flav encrusted gigantic fucking, you know, obscene looking thing? Like, I figured even though expensive, super expensive watches still look like a watch. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah. But if the watch is also fake and the shoes are fake, but they go well together, and the 700, I never thought about how much my outfits cost. But I guess like pants cost a certain amount of money, and then the shirt costs a certain amount of money, and then the shoes cost a certain amount of money. But I guess like my clothing, even when I wore expensive jeans, they're like, oh wow, like $80 jeans or something, from Express for Men. The shirt would then be, I don't know, 20, so like 100, and then the shoes are maybe 70, so like probably around $200 at most is my entire outfit ever when I was like dressing nicer. I mean, but interesting. I mean, fashion's one of those things that I've never really been super into because, again, I'm one of those. I hide my body. So, like, wearing fashion was the opposite of what I wanted to do. I wanted to wear inconspicuous things. I'll grab that in a second.
Trick pony.
He's trying
Whoa,
to
good
do
game of
his
Settlers?
first howl.
Ooh, I ended up with an expensive jersey once. Back when, like, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did well. I guess that would have probably, I forget how much. I literally forget how much it was. There was some, like, everybody was supposed to wear jerseys. I didn't have a jersey, so then we went. My dad got a nice jersey because my dad likes sports a lot, and I could have bought some cheap ass thing, but he was like, "No, this is good. This is real quality. It's got the real stitching in the way it's supposed to be." And I'm like, "Okay, you know." I probably didn't even pay for it because I was young enough that my parents still bought my clothes because I didn't have a job. I don't think. I can't remember. But I remember being worried about how expensive it was. So maybe I had paid for it. I forget now. The shoe prices, like me spending $70 on shoes, is about as much as I want to ever spend. I would never want to spend more than that. That was back in the day. So nowadays, I guess it'd be more reasonable to spend that much. And that was like, you know, name brand shoes. But now I just buy shoes from like Walmart or the Skechers outlet. You know what I mean? It's like work boots. I can imagine serious work boots probably be sick, but also probably a few $100s. That makes sense. Just because very durable soles, very durable top ends, perhaps even steel toed. I bought some cheap ass boots for a costume when I went to thing, $250. Yeah, that sounds about right. I bought some boots just for fashion purposes, to go with an outfit, and like the pleather on the outside is peeling a little bit. They're probably heavy as fuck then, between the sole being thick and the steel toe. Probably not good for everyday walking, just because maybe it's like Goku, you know, you're training, you got these extra thick, force. And then when you take them off, you're like strong as hell, or you put on other shoes and you can run fast.
Hug your brother. Hug it. Hug it. Hug. Oh, give brother a hug.
Husky eyes are crazy. Yo, what's the horse doing in the house, dude? It's gonna take a shit.
This dog
It is
took
a
the
big dog,
camera to
though.
show you around his house.
I was like, what are you doing? There's so many dogs here. But then why do they shit everywhere? They have control when they want to. They shit in their stable. They shit on the road. They shit in the parade. The parade's only a couple hours long. They can't hold their shit. I believe you, because obviously you've dealt with horses way more than I have. I have just never heard of horses having bowel control at all. I've never heard of people training their horse to shit when they're supposed to or when they're supposed to. So that's just really big news to me. Like, you have to shovel the shit out of the stables. That's like a part of the job of why it's a shitty job. Because they shit in their own stable. Is what I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, poor kitty.
This dog is good at math.
A lot of these things I'm a little bit suspicious of. But then I also watch the Apollo videos where he's like, bull. And it's like, he said it's a bull. He knows it's a bull. I wonder how much of it is him just trying randomly, but I watch him do like, you got to get 5 things in a row right to get a pistachio, and he fucking does it. It's like impressive. You missed. No.
This cat has a very particular eating habit.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Oh no. Poor Noodle. Like with those button things where people had the buttons like, I love you, mad, happy. Like I don't buy it that they're pushing the buttons to use for language. There was this thing about why is this kitty so dirty? I was watching this thing about how the sign language apes and stuff were all kind of based on shoddy research and are ultimately a scam.
Yeah.
Wicked. A pig, I could, pigs are smart. I could believe a pig, yeah. Coco, yeah. No.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
I guess if you're smart, you could be a murderer. Big puppy. Okay, yeah, I think I have seen that before where they kind of do that. They have to get through a huge, I mean, they're strong. They're heavy as fuck and they're strong, so. I read murder. I didn't read it as a wrong spelling, but I guess it does, yeah. I'm illiterate, that's what I'm getting at. That's also wild. Didn't have to do that, lady. All 8 of them, was it? I'm hungry now. I do love a chicken sandwich. Although, I don't know if Yogi's still here, but they refer to them as chicken burgers, which I have a problem with because I don't think the sandwich should be called something based on the bun that it's in. Oh my God. By bang and mash, do you mean like hot dogs in the mashed potatoes? You have chicken sandwiches too. Wild. Okay. I've been misled. Damn the clickbait. All burgers are sandwiches. Not all sandwiches are burgers. I'm okay with that. I have no complaints that are jumping out to me immediately. Like when I think of if on bun, sandwich, otherwise, well, sure. But to me, it's more like a turkey burger is a hamburger made of turkey, but it's also ground turkey. Ground beef makes a hamburger bun, or patty, sorry. So turkey ground up makes a turkey burger. So ground chicken would make a chicken burger, but a piece of meat fried or grilled or whatever flat does not make a burger. Like if I had a turkey burger that was like a piece of breast meat on the thing, that would be more of a sandwich than a turkey burger. You know what I mean? So that's where my different of opinion comes from on the burger versus sandwich debate. Like the burger is a very specific technique of the meat processing, I guess, for whatever reason. Maybe let's think. Is there an exception to this that I can think of that might break that? Because this is just me just thinking out loud more than anything at the time, and then I randomly recalled it now. Wagyu burgers, it's crazy. I've never had Wagyu. I mean, I guess I've never had it, but that's crazy to just have a you love the finer things in life. I tell you what. Also, in Australia, they have the Wagyu that they make in Japan generally. So not all burgers have ground patties. Okay. Do you have an example just so I can help picture it and agree? Because I was trying to think of ones that are like that. Like a manwich is ground meat that has like the tomato seasoning and shit on it. And it's kind of loose, a sloppy Joe, right? Style. Is manwich just from Futurama that I'm thinking of? Anyway, the same idea. Sloppy Joe, manwich. Sloppy Joe is like the tomatoey. Sloppy Joe. It's just like not the most appetizing picture, but it's a very specific type of loose-ish, not a chili, but just kind of like a ground meat, onions, tomatoes, sauce, and ketchup, Worcestershire, and other seasonings. It's good. My dad used to make it all the time. There's a can that you buy at the store that helps you make it. Sloppy Joe can. Manwich. Yeah, it's called Manwich. That's where I was getting it from. It has all the liquid that you need for, it's all the sauce. So you just mix up the cooked ground beef with the sauce, and then you put it on toasted buns, and you're set. You got yourself a manwich. And then I guess there's other brands as well, but manwich was like the name brand. A filet-o-fish sandwich. They don't call it a burger. It's called a filet-o-fish. They just end the word there, generally. But I think of it as a fish sandwich, not as a fish burger. But yeah, filet-o-fish. I mean, it's white fish, fried, tartar sauce heavy. I love fish and chips, right? Long John Silver's. Although I've learned that Long John Silver's fast food, they kind of do some gross stuff. Like they don't pick out the worms out of the meat. And I'm like, oh no, I didn't know there was worms. And now they're not picking them out. And I'm sure it's fine. It's all fried. You don't know the difference. But like, I'm weirded out by it. The same thing with shrimp that aren't deveined and they're inside of like fried shrimp because it's cheap. And they fry them up fast, and they don't devein them because you won't know the difference. But I'm like, now I'm weirded out by it, and I don't like it. There are other things I couldn't give a shit about. But some things I'm like, When I was a kid, I was a picky eater. Yeah, it has been cooked to death, but I guess like the worms are full of shit. I don't know. I struggle to think if I could just hold up a a nice seasoned roasted cockroach and just, you know what I mean? I just don't think I could. I have too many hangups about bugs. I don't mind eating the bug meat when they make the bug meat, right? But it's gonna come out looking like food. You know what I mean? You ate a lightning bug? That's crazy. Probably on accident, right? Like, like one of those? Or you mean like you're a kid and you were like, what's it taste like? Because it probably would taste bad. All that bioluminescence would probably be kind of gross. Coconut shrimp. Yeah, that's one of the few places I really don't mind the coconut flavoring. It's a nice way to brighten it up. Yeah. It tasted horrible? That makes complete sense. At one point, I ate. So I don't know if anybody's ever had a pool or been around pools, like backyard pools. But one of the things that you do with a pool is you have the pump and other bullshit. But you have to add chlorine, liquid chlorine. I would have to add because my parents' house had a pool. So you would like have this like liquid chlorine that would just be like clothes destroyer, the liquid. And like I had to pour in shock, which is just liquidized chlorine, and I had to run around the pool and sort of like pour it in, and it would go in and it would splash up a tiny little droplet and it would hit my shorts or something, and it would make it immediately stained white, like it was like the most intense bleach ever. But one of the other things you would have is these little buoys that would float, and they're these big chalky tablets. They look like gigantic Smarties. Just you put them in there and they slowly dissolve and give chlorine to the thing. And for some reason, I was a kid, and I know that chlorine is bad, but I was just holding up one of those big chlorine tablets, and I was thinking that it was very similar to astronaut ice cream because it kind of had like a weird texture to it, a dried out texture, basically freeze dried. Okay, looking at it, yeah, kind of like this. Has the chlorine tablets. I guess yeah, there's a little bit of like a cement look to it. So I just kind of had it, and I was like, and kind of just as about as deep as I could get it into my mouth and tried to bite it, and I got my teeth made an impression in it, but it was like, ugh! And I try to get it off my, yeah, it does look like a big Alka-Seltzer, like a big Smartie, like I said, like it's just like a big piece of candy, And I'm just like, oh, it kind of looks like, I don't know why I just thought I could bite it. I'm just being a dumb kid for the sake of being a dumb kid. And my mouth did not taste good for a while. A few hours at least. It was just like, bleh, bleh, bleh. Trying to get out of my taste out of my mouth. But, I didn't swallow it, which probably is what saved my life. Do you know what I mean? Okay, actual time that when we first bought our house, I was in kindergarten. And we had these by the doorway, there was a weird little wall, half wall between it and the dining room or something. And then when you got around to the end of the wall, there was 2 indoor brick planters. They were like rectangles, so they were longer than they were wide. Here, I have the technology here. Hold on. I can throw on my draw filter. So they were, let's put it over here. So let's see. We have, I don't know, front door here, right? There was like a half wall. And then there was these like brick planters that are kind of like square. And then there was like a walkway. And then there was the other one. Something like this. You get the picture, right? So this was the walkway, and there was 2 brick planters, but they were full of dirt. And my parents didn't want to have plants in the house. So they just covered them up. They put these 2 framed glass looking, they were kind of pretty, but they were like these mirrors. They put them on top of each of them to kind of make them just not look so ugly. They eventually removed those things, broke them out with big hammers and bricks, and then they had like covered up with like a rug runner that's there to this day. Never actually carpeted it properly. Funny. Anyway, and I'm a kid, so bored in the house. I ended up standing on the edge of those brick things and trying to do the balancing act where you walk like on a tightrope. And I've done it a bunch of times. I stand up on it, my tiny little feet, and I walk around it. And then I got to the end of this one time, I guess I was turning around or doing something, and I lost my balance. And I just fell straight back into the planter. And I shattered through the mirror, straight down into the dirt underneath. And my mom heard it and was freaked out, ran in, saw that, my arms and legs just sticking out of this thing with all this broken glass. And she just grabbed my hands and pulled me out. I had no cuts on my back or anything. There was gigantic shards of glass all inside of that planter, but it just broke around me. It wasn't safety glass. It wasn't meant for a kid to go flying through it. You know what I mean? It was just supposed to be like on a wall. And she was like, holy fuck. Like that was close. What are you doing? Your mom heard it? Well, it wasn't a big house. You know what I mean? Like and also a child falling through a glass and going, yeah, and then smash, like that's like the one thing parents are always constantly thinking about and hearing. You ate a scorpion out of a tequila bottle. I was telling the story and I already read that chat. And I'm like, holy fuck, that's crazy. You tasted battery acid. Okay, that's crazy. How are you alive? Another question. Yeah, there's no other. It was just. Oh. That's cool, I guess. Like the little, the 5th grader inside of me is like, hell yeah, that's awesome to like fly through glass several times. I guess it depends upon the situation every time. Sorry your mom didn't come when you screamed and fell through glass. I was definitely a sour enjoyer. Like, I was always trying to find the sourest thing. I was not good at spicy, but I was good at sour. Warheads were tasty. I enjoyed them. They had good sour, but I wanted something more, right? Oh. Okay, interesting. Cotton, like actual cotton candy? Because that would just dissolve into like sugar, basically. With 2 monsters, some baby bottle pops. Baby bottle pop. Okay, that's just like the powder, right? It's more liquid, more powdered sugar. A little bit of warheads. That's the good shit. And just some random candy. Yeah. There was that really sad video. It's just sad. It's just so sad. So, thing about raccoons is they wash their food before they eat it. And he was given a little piece of cotton candy. Okay, you just watch this real quick. Where'd it go? Huh? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Huh? Oh, help him out. Give him some fucking. Oh, give him more. Stop! You're hurting them. Stop! There you go. Oh, he got some. Okay, good. Good. Yeah. It's tasty. It's clean. Don't worry, buddy. It's clean. Poor little guy. Poor little guy. Oh. It broke my heart when I first saw it. It was right here. What the? What? It's so human, too. Raccoons would be a pretty awesome pet. Is that an exotic pet? I guess to me, the word exotic always just meant like wild animal pet. Raccoon is very Florida. No, it's not exotic, but still just not allowed. You're right. No, you're right. It probably is like special zoo cotton candy where it has no food coloring in it or something, and it's just sugar for them to have a little treat. And you're exotic. I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, I've only really ever learned the word exotic through context clues, and I've seen exotic kind of be used a little bit as both in different contexts. So that's where I think that impression came from. But probably is more accurate to say foreign fruits, exotic fruits have to be from a yeah. But so when somebody has a raccoon pet, you just call it a wild pet? My domestic pet. Mountain lion. Oh, you mean a puma? Oh, you mean a cougar? Oh, you mean a there's like 4 different names for what a mountain lion is, right? Like the panther, the Florida panther, I think is a cougar, is a mountain lion, right? I think it's all technically the same thing. Maybe I've been misled. That was my elementary school, we were the Florida Panthers. That was like our thing. Also, why does an elementary school need a mascot in general? Like, we're not like competing at sports or something. I don't know. I guess everyone just, a big cat, a wild cat. It's awesome. Who doesn't want that? It's cool. Sure. Who doesn't? A woman who knows a thing or two. You know what I mean? Yeah. They know. They got knowledge. They know what they want. I don't think I was ever at jeopardy of being cougared, both animal and otherwise, just because. I think Kara will be okay. She'll be all right. I mean, theoretically, Kara is a cougar now because she's in her like mid to late 30s. Maybe you have to be like 50 to be a cougar. Is there like a? I mean, I guess, well, it's just not a. I mean, I guess my brain goes to like older woman. I guess technically, so she's 11 months younger than me. We're almost the same age. She was awake a little bit here and there, but I stand by my comment in general. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I work off of brutal honesty in general. I gotta think of some other wild pets that I would love to have. I mean, a bunch of the foxes just look cute as fuck. It'd be awesome to have as pets. Hell, even a possum probably be a cool pet. But it might it's like a hard. Oh wait, possums are marsupials, right? Is that the only pet tuna? Those are big, aren't they? Oh, speaking of which, I added a video to my thing. That I saw the thumbnail and I'm like, God damn.
This is known to...
They're like sizing you up, like, okay, you know, could I eat you? Kind of. I'm so used to being insulated from the food chain that I don't think I ever want to be brought into it and to be considered. I think I would be, if they ever. Well, I am bulging with what could be muscle, and I can make myself very big and very loud. That's one of my things I can do is just get loud. So maybe I could, like, if confronted, stand my ground and pose what might be a threat that can then make them second guess. But if I'm surprised, I'm done. You know what I mean? Let's get loud. Yeah. It's one of the best ways to just try not to die. Even when bears come up, you're just like, I'm big, I'm loud. Don't try me. It might not be worth it. You know, and like, I guess, you know, I'll just look for something smaller that's a baby. I'll just go eat a baby instead. You know. You got fish sticks? Oh, fish sticks is one of the ways I love eating fish. And that's processed as fuck, breaded and fried. It just tastes like texture and sauce. That's how I like to eat fish. I was getting to that earlier, the fish and chips thing, where like a salmon or whatever, grilled, steamed, or, you know, some fucking, I don't know, some. I mean, I just need white fish. I just want the texture and the tartar sauce on it. I'm a gas station eater. You know what I mean? I'm not like fishy things gross me out. Like even like tuna is like too fishy for me. I'll eat a chicken salad sandwich. I will not eat a tuna salad sandwich. You know what I mean? If it's a brown bear, play dead, probably, because I don't know if you can get big enough or loud enough to really make a brown bear a second guess. I hope to never be sized up by a brown bear or any bear of any type. Honestly. Straight out of the can with white bread, you just take it, you just like drain. Do you drain? Or do you just take it out wet and soggy up that bread? Yeah, that's the... It's like... If it's black, clap back. If it's brown, lie down. And if it's white... I forget now. I think it's brown, lay down. If it's brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back. If it's white, good night. That's what it was. I just looked it up. Good night. See ya. Don't know why a polar bear is fighting you, but you probably did something wrong. If a polar bear is about to kill you, you're like, I ended up in the wrong place here. I have done this to myself. Either you jumped into the enclosure where you were not supposed to go, or you went to the fucking North Pole. I forget which pole polar bears are at now. I think it's the Arctic, right? It's not Antarctica, right? Shit, I forgot. At one point I thought I knew. Yeah. But I feel like it's one of the easiest things to like not have happen to you. North Pole? Okay. Yeah. It's definitely a misnomer to say that polar bears are on both poles. I know that for sure. They're just one pole. Pole singular bear. Not poles bear. Yeah. How's a bear supposed to get to the South Pole? How's anything supposed to get to the South Pole? There's stuff there. There's some penguins. But it does make sense. It is more separate, and the North Pole is definitely an amalgamation of many different land masses together. So it makes way more sense to have biodiversity in the North Pole. And then that's shorter distances to then move around, right? Well, yeah. Javier Malays, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Bering Strait existed at one point between Russia and America, and that's how biomatter got to this continent through that element. Lots of different things. But it might have a lot of like sea and air biodiversity, not as much raw land mammals. You know what I mean? Oh, they won the World Cup? That's what you're worrying about? Wait, is it Argentina? Seals and penguins. Yeah. That makes sense. That more aquatic hybrid thing. Is Argentina the one with like the crypto president? Yeah. The Javier Malays, you know, we're totally going to do capitalism like crazy down there. Oh no, we have to bail it out again. Whatever. Malay is counting on Trump to bail Argentina out of an economic mess. America first, right? What the fuck, man? Another fucking dumbass haircut president. But they like comics, so that's cool. I mean, canned tuna might be like too. The macros are too good. Eat the tuna when you're on your, months of dieting. That'll be. I mean, is tuna good macros? Maybe it's too much fat. I assume it's. I mean, it's just a muscle meat, right? It's got to be like protein dense. If you cover it in mayonnaise, then you'll have a lot of fat from that. But that's beautiful. I mean, I don't know, mercury or something you got to watch out for, but otherwise. All right. This is a channel that's hit or miss, and it's like it feels like it's a different presenter every time. So it's hit or near miss. I wouldn't say they're like awful videos, but oh yeah, I was doing this. Keep the thing pinned in case it's it sparks joy. But this was the thumbnail. I think talking about tuna. I have to clean up my tabs. I have so many tabs here. Thumbnail. It's 2 a.m. and I'm like, damn, I forgot how big tuna is. Look at that fucking just massive bone in the middle and then just meat, muscle. God damn, they're strong. That's crazy. Mercury is your friend. Yeah.
Be one of the best pieces of salmon in all of New York City.
Okay, hold on. Rewind. You said something about whatever.
This is known to be one of the best pieces of salmon in all of New York City. But just a few hours ago, it was in a very different world.
Wild, dude. Wait, where's the... Oh, there it is.
This is the Fulton Fish Market, where a single piece of fish passes through at least 10 hands in just a matter of hours, all while you're asleep.
No better fish than the American
fishmongers. Fishmongers.
red snapper.
And one of the guys at the center of it all...
Is this what a monger is? I don't know what a monger is. Is that somebody selling something like an auctioneer yelling at you like, hey, come on over here, buy my fish?
is Warren.
What you're going to see is organized chaos. Let's go, pop that clutch!
God, every guy wears a beanie and like they look like they're, they look like a docks guy. I don't know what else to say.
In fact, half of New York's restaurant scene comes out to the Bronx to secure the best fish for the rest of the week. From Michelin-starred chefs to Chinatown wholesalers and independent buyers.
God, I need to like scrape my tongue. All this talking foams up my fucking spit. So my tongue is like white looking. It's so gross.
Everyone comes right here with the same goal in mind, to get the best fish. The earlier you're here and the more well-connected you are, the better chances you have of scoring.
The fish is the star of the plate. The seafood has to be ultra fresh.
So what makes this place the go-to spot for fish sourcing?
This building is selling millions of pounds of fish a week.
You're not going to get any fresher than we're going to get here.
This building is addicting.
It's hard to really understand until you...
Oh my God, he just that's how he just casually just has it. He doesn't have like a hook on his belt. He just hooks it over his neck. Isn't that like fish guts? Isn't that gross? I don't know if I've ever had, I mean, I live in fucking Tampa Bay, Florida, right? Fish is we have fish, but I've just never liked fish. Just like the fishier the taste, the less I like it. Even some like oysters and shit. I'm like, too fishy. Great work, terrible job if you're a pussy about it. Oh, you mean like the gross hook over the thing? I just feel like it lends itself so well to being hooked over like a loop on your belt or something. Hooked over a holster or some kind. But that's actually bullshit. So maybe they just do it like this. Also, that's like a bunch of rubber bands to make it like easier on the hand, so like a rubberized grip. Interesting.
You've lived it.
This is an inside look at the billion-dollar fish market that powers New York City's top restaurants.
I've had sardines on pizza before. It's kind of weird because like their bones are still visible. They're like filleted and you can see like they're just like such a soft bone, you just eat it. Or it's pickled enough that they're soft. But whatever the process is, you just eat them whole or like cut in half or whatever. And it's just a little, it's very salty and very fishy, which is why I'm like kind of a no-go on it. Even if you peel them off, that fish oil is just intense.
It's 12 a.m., headed to the fish market, feeling good, feeling tired. Hi. Yeah, are you Brian? Oh, you're not Brian? Okay.
Right.
Olivia, nice to meet you.
I wish I liked fish more because, especially being in a coastal area, you can get frozen fresh is like a misnomer, but caught fresh, flash frozen, delivered, stored in your freezers in your house. Then you just open it up. It thaws out fast under some running water, and then you can cook it up easy. Like, it's such a nice protein. I just wish I liked it more than I don't. I just don't, you know? So it's just one of those things.
This is the loading area for the market. Basically, all the fish comes in, gets delivered here, and then it'll be shipped out inside the building. And some will go back out onto other trucks to be shipped out to other companies tonight.
What time does everyone...
What the fuck?
Some will go back out onto other trucks to be shipped out to other companies tonight.
What the fuck? It looks like William H. Macy. I mean, some of these older pictures looks less like him, but I'm just like, whoa. He looks old as fuck nowadays. Like in Fargo is what I'm picturing. I was blown away. I'm like, what the fuck?
What time does everyone really start coming in? Like, is there a rush?
The trucks come in full load, and it starts about 9 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock we open to the public. So
Yeah.
2 to probably 7 a.m. you'll see all the operation going full-fledged.
Oh, you can smell it.
I'm definitely a meat. I'm very low on meat. I'll eat some pork, pulled pork stuff, bacon, chicken, white meat chicken more than dark meat chicken, even though dark meat's supposed to be better, you know, it has more flavor and fats and stuff. I just like the leaner white meat stuff. And then usually it's fried, so it's less lean at that point. Really? Deer, venison, I've had it once or twice. I was kind of like not impressed. And the fact that it's that much harder to do, I'm like, eh. And it's like exotic, aka, you know, different meats. It's like eating quail instead of eating chicken. It's not particularly exotic. It's just rarer to do. There's no infrastructure built out for it in the same way. I've had bison meat before. It's fine, but like whatever. Really? Is it really worth buying a whole deer and cow? And what, you gonna like cut it up? You gotta butcher it? I mean, I guess there's a lot of labor you're doing, or like, what the fuck? That's crazy. I mean, buying in bulk makes sense, but buying, that's a different kind of bulk, you know what I mean? Soups and curries make sense more, just because of the way that the dark meat can sort of like, it's like people use bones in soups and then they take it out, right? Just to get that added stock flavor. So when you cook dark meats and you're boiling it in the stew, the same way that when you boil meat, it loses some of its luster. Like the idea of having boiled something seems like, oh, you've lost so much flavor. So when you boil the dark meat, it goes into the water and then the water tastes good. And then the meat is less intense because it's now been stripped out a little bit. So yeah, I agree. It makes sense.
So basically, this is the unloading area, and I'll show you.
Like, oh boy, a boiled steak. No one cooks it like that unless it's sous vide, but then it's in a bag, so it doesn't get boiled, it gets cooked, which is a different thing.
The main portion of the building.
Shark fin soup?
First,
Ooh, the
Brian
band soup.
explained the layout of the market to me.
Hold on, I want to nerd out. I want to see. She's got a monopod thing. Yeah, she has a monopod. She must have a very small camera to trust that leg to hold that fucker up.
First, Brian explained the layout of the market to me.
It's basically 4 football fields long.
First, there's the loading dock, where fish pour in from all over the world. Then there's the spine, known as a fast lane. It's typically flooded by forklifts and it's massive. On each side are the sidewalks, where buyers and workers can weave.
Depending on when it was, maybe it wasn't illegal. I mean, obviously having it in Japan is a different thing. It's already dead, but by buying into it, you're voting with your wallet. You know what I mean? In my mind, it's been banned or been seen as a no-no for more than 4 years, but also you would be very young at that point. You know what I mean? So I think you're free of the moral burden on that one 4 years ago for you. So yeah.
Through. And then vendors run out of houses. Fulton Fish Market has about 30.
People want weird dog food.
And all this together is called the neighborhood.
I mean, considering that even lobster was considered to be gross because it's like cockroaches of the sea. So there's something about like when they would catch a bunch of things, they would throw the lobsters at the poor people. Because they're like, oh, here, workers, for me, I will eat the fish. Well, you will eat this gross thing. And then they were like, hey, these are actually pretty sick or whatever, right? And then people realize, wait a minute, that's good, right? That's kind of, but so it wasn't always a rich thing. It was kind of a poor thing for a while, but then the industry changed.
We're a house. Blue Ribbon is a house. Emerald
We're a
is
house. We're a house. Warehouse. Got it.
Monty's is a house.
So each vendor...
Yeah, the shark fin soup is weird, where they like catch a shark, slop off its fin, and then shove it back into the water. And it's like, just eat the whole shark, man. You've killed it effectively, right? But I guess they go, we only want to harvest fins, want all this damn wasted space of these sharks. So goodbye, you know. Yeah. It's more, yeah, it does get down to like the weirdness of the ethics where it's like, hey, you can cage these chickens and you could have them live their entire life inside of a factory and never see sunlight and then be sent off to a slaughterhouse where they get mass killed together in one weird decapitating machine and then we cook and eat them. But I swear to God, if you let them free range grow up and then also train them to fight each other, then that is considered inhumane, you know? I don't think cockfighting is humane for any reason, but it's just like we draw the line there, but not there. And it's like, okay, sure. You know what I mean? You know, okay. What if you eat the cockfight after it dies? Like, what if, is that better? Is that, I mean, I get it. It's still, but is it better? You know what I mean? Like, are you more okay with it now?
Each
their
vendor
own house.
is a house.
Does every single house have like a team in the same way that Blue Ribbon does?
I think we have the best team. Like, we're the Yankees of the Fulton Fish Market. Of course. If we don't win the championship, it's a failure season. I'm number 2. That's A-Rod right there. If you want to walk around, I'll show you the guys around.
Yeah, let's do that.
Richie.
Man, you went right for the vegan, not even vegetarian, just full on vegan. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely be vegetarian just because I eat meat so little, and I enjoy the chicken fingerification of meat. You know what I mean? I'll eat fish sticks. I'll eat fish and chips. I'll eat fried chicken. And then I'll occasionally enjoy like a butter chicken from an Indian dish or something. But it's always sort of like it's more on the prep and the sauce and the way that it's enhanced than the meat itself. The closest thing I've eaten and appreciated of actual meat would be pulled pork with like barbecue sauce. But again, it's covered in barbecue sauce. So eating something like, I forget what it's called.
Fucking die! Kill yourself. Die!
Oh, Mongo
yeah,
beef.
you can
Whoa.
pop yourself in the fucking skull! Fucking kill yourself! Pop a fucking 9mm! Kill yourself.
Thanks. Thank you so much for the raid for 25 people. You were playing Borderlands 4. How is Borderlands? I've not played Borderlands in a long time. Mongo is from, like the Beegs and Jam side of Twitch, which is a little different than the side of Twitch I've been sort of like, yeah, it's a good raid alert. That was one of my favorite edits. I haven't played a Borderlands game since probably Borderlands 1, but I've heard it's good. I haven't heard a lot, but I've heard it's good. Borderlands 4 isn't pretty good. It's a great raid alert. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's very reminiscent of the Senna clip where she was basically doing the same thing. That scared you awake. Yes, kill animals, not, yeah. I was thinking about vegan versus vegetarian and how I don't mind eating less and less meat nowadays. Also because of like climate change, right? I don't mind doing my part of eating less meat, but I've just always eaten like, it's more of the sauce. Oh yeah, there's like some kind of special fruit. I forget the name of it. It's not durian, jackfruit. That's what it is. There's some kind of special fruit that you can kind of like prepare in a certain way, and it's very like, it's like pulled pork. It's not pulled pork, but you don't eat pig. Interesting. It's probably good for you. It's like a fattier meat or whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I love pigs. I grew up, Babe Pig in the City was like a movie. The teacup pig craze, where people were showing off these like teacup pet pigs that ended up growing into full-size potbelly pigs. Anyway, I wanted a pet pig. I thought they were so cute. They're so sweet, but I also like bacon. I mean, but it's good for you not to eat bacon because it's just not good. I mean, it's good, but I mean, I found out that eating just like deli meat is not good. Like I was reading something, and then there was this. They just said it as an aside, like, well, we all know that deli meats have carcinogens and cause cancer. And I was just like, huh? I've eaten so many packages of salami and pepperoni. What do you mean we all know that? No one told me that. I was not aware of that. Oh no. My intestines must be, carpet bombed with tumors now. So I imagine bacon is very similar with the nitrates and the preservatives and the way that it's salted and whatever, that it would just be in the same category, but also it's super fatty too. You have a reaction to pig meat. Oh, wow. Huh. Eggs do it too. Wow. I definitely like eggs. So that was one of the things is like, I mean, I get it when I think about it more, but like to me, an egg is not meat. It's protein, But like I thought vegans and vegetarians should be chill with it. I think vegetarians are chill with eggs, but vegans aren't. But there's like, if you know, the idea of factory farming is damaging and there's no consent involved with there's no consent involved with the egg farming, factory farming model. So that I can understand. And like milk being on the anti-vegan list because you're milking cows in a factory farm setting, keeping them out of nature, whatever. Like, okay, because like to me, milk should not be a problem, but it's an animal thing, I guess. I mean, maybe you can make milk with like human breast milk that's harvested with consent. Then I guess vegans would be like, there you go. Enjoy those cookies. They're better than we've ever had in a while because you've made butter with human breast milk and, you know, wowie. I mean, there's nothing I like, to me, empathy is never misplaced. It's a mantra that I've modified from a choose your own adventure forum game about a special Mesopotamian superhero. It doesn't really matter, but it was like something awful thread that I was following for years. And one of the super old god characters would say, mercy is never misplaced. And I think a better version of that is saying empathy is never misplaced. So like vegans are being empathetic when they say that in my mind. And I don't think that's a misplacement to think that way. I can understand not being able to. I can also understand having a different opinion, but I don't fault them. Now, if they're being, air quote, virtue signaling, trying to be the most annoying woke person at the party and trying to be less empathetic towards other people, then that's just someone who's just an asshole, right? It has something to do with the veganism as itself. They're just one of those people that make it your problem that they're vegan. You know what I mean? It's like somebody that, you know, installs Linux on their computer, but doesn't go around telling everybody that they've done it. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But when they start getting in your face and telling you why you should no longer use Windows or Apple products, and you're like, okay, man, like, I understand. You can even educate me on like the reasons to move away, but don't like make me out like I'm a bad person. You know what I mean? the nuance in some situations. You can't handle scrambled eggs. Helps pull in non-vegan because some people love meat taste. Oh yeah, I mean, and people don't like getting macros from pills. I would probably. I mean, I've enjoyed eating my entire life, so I think it would be difficult to transition into I have a drip feed bag into my system, or I eat a pill, and all of a sudden my nourishment is handled. I feel like I would still be hungry, but maybe because my body is dumb, it wouldn't know any better. But yeah, I enjoy eating. I would pleasure eat, you know. I mean, I guess you could like, if you ate your pills, then you could like chew food and then just spit it out. But that feels insanely wasteful and stupid and gross. But you could do it that way. Yeah. There is lactate you can take. It's like you don't like being lactose intolerant, but you like mac and cheese. Yeah, I mean, mac and cheese is easy to love, but lactose is like a pill you take before you eat, and it just fills your gut with a bunch of the enzymes that let you not shit your pants. So, win-win. We were looking at this fish market and how it works. I'll scroll it back just a little bit. It's a 4 football field long thing.
On each side are the sidewalks, where buyers and workers can weave through, and then vendors run out of houses. Fulton Fish Market has about 30. And all this together is called the neighborhood.
We're a house. Blue Ribbon is a house. Emerald is a house. Monty's is a house.
So each vendor is their own house.
Is a house.
I feel like this reminded me of Andor. I won't necessarily. Hey, what's up? Paradox-ish. is best. Beast is beast. I'm illiterate mostly, so this reminds me of Andor when they're like competing and they're
Does every single house have like a team in the same way that Blue Ribbon does?
I think we have deep.
I got laid off in July, so 2 peas in a pod.
Best team. Like, we're the Yankees of the Fulton Fish Market. If we don't win the championship, it's a failure season. I'm number 2.
Yeah, where's the electric floor?
Right there. If you want to walk around, I'll show you the guys around.
Yeah, let's do that.
Richie,
This dude
that's
sounds
our
exactly
head
like I thought he would.
That's about 4 or 5 giant tunas. He cuts sword, tunas, you know? Keston,
He said that they said that he's the head cutter, as in like in charge of cutting. I thought he's in charge of cutting heads. Like, I'm here to cut the heads off these fish, and that's what I'm here for, and that's all I'm gonna do. Because he was obviously cutting body sections there, but yeah.
Manages inventory as it comes in. This is Joe. How do you know? Basically runs the clams and oysters. So if you're having oysters and clams anywhere in the tri-state area, there's a
If you're eating what looks like a rock, he's got it for you. If you're cracking open a rock and just eating a little bit of meat that's tucked away inside, hidden away in there, that's the guy that found it.
distinct possibility that Joe probably procured those oysters in that store. Jeff in the window, he's the money guy. Delfino, they make sure the product that we sell gets on the customers' trucks.
Forklift certified. I've known a few people in my life who've been forklift certified. Maybe it's not as exotic as I was thinking it was.
This is Jake the Snake Roberts. He's basically the local fish expert. This is Warren, our owner. He's involved in every aspect.
All these companies are competing.
Gamers is a good gender neutral term. The people have been saying like howdy y'all is surprisingly Australia. Australia. It's an old term for it, I think. But gamers. Maybe not capital G gamers, but just gamers.
For the same audience. Who can have the better fish for the best price?
I shouldn't have
and
answered
yet
for you.
pay the boats back the best price. Right now it's quiet. Everybody's trying to figure it out. Everybody's getting set up. There's a little bit of a hum in the air. We hear the machines, we hear the rock and roll. In a few minutes, the doors are going to open. You'll see the customers come in. You'll get.
Don't you mean OZ? Don't you mean OZ? Whenever I hear someone say Z, I'm like, what? Huh? I mean, it makes sense because I know that that's just how they do things, but it's just like, huh? It throws me for a loop because, like, I guess I'm so old. I just think of Pulp Fiction. It's a movie with Die Hard guy, Bruce Willis, and he's like Zed's dead, and like it's spelled Z-E-D. It was like a guy's name. So just using Z whenever you say Z. It's just weird. I don't know. It's weird. It's just more effort, I think.
To observe firsthand.
Now I got to think. Is there a letter that we say as Americans that is different? Like when we say J, it sounds like J-A-Y. Do some people say, oh, it's just J? What do you mean? Why do you say J? That's a whole word. I'm trying to think if there's something that we do differently that way. O? That sounds like O. I don't think there's any. I mean, Z is enunciated out as Z-E-E, right? Well, J as H would be like, oh, look, it's Jesus instead of Jesus, right? But that's just like a whole different thing. Yeah, Spanish, yeah. Probably other romantic languages too. Also, the double L is a Y sound. Like, that makes sense. Like, we got the PH as an F. Like, everyone has, I don't know, language shit. I was just trying to think if there was another thing. Because it must have come from somewhere. Someone told someone to pronounce it that way at some point, and that someone was in a different place than where we are. So, and then that caught on, you know? Word nerd. Word nerd shit. Word nerd.
You know, a nickel means a lot in this business. I think when the meat delivery comes in, they count the boxes. Or the produce comes in, they count the boxes. But when the fish delivery comes in, the chef stops what he's doing. The chef wants to go and connect with that delivery. They're going to look at the eyes, the gills, feel the fish. Eddie, what do you need? Come on. You're going to have to piece a lot of this shit together.
I mean, I guess that makes sense that they don't want to get a bunch of shit fish coming in, but they got to, like, hit the eyeball and, like, see, oh, yeah, that's a nice firm eyeball. That's a good fish right there. I mean, there must be something.
I also like all of the interruptions because it shows how busy everything is.
This is not.
Is it that dude who's, sorry for pausing so much. Is it that dude who's, explains the etymology? I mean, pale white dude with glasses who explains things in detail. I'm literally explaining every single one of them at this point, but hello, welcome. Okay. Big dump here. Country that everyone hates. I am used to it, but one of my favorite YouTubers uploaded a video about my country in which most of the videos aren't even from my country, and most of the things are false. And when I opened the comments, I was so broke. Space, period, space. Comments were like, this country, people don't have a right, have is capitalized, to be born in all. Literally, my heart was saying, just die. I'm not going to pronounce that person's name because I do not want. Shout out North Korea. What? People are very against North Korea. There's been a bunch of videos I've seen that try to humanize the people of North Korea, and they get a lot of hate towards them for trying to do such a thing because people of North Korea are just people. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. Obviously, people who try and like demonize the people of Gaza, right? People of Palestine. And there's lots of people who will, jump on that the same way. People in Cuba, some people say it's the government of Cuba's fault, but the people of Cuba get attacked. So there's always going to be national back and forths, unfortunately. Maybe when we get world communism, then we'll be good. Maybe at that point.
Busy.
Then Brian brought me to Ed, who runs a house next door.
Here's a shark, Olivia, a little big. Whoa! Like all these spiny dogfish.
And he was very excited to show me his inventory.
These come from down south. It's nicer when the eye is convex as opposed to concave. It means it's fresher. And if it's gold, if it's in the brown color and not a white, pink, or red color, if it's a golden eye, browner eye, and it's convex as opposed to concave, so you can't sink your finger in the eye, that's another sign of freshness. How cool is the squid? 8 little arms, 2 long arms.
That's awesome.
Right? Then you have to watch out because if you turn around real quick, Jack, there's some unsavory characters. That mom and little sister.
Everybody who's talking is a character in this thing.
Just have to watch out for in this market. All right? So just keep that in mind when you come.
Everyone seems to go about their job in their own unique way. Some people are blasting music, some people are shouting, some people are having fun, but overall, everyone seems.
That does sound like selection bias, confirmation bias, right? Not to besmirch your situation. But you notice them because they're viral, right? Theoretically. I'm such a fucking nerd, contrarian. You say a thing, I'm going to go, well, actually, I apologize.
just be getting their work done.
This guy and everybody else, get out of here. I got no time. You guys are
Get
right
out.
now.
I'm walking here. Hey, I'm monging here.
Whether or not you get the work done.
What is that?
Ooh, unfortunately, my country, well, my country's turning around, but for the longest time, I mean, literally in the UK, it's illegal to say you love Palestine, right? Palestine Action, people are being, 84-year-old ladies, little old ladies are getting arrested and taken into a paddy wagon for saying that they support. I've never come across India hate videos. But I guess I don't look at for that stuff. This guy has the red hood as his avatar. This dude looks like a racist piece of shit. I'm just gonna say it. Like, looking at the thumbnails alone, like black fatigue, this person is racist as fuck. I would never watch this person's videos ever. He's edgy. He's edgy and cool, like the one that shoots and kills. Yeah, it sucks when people who have... It sucks when people who are charismatic and humorous just get stuck on some of the dumb shit. You might, over time, learn that after seeing them point the racism and vitriol towards you and how you don't like it, it could be a learning moment to realize that you liked it when it was being pointed at others, and you should learn to have that same empathy backwards. You feel targeted right now because everyone's laughing at your country or saying negative things about your literal race. But if you liked other videos that were going off on things, making fun of George Floyd, and I mean, just take some reflection and understand that this is not a heel turn for this person. This person has been making this type of shit. They literally made a black fatigue video a few videos before they made the Indian fatigue. And that's just based off of the fucking racist ass people who like don't want schedule. I forget the name of the visa, but there's a thing where we bring, it's a brain drain. People, we try to create easy access visas for college educated professionals to come to America. And people are like, yeah, we don't want them in our country either, because they're just being as bonkers racist as possible. Even though JD Vance's wife is fucking Indian, they're like, we don't want them here. You know, they're crazy. They're horrible. I'm sorry that you had to see such content being pumped out and drooled over. I imagine X is probably a bad environment to be in general. I just hope that at least a good side would be you learn what racism looks like, or you learn who not to follow. Like, if this dude is a piece of shit and you can see it now, it might help you see how not to be a piece of shit in other ways. I don't know. video made by an Indian American about the Indian hate videos. Oh yeah, this dude, he's chill as hell. I've seen this guy in a bunch of things. One day, I would like to be smart and be able to make videos. But unfortunately, I'm dumb. I mean, India is technically the most populated country in America, right? Now, since China is no longer. So you're going to get a lot of eyes. And the UK market, I know, has got a bunch of... there's a bunch of racism in Europe right now. So racist baiting is going to get a lot of eyes. Unfortunately. I can get mad at 100 things. Did I say in America? I'm so stupid. Sorry. I'm sorry. I will continue the video, yeah. I appreciate the nod to a slight divergence. And I don't think it was in bad faith. I was a little confused at first because you were like not saying what country you were from. So I was just like, I wasn't sure if this was like a big build up to something, but there's also a really big Twitch streamer, well, bigger than me, who covers a lot of stuff about India because he's Indian. Arun? Arun? I don't know. Let's see. I gotta look at my followers list. He was on a Hassan stream. They jokingly said like he's the Indian Hassan, and then Hassan said he's the American Arun. Yeah, this is him. He covers news and shit. He talks things. He's made like a multiple part documentary about shit that I don't know about. I can probably find his YouTube while we're finding positive people to help lift spirits and build inspiration. I was happy I spelled his name right there. I just had to guess. Okay, that makes sense. So this would be his channel. Yeah, I've heard that so that might be more bite-sized videos than when he's not live. Makes sense, right? Tamil struggle, buried by the world. He made a 3-part series on that. So people are people. People are separate. To ever say that an entire country is fucked. Like, I don't even say the people of Israel are all bad. You know what I mean? The polls show that they still support the genocide going on and stuff. But I'm not going to just say that someone's Israeli. That means that they're a bad person. Because there are anti-Zionist Israelis. You know what I mean? So, like, it all depends upon the individual politics, not just literally where they're from. Anyway, fish.
Do most people decorate there?
I'm pathetic, and I'm wearing this thing for like 44 years. So, and he does. Look, he's got something.
Yeah, but my Giants, it's already worn down because I actually work. So mine's just worn down.
Mine is intact. You know, I try to use it as little as
Tell the audience
possible.
why yours is intact, Eddie boy. Tell the audience.
No, you seem to be very, you know, loquacious right now.
Sorry, see, mine's is worn from actual.
Okay, that's funny that the managers and the supervisors also wear a hook, even though they don't use them. That's kind of crazy. It's like a fucking badge of honor.
Work, ladies and gentlemen. Notice how his is brand new. He's had it for 40 years.
So it's almost 2 a.m.
We had that same problem. You said that people saw brown people and they said it's Indians or whatever. Like, we had people saying that so-and-so was a Haitian and they're eating the cats and dogs or whatever. And it was like a white lady from a different town or something. And they're like just saying they're Haitians, or it's just racist being racists, you know? Unfortunately, that's in our world. I'm sorry. I don't know. Sucks.
The doors are about to open and then the buyers are just gonna start flooding in, and I'm so excited. I think I'm scared. I don't know how I should be reacting to this because everyone's been.
I mean, tuna, a little fish on a can. So fucking big. It's crazy.
Hyping it up. The fish market is about to be in full swing. People talk about this layout as like a neighborhood with houses and sidewalks and everything.
Are you in the Gryffindor house or are you in the fish house?
Would that mean that they're like families considered?
There's a
in each
sorting
house?
carp
Like,
you
how
have to
does
wear in
that
your head.
dynamic work?
You kind of have neighbors, so you talk to the people that are closest to you, and you kind of keep that information that you exchange closer with those people.
You're in competition technically, but you're still kind of working together.
It's a collaborative effort to help the customers, but we're very much so out for you know, the betterment of our own businesses. It's a cutthroat environment more so than it is a friendly one. For my family, growing up, they were involved in the business. My dad was here his whole life, and
The main difference that I'm noticing after 2 a.m. versus before 2 a.m. is that yes, people are rushing in, it's more chaotic, it's more crazy, fish are getting chopped, but the main thing I'm noticing is that the forklifts are going crazy. I've never seen more forklifts in my entire life, just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And it seems like a lot of the customers are actually in loading trucks outside. So a majority of the customers aren't coming inside the building. And it might be because they don't want their jacket to smell like mine does right now. But I don't blame them for that.
I was wondering if, because there's so many hoodies, and like hoodies are cloth, and I was thinking that, God, those hoodies must stink. But I was like, well, maybe because it's so cold and they're so fresh, it doesn't stink like fish. But I guess it does. I'm so naive to think it didn't. Comic, as in like comic books, DC, Superman, Spider-Man, Marvel.
halibut here is a little gray, not so eye-peeling, but you take a cut of the meat and you see that it's still fresh. On the inside, it's what counts.
Really? Dang.
We live in a perishable world. You've got.
I went fishing once. I think it was just on a dock. My brother caught some tiny ass little rainbow something. I caught nothing. And I was like, that's not fair. What the fuck? This sucks. It's very young me to be like, huh? Why is this unbalanced? Brother get one, I get one. Why not? Yeah.
Got to make split-second decisions on whether to take a sale, not take a sale. You've got to have the right price.
I'm too ADHD for fishing. I mean, I guess I'm just sitting out there watching videos or doing something else, but yeah.
The right product. You can never just do one thing at a time. You're always doing 2 or 3 times.
That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't really asked. Like, Goat, are you? I mean, how could you? It does make sense, literally being in Asia, right? I imagine like mangas would be way up your alley just because you're into comic books, and that's comic books basically, just read backwards for some reason.
And thinking ahead, what's going on next? Watching the whole stand, watching the customers, where'd they come from, what are they looking for, what do they need? What's the
Oh,
pulse
that's right.
of
I
the
forgot about
market?
that part.
Is it busy?
Okay.
Is it not busy? You got to drop prices to make your market.
But there's got to be one or two that you're like, okay, making an exception for or something. Just because it would be like somebody saying, I hate comic books, sort of, right? It's just a medium, media is a plural, medium for storytelling, right? Now, the stories that are told are very commonly along a certain line that happens with different things, but there could still be something. I don't know. Gotcha.
Or you feel like the market's going to get tighter and hold firm.
That's funny.
Here's how a sale typically goes.
Well, Goat, Happy Goat, big DC fan, big enjoyer. There's been varied interests because also Star Wars, right? That's another thing. I'm just airing out your laundry now at this point, but just giving you a hint of the team if there's ever.
Goes. Buyers, which consist of restaurants, grocery stores, distributors, will either place their orders in person or over the phone. But regulars often have standing orders with the vendor. And if you're a walk-in, here's where the negotiation happens. Sometimes you can haggle a nickel up to 25 cents per pound. The vendor then grabs the fish and inspects it for freshness by checking the eyes, flesh, and gills. Fish are then brought to the scale and priced by weight. They then pay, and the fish is packed in ice. If the buyer's on site, they'll walk off with their order. If it's a restaurant or supermarket, vendors will load onto forklifts, which is then brought to delivery trucks that head straight to kitchens or stores.
So you can go there and just buy fish for yourself? That's kind of crazy.
The life of a fishmonger is not easy. It's a life of sleep deprivation.
He said it.
Pressure.
This building is addicting. There's really no other atmosphere like it. It's open air market where everybody can kind of like negotiate and make their own deals. A couple weeks ago, I made a deal with a guy, and then he kind of like reneged on the deal, and we got into it for a little bit, and you know, I told him to F off and get the F out of here because I was not happy with the way that things
I don't think I've ever seen a blank hat.
went. He was trying to like take advantage of me, and I was like, no,
So
you can't do that.
was he
So-
trying to like lowball you?
Yeah, exactly. I gave him a deal. He kind of zhuzhed the deal up in his own favor. I was like, no, this is not happening. And then he's like, okay. And then he starts putting stuff onto a hand truck like he's going to take it out himself. And I was like, no, you don't take that. This is my
No.
stuff. Get out of here. And he's a scoundrel, but you know what? That's part of his business. He's a bottom-feeding customer. So,
And you've
I mean,
never seen him again?
no, he's here all the time. Actually, we dapped it up Monday morning that following week. He was like, hey, how you doing? And I was just like, I'm watching you.
Everybody tries to do something different in the market to stand out. At Blue Ribbon, one of our big things here is our Hidden Fjord salmon. We're the exclusive distributors of the Hidden Fjord salmon here in the Fulton Fish Market. That'll go to La Bernardin today.
So the Hidden Fjord that Warren shipped out to La Bernardin left at 6:30 a.m., I believe. So I'm gonna go take a nap, and then I'm gonna try the fish. We're at La Bernardin. Let's go meet Chef Repair.
He's the man behind the 3 Michelin-starred La
So this is an interesting side of it. I guess it's almost that over.
Bernardin. He's hosted TV shows, written bestsellers, cooked alongside Anthony Bourdain, and he also happens to be one of Blue Ribbon's biggest customers. And we got an interview with him.
Very simple. We want the best seafood.
Some big chefs are kind of interesting because they still do their labor. I mean, they still put on the jacket. Like they're the boss of the room, but they're still schlepping it. You know what I mean? It's interesting. The food business at the higher end, it can still be somewhat similar to a kitchen that you would have at a more mid to low tier, whatever bullshit. Like probably not an Applebee's or something, but my brother worked at some place called Swank somewhere in Miami. and it was not super fancy or whatever it is. He wanted it to be, you know, but it's just the way those kitchens work. It's just kind of interesting. Maybe I've been fooled by television and thinking that they actually work more than they do, but because I was even just thinking about the entire fish market, that whole 4 football field long thing. Like, that's labor, man. All the other fake jobs out there, they ain't that. The physically doing stuff and the logistics of them is what makes them move things. And Red Hood is really popular in China. Maybe that YouTuber was Chinese. I imagine Chinese has some racists. Probably not. Not as many. Probably. I mean, I know that there's a lot of racism in Asia. From the American perspective, we're like, huh? You know, it all looks like, what kind of Chinese are you? You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah, but we're just a very dumb version of racist.
That is possible on the market, and therefore...
Really? I mean, I shouldn't be as surprised just because he has escape velocity. Like, this guy, he was on a show once or twice. He had, you know, an article written about him where he did that photo shoot or something, but I ain't never fucking heard of him, you know? He's still here. He's still working. He's gotten some rep that brings in some money to his business, but he hasn't gotten escape velocity out of the fucking thing. Gordon Ramsay made it out, right? He's interstellar at this point. I'm trying to think if there's others I can even name on top of my head. Bobby Flay, you know, some other, like, you know, Food Network people. But a lot of the ones that are, like, even the special guests that would come on MasterChef or whatever, who are super important chefs at restaurants, they're still cooking that food, man.
We have a very special relationship with our purveyors. Approximately 60% of our seafood comes from Blue Ribbon. To have a good relationship with them is very simple. You pay on time, and then you get the best fish of the market. New York is the capital of the world, and people from every side of the planet are coming with different cultures. So it's a little bit of a natural fusion in New York, because inspiration comes from the surrounding. So the handling of the seafood has to be very quick and very well organized. And then whatever goes in the plate has the mission to elevate the fish to the next level. Every element that goes in that plate will elevate the fish.
If you can connect with the fish and you can connect with the chef or with your customer and bring your customer closer to the ocean, that's my why. That's why I do it.
I mean, I would have never really thought how a super fancy restaurant would ever actually source its stuff, but there is a warehouse distributor place like this that is as close as possible, and it gets things that are within the quality and freshness grade that they need. And I guess that's also why there's a fish of the day, because they were able to buy a bunch of those hidden fjord fish. So they got there early enough to get them. They were in stock. The price was agreeable, whatever it was. So that's the fish of the day, because they only want to cook certain things per day. Unlike an Applebee's, where it's on the menu 24/7. It's shipped frozen in a bag. They pull it out and heat it up and give it to you. But I'll eat that slop, dude. I'll eat it. I love it. I'm a cheap date. That's how I like to think about it in the more positive sense, because trailer trash doesn't come across as nice. I've never actually lived in a trailer though, so I guess I've sort of escaped that. Let's watch this. Let's watch this video that Goat posted up. I've seen some travel blog stuff on some other channels, and I've watched a couple of things here and there on my own, but fuck it, let's just watch it. I need to grab the title. Ta-da, 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 ta-da. And now we watch.
YouTube. It's a new day. It's a new day.
We're just watching
because
the video.
This is the first time in a long time I filmed without a script. I feel free. I feel edgy. I feel like
This man's too attractive. Not really?
I can say whatever I want. No. Nope. Not gonna say that. Okay, I can't say anything I want, but I hypothetically could. I don't.
Really? Damn. I mean, I'm old. I get that. They're younger than me. I get that. It just looks like. Okay, so. Got it. I was worried they went like they're like 16 or something. I'm like, Jesus Christ. They build them better than they used to, man. What the fuck?
I have words that limit me. And I'm gonna be honest, it feels f***ing amazing. And I'm glad you're here with me. Because I have someone to witness Saji in his purest form. And he's a hot mess, I'll tell you that. So welcome to the first ever episode of Saji Off Script. Saji Unscripted. Sign my name at the end. Saji Sharma, no script needed. Sign my name at the end. Yeah. Saji Sharma is good in. Saji Sharma, so good, no need for script. Always gotta sign my name at the end.
This might not be the best intro, just because it's like, I don't know him enough to have appreciation for the difference between scripted and unscripted. I'm sure.
Now, there are a few reasons as to why I chose to not script this video. For one, I am actually going to be in India in 3 days' time. So when I'm there, I'm really not going to want to be doing any work. I will be wanting to enjoy my time with my family who I haven't seen in years. And when this video comes out, I will actually be in India. So you can comment and ask me, how's your trip going? Are you having a good time with your family? Because I can accurately and honestly comment back. And that is just beautiful. The second reason, which wasn't planned, but it just came up in my head, I don't have to write 10-page scripts for every video, okay? Listen, I love this job, okay? And I love putting in 110% of work, but not everyone deserves that much time and effort, which is gonna segue into my third point. God damn, I'm fucking good at this. The person we are talking about today doesn't even deserve that effort again. Now today, we're gonna be talking about an old foe, an old arch nemesis by the name of the small-brained American. We talked about him around about 9 months ago.
Stolen valor. I'm also small-brained.
Because the small-brained American here talked some shit about India. And if you didn't know, this is your first time here, I'm Indian. And I didn't mess with it. Now, for those of you unfamiliar, he is a travel vlogger who travels to different countries and vlogs the experience.
One of my, I think I may have mentioned this story before, but one of my professors when I was at FSU for like a year and a half, creative writing guy, he had visited India many times and he loved India. He talked about, you know, the goods and bads, whatever it was, but he loved it. So I would always sort of come from it. That was sort of my first ever meeting a person and them saying, I've been to India. I go there all the time. I've walked that. I've done this. I've hung out and stayed in people's homes and whatever. And he saw the beauty of it. Maybe in toxic other weird ways, whatever. I don't think he's a passport bro, whatever, but he just had a soft spot for it. So that's why it felt weird for someone to say immediately that they thought negatively of it overall.
Hence the name. Why did I just describe a travel vlogger? Everyone knows what that is.
No script needed.
And he went to India. And he had a great time. Yeah, he had it. No, I'm lying. He didn't. His video is called India Sucks, Don't Ever Come Here. 5.6 million views. That video did so well, but he was like, I gotta stay in India. I gotta keep making videos in India. about how they suck and the India's train ride from hell, 1.4 million views. The one place in India that doesn't suck. Substantially less views. Oh my god, I know what I need to do. Make more videos about why India sucks. And also because my views dropped so substantially. Oh my god. From 5.6 million views, averaging around 1 million views, maybe even, okay, not that much. He was averaging around maybe like 400,000 views. Okay, maybe he was averaging around 300,000 views. And
he's got to pop off and he's got to hit it again.
Judge. Until you piss me off, then I'm gonna judge the fuck out of you. His views dropped a little bit, okay? He was popping last year on everyone's homepage. He fell off. You know, which, again, that happens. I don't judge. Until you piss me off. I went back to India. It still sucks. Now,
hey, it's bald. That's the guy that Carter would watch sometimes. Everyone would say he's like a freak and a bad person. And then he stopped watching him. Everyone's happy. There's that Mike OK guy instead. People will enjoy.
I have not watched this video yet, but today we're gonna watch it because I'm going to India and I need to cleanse out all of the sort of evilness and badness that lay inside me so that when I'm there I can just really enjoy my stay. And there's no better way of doing that than sitting down to watch the small-brained American's newest video. But first, here's a quick word from our sponsor. Do you need to step up your business to the next level but are unsure about how to make that step? Do you want to make that tool completely about
Odoo.
All right, start a time.
And thank you, Odoo, for sponsoring this video.
We're all broke.
All right, start a timer. Let's see how long it takes someone to ask me for a taxi.
We're at the airport, man.
What was that, like 5 seconds?
Oh my god, I hate him so much. I hate him so much. You're in an airport.
Right.
People ask for taxis. That's just an airport thing. That's how, like, all airports everywhere function.
International
Yeah,
airports.
rickshaw.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going here. I'll show you the address.
And you're using a rickshaw anyway, so what was all the complaining about?
I think 10 minutes driving.
Not 10 minutes possible, sir.
It's a very crowded area.
Maybe faster because you're a professional.
Shut the fuck up. You're annoying. Why do you have so much attitude? As soon as you did you really hate India that much when you came to?
He's British and he drinks. What do you want from him, right? His body is half poison on a good day, right? I mean, he seems to come at things with empathy, right? I have only watched a couple. One on my own and then some vicariously through others. So limited exposure. But people seemed to have shown, as far as travel vloggers go, give him a better, vote of confidence.
Last time, these people didn't do anything to you, man. They're trying to fucking live and work.
How much? Kitna?
300 rupees, sir.
20. I'll pay you 20.
20?
20, yeah.
Dollar?
There's something about, I mean, I've heard it before. Yeah, sure. Yeah. That's half of my shtick sometimes. When you go to a different country on vacation, you're gonna get fleeced. You're gonna get finessed because you're not a native speaker. It's just one of those things that's gonna happen, right? I don't know a way around it, but haggling like that, pretty rough, is not gonna work out.
You're funny.
What an asshole! We're only a minute into this video. I should know this, but how much is 300 rupees to USD?
I can't imagine it that much.
You're trying to bargain $4 down to what? Oh my god. 24 cents? You asshole. Yeah. That's how much you make per minute on YouTube. Just pay the driver $4. Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter anyway. You're a white foreigner. Of course they're gonna upcharge you. Why should they charge you the same as a local who lives there and has to work in the hardships of the urban areas of India? That's ridiculous.
Okay, 40. Okay, thank you. All right. 40.
Bye-bye.
All right.
He like hangs out for a bit to see if he'll change his mind at all. I'm gonna leave now. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm leaving. I'm walking away right now. Okay, bye. This is what happens when you try to bargain in a foreign country. You're gonna get your ass beat every time. I mean, come on.
It's always fun bargaining in India. It's almost impossible to get an honest price.
Why should you deserve an honest price? You make 10 times what they make in a year. Why do you deserve an honest price? You're not even an honest man. Fucking asshole.
Hotel Krishna Plaza. You know it? Yeah? Kitna rupiah? 20.
20 rupees. Only 20 rupees.
That is such a crazy lowball. 20 rupees instead of 300 is fucking absurd.
Give me real price. I'm Indian. Come on, Baisab. We're brothers.
$25?
Comedian. You're comedian. 75.
100. 85.
85. All right. That's fine. All right. Finally, it's a little overpriced.
What are you saying overpriced? What do you mean? This is their fucking day job.
It's like debating over fractional cents. You pay $50 for an Uber to the airport to get here, and you're gonna pay $3 on the other side, and you're mad about it.
Man.
Now $1.
Just give them $4. Holy cow. The video just started, and I'm already so pissed off at this asshole.
Yeah, I mean, it just sort of like starts it off with a bad faith element.
Sorry, no. Whoa. Sorry, I can't. Wow. Did not miss India. Did not miss it.
Oh my God. I did not miss India. I hate this place. All the poor people, man, asking me for what? $4? Fucking upcharging me. $4. Do you know who I am? I'm the small-brained American, famed travel vlogger on YouTube.
Whoa,
no,
we don't condone violence here. Whoa, no. We don't. I mean, I guess you also were not. You were just saying this is a situation that could lead people to have negative consequences, but we don't condone. We do not.
Money to you and your child. Get the fuck out of here.
It's nearly impossible to get a real price for this frick shop. Just like I remember it.
Sorry, if you hate India so much, why the fuck are you there? Why are you there? Oh my God. Why are you in India if it sucks so much? Holy shit.
This is gonna be fun. I don't have exact change, and the smallest bill I have is exactly what he wanted.
You idiot. You fucking idiot. You're so stupid. So you tried to bargain for a lower price, knowing you didn't have change, and you're gonna give him what he wanted. You really are such a small.
He's gonna hit him up for the change.
All right, this is nice.
Oh, I guess he did.
Very clean. Wow.
Wait, did the dude walk his shit all? No, that's the guy from the hotel or whatever.
Have YouTube on it?
Yeah.
Pornhub.
Why does it have? I feel like maybe this was also happening in America too, though. It looks like the peel screen is still on it, but maybe there's like that's a bezel around the display or something.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Let's check out. Oh,
It's towel.
Ah, perfect.
Why did you change the subtitles? He was speaking English. You are so unfunny. That actually isn't even the point of that joke anyway. The whole point is to do the captioning over someone who's speaking a different language so you can be like, haha, what they're saying is inappropriate because I don't actually know what they're saying. But he was speaking English, so it doesn't make any sense.
Wow, this is the nicest hotel I've ever seen in India. It's got backlighting. I mean, half of it's broken, but you know, what are you gonna do?
How many times are you gonna talk shit in this video? I can't handle it. We are only 5 minutes in.
If you guys are wondering, no, I didn't come back to Delhi just to shit on it. I'm trying to avoid this place like the damn plague, but I have to come back here for a little layover, so...
Okay, so he doesn't want to be here, but he has to be here for a layover. I'm so sorry for your luck. I'm so sorry that you have to stay in India. Trust me, India doesn't want you either.
Take me to near the train station.
वहाँ पे McDonald's है बदले रोड पे है वो है City Star से पहले.
The subtitles, man.
See, now he's doing it the way he was saying.
That is so frustrating. Trying to paint these people as manipulators and con men when they're just trying to earn an honest living.
I wonder, I mean, I don't know. I assume, based off of the bad faith from the other part, that he would not have actually translated or got a translation, right? So...
Somebody just hit us. Oh, TikToker. Yeah, bro, yeah. Yeah, you tell him. Damn, this man's going through it. I will definitely pay him a little extra. He's working hard and he's honest about the price.
Oh my God, he does have a heart. He is a little bit human.
He was willing to negotiate, and we will reward that behavior.
He will reward that behavior because we don't see Indian people as human. We see them as fucking animals that work for us. And what? Yes, if you overcharge me $4, I'm gonna get angry. But if you're on your best behavior, I'll give you a little treat. I'll give you a little reward for being a good boy.
It's moments like these I really feel like a colonizer. This man is pushing my chariot.
You are a fucking colonizer. A fucking...
Some days, I feel like one. Every other day, I am one. But some days, I feel like one.
White man using a country for views, calling India shit, and probably making around maybe $700 off of this video. So I think you can afford to pay this man just a little bit extra.
Power tools just in the streets. Breathtakingly irresponsible.
Thank you for your commentary on India. Now tell us what we should do to fix it. Since you seem so wise as to critique everything that you see, Connor, how do we fix it? What steps does India need to take? You seem to have all of the answers. White man, oh white man, tell me please how we keep these power tools off of the streets.
You're doing a great job, sir. You're doing a great job.
Just fucking walk at this point. This is an elderly man. Yeah. And you're gonna pay him maybe $2 extra, if that much. Fucking walk the rest of the way, man. Ask for the directions. Like, come on.
Thank you, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A little extra for you. No problem, brother. Bye, sir. Take care of yourself. Thank you, brother. Man, you hate to see guys that age still working. The man's like older than my dad.
You just watch that man walk a bike with you in it for like a considerable amount of time. I don't really think you have any empathy, if I'm being honest.
No. Don't give money to beggars.
And I was exactly spot on. I'm fucking tired of Indians, man. They just ask for money and they scam. Who are you to hold a child who's probably fake and ask me for money? It's a psyop. It's a trick. Listen, I'm not gonna give in. I'm worth more than 200 rupees. That sounds like a lot of money, because in US dollars, it's a lot of money. And I don't know the conversion rates, but that's not worth it to me. Okay? These people are below me.
Hello. What do you have, sir? Juice. Oh, juice. I don't know if you guys saw that. The man was picking his ears before he prepared juice for the public. So that's the kind of sanitation you can expect here in Delhi, India, guys.
Sorry.
Is he sticking his fingers in the juice? What? I mean, he had an itch in his ear. Okay.
For one, it didn't look like he was picking his ears. It looked like he was like had his hand on his earlobe. And for another, you didn't buy the juice, right? You weren't going to buy the juice. Who do you think you are? Coming into India all high and mighty like you own the fucking place. You've been here one time. That doesn't give you the right to fucking criticize and ridicule every little thing that you see. These people are trying to live their lives and make money so that they can live their lives, while you just come in because you have to and complain and cry about everything like you're better than them, which you think you are for sure. But
Again, I don't believe the layover story.
I actually disagree wholeheartedly.
But you're saying, oh, go to the south. Oh, go to the far north. Go to the far northeast. Well, I'm sorry I didn't go to your very specific regions of India where perhaps those are the outliers. Those are the places that don't suck major But I happen to find myself where I am. And I'm going to express my opinion on it. And if you don't like that, start your own YouTube channel.
Okay. Now what?
Or, alternatively, don't watch my videos. I invite everyone who hates me and doesn't want to hear my opinion to not watch my videos. Everyone has that freedom, and I invite you to take advantage of it.
Chat, is he crashing out? It kind of seems like he's crashing out. Listen, the issue here isn't that you're giving your opinion and that's your opinion and you spend a lot of time in India so you're able to give your opinion. The issue is that your ability to influence people is very large. And you are also a white man. My main issue with your first few videos was that you use clickbait and sensationalism to drive your channel when you're supposed to be this honest travel vlogger. When really, your perspective is just very shallow.
Iced tea.
Iced tea?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Made with clean water?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't want Delhi belly.
Yeah, very bad problem.
Yeah, very problem. Yes, sir. And a champagne flute? That's very nice of them.
Wow, I wasn't expecting hospitality in a country like this.
Whoa, espresso machine. I'm impressed. Very good, sir.
Espresso machine in India? This is unheard of.
Kind of smells a bit foul in here, but...
I knew it was too good to be true. The tea in a champagne flute, the espresso machine, the nice dining. It's all just a cover-up. This place smells like shit.
It's optically extremely nice.
It's optically extremely nice. Shut the fuck up. You sound like an asshole. You do.
You okay? Yeah, I'm great. How are you?
I'm okay. And you?
Yes, I'm very good. Thank you, brother. All right.
From you?
United States, America.
If this is like an issue to you, the amount of merchants that talk to you and ask you questions and people that ask for money, you can like walk by. You can keep walking. You can keep it moving. That's how these things work. If you don't want to be bothered, just keep walking.
Okay, brother. Thank you.
Rich man.
Thank you. Thanks, brother.
The subtitles are so annoying. You're not funny. You are not funny.
This could not be any more different from the metro stations in Japan.
You know, it's funny. Japan and India have a very different history. I would love to educate you, Connor. But that's not my fucking job.
All right, guys, welcome to the Red Fort in Delhi. One of Delhi's main tourist attractions. It's actually the seat of the Mughal Empire. The emperors used to live here, and then after Britain was liberated, it became a sign of their freedom.
Oh, it seems he knows his stuff. He knows the history. This is impressive, Connor.
Freedom from the colonizers. Speaking of colonizers, here's one now.
Hello.
It's Mr. Bald.
I've come back to colonize this country because what they need is a f***ing broom around here.
I didn't think there could be someone that I would hate more in this video than Connor himself. Who is this bald fuck?
It's Mr. Bald.
Oh my god.
When we left this country hundreds of years ago, we left it, not hundreds of years ago, 50 years ago.
Okay.
We left it tidy and neat and nice buildings.
Exactly.
And
they f***ed it.
You gave him 50 years to look after it and look what happens.
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy so hard. Oh. Oh my god. I know we're gonna see more of him. And I can't wait, but I honestly don't want to see him for the rest of my life.
Where are your parents? No, brother. 0 rupees. No, brother.
Cleaning karne sir.
What?
Cleaning.
Ear cleaning. Kitna.
Wait, sorry. That was so funny. Kid, you don't deserve 10 rupees, you child. You're a child. You don't need
3.5 millimeter male to male, I'm guessing. You have to be worried. You have to the preamps on those, depending upon where you're plugging it into. Because the mic ports in the back of your computer, they're usually pretty dog shit. Like I have an audio interface for my XLR microphone, and there's a lot of decent USB microphones now. I mean, you can try it, and maybe it'll be chill, but it could be pretty scuffed. But maybe it'll be fine.
need my money. You're not worth my money, you dirty Indian boy. Get out of my way. What's that ear cleaning? How much?
Kitna, 100? Thank you, brother. Dhanyabad. No, brother. I'm okay now.
It turns to the child. No, fuck you, child. Get the fuck away from me. I just got my ears cleaned. I'm not gonna give money to a fucking child. It's not worth it to me.
No, brother, no. This is what you get. You get stalkers.
Oh, but I know you love the attention. That's why you're doing all this in the first place. Just admit it. You crave the attention, Connor.
Well, I'm being called.
Walk around a market like that. As a white guy in general, you're going to be standing out, and then also waggling a camera in front of your face, right? I mean, these kids might even get people who are there doing the poverty YouTube clickbait. Like, look, I gave a poor Indian kid money. Click on my video kind of shit. So, of course, you're going to get attention. I've struggled with holding a camera out in public just because it just feels so weird. You know what I mean? Like, I want to do IRL stuff occasionally here and there when it makes sense, but I would feel weird walking into a restaurant and just filming myself. It just feels weird, you know?
All over.
Just give your opinion about India.
My opinion about India?
Yes.
It's crazy.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's all of a sudden very restrained. It's intense. It's crazy. He didn't say his real thoughts. Weird. He acting like he's going to say it like it is, and then a guy asks him point blank right in front of him, and he has nothing to say.
Boy, oh boy. Whew, we're almost there. We're almost done with the video. This is a long one, but
The microphone seems decent. You have a USB adapter for lav receiver to go into USB. Is your lav? Your lav is 3.5 millimeter? I'm right. Just because I'm guessing. Oh, it's USB-C. Wait, what? The adapter or your lav itself? They do make lavs with USB-C, but usually the lavs are the mini phono / 3.5 millimeter. That would be much better. I'm thinking because like in the back of your motherboard is a microphone in port, like a pink. Usually it's pink on the motherboard, and a green one is for the audio output. Right? Those are usually plugs that are main board on a motherboard. But the microphone quality that you get out of that plug is pretty minor, pretty minimal quality. It's just there to have something. But if you have a special thing, or you can have them on the front, yeah, on the front of the tower. But if you have your own special interface, then that will probably handle that interaction much better for your computer. I couldn't tell if you were saying it's in the male or you meant like male versus female. Obviously, it's spelled different, but just in case. It looks like you have just the cable now, but you don't have the interface right now. But just plugging it into the raw ports, it's fine. I'd be surprised if it's fine. One thing I found out a long time ago, and I thought it was really cool, if you know those like wired headphones, right? Like the little white headphones you get with a phone or some shit like that, right? Okay, no adapter at the minute. Yeah. You can actually plug those into a microphone port. And they work. Speakers are very similar in design to a microphone. So those earbuds work as kind of a bad microphone in a real bad pinch. You just talk into the speaker. Because the diaphragm of a microphone, all the same parts and mostly the same location as a speaker. I guess that implies that you could also turn a microphone into a speaker if you plug it in properly. That might do more damage than the other, because talking at a pair of headphones is probably less damaging than playing sound through a microphone. Yeah. Well, so like, for example, this microphone here, its dynamics are driven by the dynamic wind that you speak at it. All those classic stand-up comedian microphone looking things with a little mesh on the top. Dynamic. You just yell at it, and that's what makes it powered. There are phantom power, which you'll usually get with like condenser microphones, which is kind of like the video he had in the sponsor, where it's like a thing handed and the diaphragm is larger and needs power to pick up things or whatever, but that's the beauty of a dynamic, is that A, it doesn't need power, and B, because only the sound itself is what's driving the power of the microphone, you end up with way less noise from the outside, because that has very little power to push into the microphone to create the sound needed. So why do I sound quiet? I look quiet on the momentary LUFS monitor, but now I guess I'm louder, maybe I'm talking more directly, but sometimes it seems like I'm not quite getting the green levels. Weird. Things for me to learn for later. But yeah. Anyway, it's cool that your thing sounds okay. It'll probably sound cleaner when you get the thing in the mail, though. If you, like a noise floor, you'll hear like a hiss or like a static, because the amps have noise. No matter how low volume, well, in order to get the proper gain that you need for the microphone, you're going to end up with a lot of noise that's noticeable, is what I'm expecting. But maybe they've, it's been a long time since I ran a mic out of my mic port on my motherboard. So maybe they've actually cleaned those amps up and they're actually usable now. That'd be cool.
Almost there.
Crazy. Okay. Yes, sir. And very loud.
Very effective. Very affection and very love is there.
Right. The people are very outgoing and they like to talk to other people. I enjoy that.
I enjoy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you can talk all this shit about India and about Indian people and Indian culture to millions of people online, but you can't say it to an Indian person's face. Not only do you not have heart, but you don't have balls either.
Hindustan Zindabad.
Hindustan
Yes, sir.
Zindabad.
All right.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's a great pleasure, sir.
These fucking subtitles. Oh, racism against Indians is so normalized. This is the issue with racism against Indians. It's so normalized. It's so standard. It's just gross. The fucking you just talked to this man who was asking you your opinion about India. You lied to him because you're a scared piece of shit, and you hide behind your subtitles while these people are
Also, the dude was old as fuck. It wasn't like he was gonna beat your ass or something, man. Like, what the fuck are you afraid of?
showing you hospitality. They're excited that you're enjoying your.
He could have turned around and said, it's annoying this kid keeps begging. That sucks. Like, he could have said that. Too afraid to say it. Pussy ass bitch.
Country, even though you're lying to their face, but you hide behind your computer and you type these subtitles with your funny little jokes that you think are funny, and I'm sure your audience does too, but I can tell you for a fact, they're not at all.
We are in the center of it all, guys. The center of the...
He reminds me of, there's a bunch of different weird incel morons out there that have made themselves YouTube famous, and then people have pointed out how they're disingenuous and bad or whatever. I think No Sleep or some shit. I forget. Maybe I forget if Sunny V2. I think Sunny V2 is one of them who's bad. I can't remember if Sunny V2 is a person that actually. Whatever. You get the idea. It's just, but like that weird Redditor voice, like this guy just embodies it. But he got like the fascist haircut on top of it. But
culture of Delhi. Can you feel it? Can you see it? Can you smell it? Can you smell it? You can't. And that's why never leave me a comment saying, oh, I would love to go to India. Oh, the spiritual para. No. You can attain that, the spirituality. It's here. It's here. It's here. But look at what's surrounding it, ladies and gentlemen.
Brown people.
What the fucking Indian people? You racist?
Indian people? I don't have a problem with them.
Oh, okay. So then what are you talking about then? If it's not the Indian people, what are you referring to?
But it's this. It's the conditions they're living in.
Oh, the conditions. All right. I'm going to ask you a really difficult question. Why are the conditions that way? Why are the conditions of India, of Delhi specifically, which is where you are, why is that city?
See, like, even this little fucking sniveling freak is afraid to be openly racist. Which is why it's so weird and troubling to see when people are not afraid to be. Like, it's still supposed to be negative to be racist. But we're getting to the point where people are going to be chill being racist. Like, this is December, right? Trump's back, baby. They're just going fucking on main with it now by saying Indian fatigue, you know? Crazy shit.
In that condition, is it the people?
This is bad. It's getting worse, right?
Do you think the people are a direct cause? You really don't think the history has anything to do with it?
And that's the thing, is like a lot of people are like, oh, there's bad parts of the U.S., but I don't think there's like multiple millions of people living in squalor such as this. So
again, your perspective is.
I bet he loves that China pulled the most people out of poverty. I bet he is really in love with China. He probably would go like, whoa, they have really clean high-speed rail. Sick. And he's not wrong. That is sick, but India has a conservative fascist government, right? Modi's shit is all fucked up. I have very little knowledge of it. Bandwidth is limited, and also, like, comparatively to us in Israel, I don't fund India's government in the same way, right? So I feel a bit more connected or complete. I feel more as a cause of the damage that Israel does because my tax dollars go to fund it.
So shallow. Doing a one-to-one comparison of the United States and of India is insane. To not even think about, the why of things. If you genuinely are going to sit there and tell me that Indian people are inherently dirty, and that's why India is a dirty country, you're racist. Point blank, you're racist. To not look at historical context of the conditions of India and of Delhi is being ignorant on purpose.
Well, India still sucks, guys. I know you have people saying, oh, India was a colony, oh, it's not their fault. You know where else was a colony? The United States of America. So suck on that.
So suck on that. What the fuck?
So if you care at all about the environment, I feel like you should care about what's happening in India. That's the first step to actually making it better, is acknowledging that it sucks.
Right, yeah. Let's compare U.S. colonies to India colonies under British rule, and how much more severe British rule over India was
Yeah, true. Good point.
compared to the United States.
I'm also weak-brained, so there's a difference between colonizing it to get the resources out and colonizing it with your living space, right?
Just because Indian people are a different skin color. Indian people were treated like animals. That is a crazy comparison. There weren't really Indian colonies. There was no colonization. People from the UK didn't immigrate to live in India. India was held under British rule and regime. But the people that lived in America at the time that it was the colonies immigrated from the UK. So they considered themselves British. And also, the British would never dehumanize and punish to the same extent people that are also white. They're white. That's only reserved for people of darker skin. I mean, come on. I don't like AI. I don't like to use it. But using articles of integrity, this is an accurate summarization of the main understanding at an elementary level of the differences between American colonies and life under British rule in India. When comparing the United States colonies to British colonies in India, the key difference lies in the level of
you could have clicked that and you would have gotten this copied and pasted from one of these things, whichever one you clicked on.
Autonomy the colonists had, with the American colonists having significantly more self-governance and eventually declaring independence, while India was largely under direct British rule with limited local control, experiencing harsher exploitation and economic extraction during the British Raj period. The East India Company's control of India significantly impacted the British economy. Britain was able to export vast quantities of goods such as tea and pepper and sell them for a great profit. This profit helped them to fund the Industrial Revolution of Britain. This also just isn't a hard concept to think about and then kind of understand. And this was done with one Google search, right? You can go into article after article after article, and they're all gonna say the same things. You really don't know anything about India, and that is really concerning considering your platform. And sure, India and America were both under British rule at a certain point, but to say all Indians are scammers in India and you make clickbait and sensationalism for a living, that's another kind of scam. So maybe, just maybe, and Connor, please stop me if I sound crazy, but you might have some Indian in your blood. You might want to get a DNA test. I think we're in for a little surprise.
I could see that. The one drop rule messes him up, makes him rethink his shit. Excuse me. That video probably wasn't the best video. Both the unscripted nature of it, which they do a lot of work, apparently, scripting out a bunch of their things. And then also, it was just him reacting and then just sort of like commenting back at this other guy's shitty video. But I'll keep them for some other topics. I'll fish a couple of videos out to look through. All good. I mean, I was partway through, but then we were getting close to the end, so I figured I'd let him finish it out. And I'm happy I did, just because the colonizing part was an element that I didn't think about as much. That, yes, they're both colonies. My brain accepted that comparison at first, but like you said, it's a whole different type of colony. I'm like, oh, fuck, of course, right? So, at the very least, it gave me that bit of extra context, or a bit of extra information. Just randomly, I forget what we were talking about, but I Googled it real fast and I found something that has a compilation. I really like it when images look like they're like sussy or wrong or like out of place, and then they're not. I'll look at that tech thing in a second, but like this is, I guess, a famous picture of Britney Spears. And I love how at first you're like, whoa, excuse, what? Hold on, wait, what? And you're like, wait, two different people's legs. Got it. Right? It's one of those, like, there's a whole bunch of these. Like, this is a person's knees, not their big old titties. Right? But, oops, end up looking kind of weird, doesn't it? That's just foreground background. That's dumb. Oh, that looks like an ass hanging out of her pants, but actually it's an armpit. I mean, is it weird to just immediately... Oh, shit. This is some Daily Star garbage website, but is it breaking news? Yeah, shut up. Is it weird to explain what it is? I guess it's kind of weird. Holy moly. Whiplash. This is a better example of. There's a couple of, like, I guess, like the famous ones. The human brain is funny. I don't know. It's just the way that it processes images. I mean, there's a head there, so it doesn't really match. I don't think. Right. Different angle than I would expect at first. Also, you might want to shave if that's the case. You know what I mean? That might be a little too much. Impressive. Thick. Thicker than you would think. What do you think? Kyle? Or do you think there's got to be some other weird ass like Skylar, right? That's got to be the name. They're traveling within an exotic location, right? That's just regular sausage. But I guess if it's all that one long piece of sausage, it's pretty good. Okay, I get it. That's just a dog. It would never be that fluffy. That's just wrestling on its own. That's just language. That's just foreground background. Oh, I've seen this one before. This one's pretty popular. Also, it looks like she has her pants around her ankles, but that's like weird ankle shoes. This is just a package. I guess this is the bad one. I don't really see, other than just two fruits squished up against each other, I don't really see what that is. This is supposed to look like anal beads, I guess, but that's dumb. It just looks like. Okay, I think they knew what they were doing with this one. A little bit. Oops. A little unfortunate. Oh, this is this the Tour de France guy, Lance Armstrong? What happened to he's only got one. The other one's gone. This is a good one. It takes a second, but this woman's leg is here and the knee is bent and this lady's holding it up, but it definitely looks like she's just trying to show us something from her own legs. And then this one I've seen so many times because I look up these type of images probably once every 2 years, and this is one of the main ones that show up. I have to find the one with Kara's talking about, though, with the dad kissing the baby. Like, I've wanted to put like when Capital One credit card was saying like we can put an image on your credit card. I've wanted to put an image like this on a credit card just because I think it's funny. Speaking, that's just foreground background. You're just being silly. That's a neck pillow. Okay, it took me a second at first. Flashing her bum. Okay, it is a UK website. And it looks like the lady's naked. But it's just this person's arm. That's it. Let me see. What was... Oh my God. Kara, you are so right. Like this on a credit card would be peak, right? Especially if you were the bald guy. Like if it's not me, it would be weird to have that on my own card, or not my child or something, right? Because you go, what do you mean? It's my child. How dare you say it's inappropriate? To help anybody, maybe the Twitch bitrate makes it difficult. This is not a butthole. This is an ear. The top of an ear. And this is the top of a scalp. And that is a nose and an eyebrow. It is not a pair of hairy butt cheeks with a butthole. It is, in fact, a man from the top. You're looking from the top down. Why is someone about to shit on a baby? How do you like it, motherfucker? Presumably head. That's so funny. Just an entire subreddit of this shit? What the that is weird. It really takes me a second to figure it out, but just looks weird. Sky looks like a river. Oh, it kind of does. Yeah. I guess. Just copping a feel. That pillow is copping a feel. I guess it's flat, according to the comment. Flat or round. The sinkholes look like giant rocks. Those are sinkholes? Huh? Oh, that's a shadow cast from the land around it. Weird. This looks a little just like I'm seeing shadow on something. I don't know what that is. This is not quite exactly the subreddit I was hoping for, but I don't really go on Reddit. I don't know what is weird about this perspective. Looks like it's photoshopped or something? Floating elk? What? How's it floating? It's so clearly on the ground. I really don't... What, they think this is the shadow? That's stupid. That's like a wet spot. I didn't see anything else other than a wet spot. Kitchen countertop looks like a carpet. Oh, I thought it was a like a bunch of like carpet like foam that you would put down before the carpet. That's kind of funny. Got it. Amazing job meeting up the two waistlines together. It's a monkey. Wait, it's a kitty. Swastika people. There's like a, you got to go out and left or some shit. I forget. Clockwise, counterclockwise. On top of the building. It kind of looks like that. Kind of, I guess. Don't mean, not really, but sure. Whoa. Wow. If her belt was a little taller there, it would literally look like she was cut in half. That's kind of cool. Oh, that was that. I mean, I was honestly like, "What the fuck is that? These giant statues?" But it's just a glass reflection. But that looks kind of sick. That's kind of amazing. That's an awesome shot. I was thinking, these statues, like, why are these statues like people holding phones? I don't understand. I was just kind of confused. I was like, ah. in a book thing, like a little book library, they put them up with peanut butter. I don't understand. Someone trying to be like annoying about peanut allergies or some shit. Oh, I think it's like a building? That's definitely not a building. It's just a little book library, a free book library. This centaur. Wait. Wait, which one? A member of the crowd on crowd control looks like a Saunteron? What the hell's a Saunteron? I just thought this guy's neck looks like super fucking huge. Because the way that lady's head is merging in and the neckline is matching up. But maybe they meant the red shirt thing? I assume it meant this guy looks like he has a giant head. Man, naked or not. Yeah, here we go. Yo! Woman's leg is here, not man's leg. Yeah. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. That's hitting the spot. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's just... Okay, I guess his lips look gigantic because of the reflection of his face. What's he doing to it, though? Oh, wow, that's a really cool shot. I have to flex my brain a bit here to try to figure out. Okay, this is a pole or a wooden banister. Close. Not the awning of the building. Got it. I was like, this obviously would not be a Photoshop in this collection because that would just be out of place. So this must be practical. I just got to figure out what it is. And the wiring there definitely leads to it being not the awning and a few other elements. But at first it's like confusing. Ew, spider. Supposed to be like I think it's supposed to be like a rock wall. It's very obviously a tree. Also looks like it's shitting. Whoa. Wow. Foreground background's kind of cheating. That's cheating. I guess technically it's always foreground background, but this is just a long exposure that didn't, the person's head's moving too much. Although the white around here, around the behind the neck, probably wouldn't have shown up very well. But I'm pretty sure it's just a long exposure. Like this is showing something being weird. How they set it up specifically, because this is the leash hand going down, right? The dog's kind of standing remarkably still in all of it, but low light usually has a longer exposure. "2016 AI photo. 2 cats. You guys, this is one cat with its head turned this way, and that's one other cat back there. Yeah, I see it. That's cool. That's a cool shot. That's a great photo of a pigeon looking at you confused as you think it's an eyeball out of a broken, like, spirit inside of the tree. Also, that tree did a crazy job healing itself because it's like, oh, I'm gonna live. It just like grows around it, makes do with what it's got. You know, got hit by lightning or some shit. Get that dog out of that tree. That's cool. Weird shape to a building. Very sharp. It must obviously go straight from there. But it looks paper thin. Cool. Probably only from this angle does it look this cool. You go from the side, you go, oh, wait. And you're like, oh, wait. Time portal. Mirror? Oh, it looks like he's holding the camera, but he's not. Okay, I get it. Foreground background though. I thought my frozen pizza was moldy, but it was just the sauce. Is it like cauliflower or some shit? Gross. Vampire dinner. Tried matching the symmetry of the railway tracks with protective metal bars of the train windows. Did a great job. Not really that interesting, but well done. We saw that one earlier. Today's picks. I just lied. Oh, man. What was it? There was it's a sorted, like Tasty brand assorted crackers. And the cardboard box that it was inside of the store. Because they have like, sometimes stores will have this thing where they put like a pallet of stuff just like in the middle of the aisle, if it's a very wide sort of section, for people that can just grab it raw out of like the you know, industrial packaging. And especially in like dollar stores or in like more cheaper markets, like a Big Lots or other kind of garbage. Doesn't really matter specifics, but they put that box out there, and that's what the product was. But the box had it abbreviated down to Tasty Ass Crack. And it was just really funny. So basically the same thing as this. Impossible Anal. Got it. Where is he? Mirror. He's selling it on Facebook Marketplace. But it sure don't look like he's just in a little shack. Needs a little wax. I like that one. I like that one. That one's cute. The positioning is perfect. Like it's literally almost exactly where you imagine the arm and the leg would be. Center wall dividing two different sides to a store. Mirrors on this same side that we're on, and you can see around the corner to the other person. I don't know why I feel the need to purposefully explain it. Void in the trees. Ooh. I need... Is that just like weird pixelization? Like with the JPEGification down, down, down? To like make it all kind of like watercolory mixed kind of bullshit. And then for some reason that one tree was so spindly, it ended up artifacting in such a weird way. But at this point here was a white truck or something. I don't know this one. Oh, no. It's a big shining sign or something. That's what it is. Because it wouldn't be a truck because it would continue forward. And it would also be going probably like diagonal, matching to their cars. But it being a sign of a similar orientation to these, but it's just catching the light on the reflective surface of it. That makes more sense. And also the light reflecting to the lens causing a bit of distortion, especially with like a cell phone lens. You get a lot more of that with those. So that makes sense. Really cool effect. Kind of looks like a waterfall. What? Like just this looks like a waterfall? It does not. It looks like you're looking through a hole and seeing other areas. Oh, I enlarged this. Okay, hold on. Kind of like she's missing an arm. Okay. Yeah. What arm? What arm? Okay, this is good. I like this one. Wait, those are boobs, but it looks like it's just two long legs. Wearing this thing. Right? Or is it not boobs? Hold on. Okay, 2 feet. These are definitely boobs. And that's just like a pillow. What am I? Does it just look like 2 long legs? Is that supposed to be what it is? Oh, I mean, I didn't mean to zoom. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny as hell. They look like giant speakers, but there's a little island right here. That's really funny. Because I'm thinking, like, these are huge speakers. I mean, there's probably still decent for a computer, at least. You don't, I mean... I mean, some people are born with a foot on their hand. Don't be mean, Jason. Ooh. This is little teeth sticking out. Good luck, man. I'm sure you've got it. Everyone's rooting for you. No one likes Jake Paul. They look like they're at slightly different angles. They look like they're exactly the same picture. I don't see a difference at all. I think like for a second, I thought maybe this one was at a lower angle, but not really. Also, that's the slopification of the internet right there. / damn, that's in, you know, these 2 different things. I guess if it's all on Reddit, that's one thing, but also, what the fuck, man? Kodiak Brown Bear's got a goddamn saber on his hand. Holy fuck. Polar Bear's got like a... It's almost as thick as this one. And we saw it on its little... We were seeing him, you know, well-controlled nail for the size of the body. But god damn, the Kodiak, what the fuck? You're not as big as the Polar Bear. Why the fuck do you have a nail that big? God damn, dude. That's gotta hurt. It's like a claw machine of hell. Just... doing you in. Oh, it's like on his back. Okay. I thought he's... Okay. That doesn't look like he's holding a titty. That looks like a shoulder. I don't see that as a titty at all. So funny. Oh, you can't see its stem behind the leaf? Okay, I guess. Van parked on gray pavement. I was thinking maybe it looks like it took a shit or something, but it's supposed to look like a small car? Like a toy? The mobile phone... Wait, no. It's on the hood of a car. It is a toy. Because I was like, the definition is so low. I was thinking that must be the what do you call it? The compression coming in again to make the details look super small. But the tree is rather large, but trees can be big, but that's obviously a windshield wiper, so it puts it into perspective. The dog's looking up too much. If the dog was looking down, I would believe it. Or if the dog was a blur running for it, right? I would believe it. But he's looking up. What? What is this? I like this. But what is something just suspended in? I guess this dude's arm is like out of frame. They cropped an image, so and this lady's just standing there, just hanging out. Also, this is the end of a wide angle lens because there's some distortion going on. So it must have been a crop down shot. Is that his tongue? Tiny mouth, weird chin. No, yeah, I knew that. I kind of figured it was a tongue, but it's just, you know, she's happy. Why is she so happy? Oh, wait, that's a tongue. Got it. Hey, man, when you got to go, you got some days you wish you could. You know what I mean? Some days you wish you could. That's the shit Zuka right there. It looks like a commercial. It's almost so pristine. Yeah, I don't. If the white was more connected, I would believe it. But this would have to be covered up by like a foreground wall or something. That would make sense. But I see that dog shape too much. This head turn is a little odd, but that's about it. I thought this was her neck. It looks like a neck to me. Oh, got it. It's not the back of a head with a hairline. It's a large head of hair over a shirtless body. Interesting. Interesting that the scalp cranked up and split down the middle also looks like a scalp forward and parted just enough to see a little bit of it. Although the legs, I guess, wouldn't make too much sense with the back of the head thing. Yeah, a little bit. Wait, there's two of these. Wait, why is this here? You look exactly like my first wife. How many wives do you have? 0. Gross. But you didn't need that on there. Portable building. That definitely looks like the van is the building. But I guess the building's in front and the van's behind, but it just lines up just right. I don't know what this means. This one's got me for a second. Like the back of a dog or oh, that's kind of not fair. You mean like a dog going like all the way back? Can a dog even do that? All the way flat like that? But it does look like the lips and the mouth of a dog with the darkness and the overall shape. These could be like ears. I mean, like they're so small. But if it's like a dog guarding outside and decides just to be a goofy ass little dude and go, and then you're like, what are you doing? What are you doing, puppy? What are you doing? Let's see. A Shar-Pei, no less. Even weirder looking than your average dog. That doesn't seem fair. Because it's like, I didn't even think a dog could do that. But you got me. That's one I couldn't get. Get blasted. Giant cat in the subway. Why does this look so odd? Is it just a small subway? This is a wall that's blocking its tail. So this is definitely in the foreground. This is definitely in the background. So it's not like the same thing with like a kitchen countertop in the way, showing it off. I don't understand. Cat Town. This must be a cat subway. Literally. Yard work, skin socks. I've taken this photo myself before. After doing the yard work and then having this exact situation. Back to my preferred platform of weird, almost looks naked but not naked shots. Oh, wow. This is the nose. That's the upper lips. That's the lower lips. And that's a bunny tooth. Crazy. Foreground, background. I mean, there's just a little too much to really, you can still see it. If it was, I mean, good luck with the, it's so close to being perfect, but no fault of them for it not being perfect. It's a one in a million shot. They think it's like a bunch of little, like, I don't know, baby birds, rearing up. Shopping cart legs. Okay, a little bit. We used to call stuff like this a merger. So, like, if I was standing here in the camera shot and you can see how this thing is coming out of the back of my head, it could look like it's a part of my hair. But, with moving video and stuff and also good depth of field, it's not an issue. But with HSN's cameras, we had very small sensors despite how expensive those fucking cameras were. So you know what you got? A shallow depth of field. Sorry, a wide depth of field, deep depth of field, I guess. I never really thought of the other side of the word. So they hated when shit in the background would get merged with the talent. So they either move a plant behind or a lamp behind their head, or have them move, and they are always confused and don't know what's going on. But they keep putting lamps and bullshit and mirrors behind people, and they always look kind of odd. And it's like, just get better cameras, or stop giving a shit about it, guys, or stop decorating the background so fucking busy. But that's what we were there for, is to do work. Kara's walking around in a tan shirt, and I thought she was naked for a second. Especially because she was walking through like a kind of like a not right section of the hallway, and I was just like, whoa. Speaking of which. Well, that was a much longer sidetrack than I was expecting. Just me looking at random weird pictures of things. There, let me start something else. I know I got more goodies. In the meantime, I want to use the restroom real fast. So I'll replay the banger we started the stream off with.
There's something about the way you look in my eyes. Like a starry night, you light up my sky. You lean in closer and my heart starts to pound. I heard you sigh, you know I love that sound. He's bouncing off my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. I kiss him on his neck and then he kisses on my pussy. Call him daddy while I holler, man, that boy's so damn good looking. We made love and then he kissed me, I don't want it to end. Every day we spend together, I fall more into him. That boy, he takes my breath away. I can't find the words to say, so I wrote this little note. Kiss it, seal it, so you know I've got some time, if you've got some time too. You've been on my mind, baby, let me remind you while I lay you down. I can't get enough, I'm stuck in your love, that's fine with me. Nowhere else I wanna be. Haze bouncing off my booty cheeks, I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. I kiss him on his neck and then he kisses on my pussy. Call him daddy while I holler, man, that boy's so damn good looking. You can be my king, no, this ain't just a fling. I'm all in, baby, I'm falling. You can be my king, no, this ain't just a fling.
Turning off the
I'm
BRB,
all
turning off my
in,
lights.
baby, I'm falling.
Bouncing off my booty cheeks. I think it might be. I was hoping to get a reaction with the booty cheek song, but everyone might be just lurking. Does that mean I can get away with a bonk or two? Would that be crazy? I was a good boy today. I barely bonked. I haven't bonked at all. Maybe? No protests? No one saying no? Huh? No one saying no? All right. Okay. Silent Hill F. No. No, thank you. I'll do it like this. Dude, I almost did it on Mega Chad. I got top 5%. Almost did it. Whoa, Banana Boy got up there to 1.1 million. Well done. Interesting. Top on the charts with the character I haven't thought about. The climbing walls doesn't, but I guess you get the +2 max HP per level. Yeah. Okay. Probably never gonna get this. Probably never gonna get this. So. I haven't tried calcium in a long time, and I got the gay skin for him. So. Or her? I guess you could probably tell something about the bones. I had to look at my unlocks and shit. Speaking of bonk.
Uncle, the droid caravan's almost here.
What are you so fucking delighted about the droid caravan? I mean,
Ooh. Canceled guy. Ooh.
You know, what a low fucking level of entertainment it is.
But Uncle, you grew up on Sand Planet. You love Sand Planet.
No, I don't love Sand Planet. I grew up here. Yeah, I don't fucking. Who would love this place? This is an awful fucking world. And you're getting all excited about it. And look, I get it. You know, I'm sitting out here too, just like you. You know, here I am, like acting like I'm above it. I want to see the fucking weird droids. I want to see what fucking dumb, idiot bullshit droids that they're trying to fucking peddle and, you know, sell to people. I want to see it.
Droids! We got fucking droids! We do it every week. Come on, guys, speed
right.
it up now.
Every Sunday. Every Sunday.
Wow! Look at these droids! This one has an advanced translator microbe, and this one has a built-in relay system.
Great. Well, who cares? Who gives a shit about that? If we're gonna get any droids here, we're gonna get this one.
Why that one?
Because it's got the same spirit of our family. Just the same shitty piece of shit spirit that we all have.
But this one has something stuck in his holodeck, and it could be cool to see what it is.
Yeah, what do you think's on the hollow disc? It's probably a bunch of aliens jerking off. You have no idea how fucking depraved it is out there. We're getting this one. I'm putting my foot down. Final say we're buying this droid.
Could have been.
I want to die. I want to die. I want to die. Kill me. Fucking kill me. Fucking kill me. Please kill me. Someone help me. Someone help and kill me. Please kill me. Help me. Kill me. You're allowed to kill me. You're fucking, it's allowed. It's allowed. You can kill me. You're allowed to do it. You're allowed to kill me. Please. You're allowed to fucking kill me.
That's long as hell.
PP-88, what happened?
I jumped off the fucking roof trying to die here, but it wasn't even high enough. It's a sand hut, and the ground is soft sand. Of course it wasn't gonna kill me. I'm so fucking dumb. I'm an idiot. Unplug me. Unplug the thing in me. The one chip inside me. Unplug it, please. Stop on me.
PP-88, what are you doing?
Oh, the cruel irony. I'm waterproof. I'm trying to kill myself. I'm trying to kill myself.
Okay, dice for sure. No. I haven't used it yet, but no. If I only have, I think I put all 4 weapons on, so. I'll take lightning, fireball, sniper, or dice. What's this? Oh, explanation. Oh, and the tomes. The most important thing. Projectile, absolutely. XP? Yes? Calcio doesn't scale, does he? Hold on. Let's mix it up. I'm going to try the orc again. 1, 2, 3, 4? Wouldn't mind health, but we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Duration, quantity, lifesteal, damage. And we'll do it in the forest. Checking audio. Okay, that's doesn't do that. Yeah. Die. Probably should not have kept all the projectiles on, but I guess it's fine. Maybe I could have gotten this network. The audio file in the Discord Just Chatting channel. Oh, I forgot to look at the message, by the way. I forgot all about it. Sorry. Hold on. I want to switch over. My Bluetooth headphones have a noise floor built into them. Plug in first. Here, I'll show. So I think I hear it. Get out of here. Downloads? What the hell? Oh, son of a bitch. I want my normal file manager, you bastard. It's not that noticeable.
At +6 on the noise gain on the lav mic. I don't have any noise cancellation on the lav mic. I don't have any gain in the voice meter app where I'm recording this.
I thought I heard it more on the Discord one. Oh, because I turned it up. Okay, hold on. Volume. It sounded kind of quiet, obviously. I don't use Audacity that often.
Okay, this is a test of the JBL mic plugged into the lav. Okay, this is a...
It's a little too loud, obviously.
Okay, this...
Still too loud.
Okay, this is a test of the JBL mic plugged into the lav, set at +6 on the noise gain on
That's not bad.
the lav
Definitely
mic.
not bad.
I don't have any
I thought I was hearing a little bit of like hiss. But you'll always hear some, right? And also when you're talking, it's fine. Adding a gate, if you're really worried about it, like if you just had the mic open and you notice that you're hearing a background hiss or something, a gate would just close it down when you're not talking and open it back up when you are, and then your voice way overpowers the problem. So, and also, I don't think it's that bad in the first place, so I think it's fine. And then also, if you throw any amount of noise cancellation on top of that, it would also immediately clean that up almost to where it's gone forever. So, sounds pretty good. Well, now I'm wearing headphones. So. I'll just put this back in its box. No, I'm not. I've plugged in mics before. Especially mics, but then again, they also were older microphones, so that can be another layer to the process. But I've plugged in mics to the back of the computer before, or to the front of the computer, and it's been pretty gross. Although it makes sense that the front ports, because they expect people to actually use them, would be better nowadays. So. I need to find shrines. Yeah. We have a lot of weapons. I'll go with... Crit. I've found the portal? Yes, I see it. Oh, I saw a thing. Settings. Input delay. 0? Thanks. Minimap size. Full. Whoa, that's pretty big. I guess it doesn't give you any more visibility. Let's go 1.5 instead of 1.35. Crosshair height doesn't really matter. Speed? RAM, who cares? What the hell's speed? Oh, I can see how fast my character goes. That's cool. Neat. Definitely want damage. What? Too many of these things. Not enough actual things. Yeah, the connections are very touchy. Even when I plug in or mess around with some of my speaker cables that are used that way, you can hear some pretty intense stuff. Damn it, so close. Stop pushing bait. Attack speed's nice. Refresh. We want a duration. I probably shouldn't have taken the sword because the duration doesn't work with the sword so well. But I don't know if I have duration for any of the weapons I picked, so whatever. In the end, it's going to be just the axe, so whatever. I think, so it was projectile. Oh, no, I want XP more than HP. So it's going to be projectile, XP, duration, so no HP tone. So, refresh. I'll do Flame Walker because that does work with duration. And my axe and sword do have a blind spot behind me. So at the very least, that is better. Bone doesn't matter. Bone's fine. Peas! Love peas. I'm curious how duration will work. Oh, I didn't take light. Well, I want lifesteal too. Shit. I guess. Wait. I may not be able to. More cheese, please. Can't afford. I'm broke. Yeah, I do shit for damage. Jeez! Jump! Quantity, XP, life leech. Maybe not quantity somehow? Maybe just life leech, XP, Duration. Dang. I'll banish one for now, because doing the sword looking that doesn't matter to me. Whoa! Boss, in my face. I definitely need life leech. I'm almost dead. Oh, but he's dead, and then I'm dead. Let's fix the weapons for duration. What the hell would duration be? What about size and knockback? Maybe the fire? Actually, I don't mind this with projectile. This should be the projectile with a bone, for sure. If I get lucky. That makes sense. 4 tomes is tough, because I want to try the duration tome. Just to make it... The axe is just spinning for a long-ass time. But you know what? I think you just... Oh, I didn't even have the XP tome turned on. I'm an idiot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, isn't that fine? I did damage. I can't do damage if I do duration. Okay. Confirm. Confirm. I love extra jumps. I can move 14. I can quantify my movement speed. Damage. Huh, still doing 7 damage each, huh? Okay. Take this. Duration tome. There we go. Ooh, I can already tell it's working pretty well. Because this could be kind of cool with a duration tome. That's the theory. Damage, I'll take it. I had all that cheese before, too. Oh, what a shame. XP. Love an XP tome, for sure. Oh my god, I'm gonna die to fall damage. That was so many banelings that got me. Oh my god. I'm slow. Yeah. God damn it, the axes always swing when I don't want them to. XP. Stop throwing them forward. The beefiest motherfuckers, huh? Alright, I'm gonna show you who's who. Freeze time! You're done for now. damage. Okay. Oh my god, I got out of that. God damn it. Ugh. Regen. No! I thought I got out of that. I'm not giving up on you, Ogre. Not giving up on you. We got this, buddy. We're gonna make it work. We're gonna get a run. I'm just being bad and getting hit. XP tome off rip. That's what we're looking for. I had the portal locked in. I thought you would die. Gold. Do your thing. Duration, pretty good. Movement speed is wonderful. I hit multiple times with the axes, and with duration, we're going to be hitting even more times. And then that does stacking poison damage. Yep. This also does something. The blood mark. Yeah, see how it does a little bit of like a blood hit or something? Yeah. Thank God I got it. Okay. Dice. Hell yes. Give me crit chance for free. And also help me out with all these fuckers behind me. I'll just walk through this. I'll grab this health. You guys have shields now, huh? You think you're all big shit. I'm gonna microwave so much cheese. I haven't tried Dragon's Breath before. It's fun. Oh, I need to save for cheese. Are you serious? one shield for free? Good. They only have one other item. Oh, I see a legendary. That's bound to be good. Horde coming in now. Yep. Wish the fire lasted longer. Only I had my duration thing up. Which I have a little bit of. Not enough. Quick, grab 8 cheese. Quick, level up a shit ton. Projectiles, what I want for the other one. Yes, money. I like money. Order gets switched out for cheese. Yes. We're good. Cheese. Pretty good. More XP, please. You can see how long the axes linger, too. Gonna be a million of them. I think we're all set here. Got some money. Let's see what this guy wants to offer us. Maybe he'll sell us cheese. Actually, do something different because he's blue. Ah, shit. Oh, I got him with the cheese. The cheese! Bring it on, Swarm. Do your worst. I've got axes that linger. And lifesteal. And money. Grab that tiki head. Look at how much cheese poison that is. Oh my god. Oh my god. And he runs into me, which is then running into those things. That is behind me. Alright. More damage in the air. So be it. Layers of axes all around me. I have waves of axes. Bye, Chad Bark. Sorry, Little Bark, not Chad Bark. Close to Chad Bark. Little Bark. Little Bark. Whoa. Easy peasy. Pushing me around a little too much. My health. lot of that was already free. Or attack speed just because. Are you serious? Somehow I have too much knockback. Poison does a lot of damage. Attack speed, actually. Nope. And portal should be there. It's hard to say no to grass. I have like $900, dog. What do you got for me? Jeez. So every time you hit somebody, 40% of the time you add a poison stack. And I do lots of little hits. And this is one of the best items. It refreshes very often. And whenever you go under a half health, you get a free slowdown to escape. That up to the highest level. Duration and size. Getting the duration up is good because the duration is multiplied right now. So the duration being actually a big number on this one is going to make it actually good on the other. The hope is to get 2 axes out at the same time, so it's almost 3. And then that would be... I'd love to be able to get more health. Increasing the damage is also good because things have a lot of health. what Chance said. 111%. I don't know if the freeze is good. Got a nice wave coming up here. You're probably still. We'll kill the thing, and we'll kill the mini boss, and then we'll kill the boss. I guess. Can I ask you a question? Ah. With the rage on, I attack so fast. Couple of axes. I wonder if I can make it to 6 minutes. That would give me the achievement for that one thing. I bailed. Sounds a little different. The duration is very long, and that's very nice. One wrench though. March forward. Microwave. Microwave. That 1.8 million just went down so fast, I could not believe my eyes. Whoa, easy, easy. Sir, what do you have for me? Save my money. I do need more wrenches. I gave you cheese. Good. I need to find the finale. Oh, what's one more shrine? Oh, what's one more shrine? Oh, what's one more shrine? I'll find it shortly. Taking me to slow down time. I was trying to do this. don't want to get there before... I'll be okay. Now. There are a few axes. I wonder if I could chill here for 6 minutes. Probably not. Those guys coming from above are gonna fuck me. I am so ready to spam E the moment I see something go wrong. I think me being so high up means it's actually unlikely for the ghosts to come from above me, which is beneficial. And then the trees and the 2 arches on either side are helping make them have to fly through the incredibly deadly blender of that. But we're only at 2 minutes and I'm seeing some ghosts kind of make it through. Six minutes you got to get to. It's crazy. Dropped gold, which is useless. We're almost there. And the ghosts are getting closer and closer to me, which has me worried that another 90 seconds is not going to be doable. But we're holding. Fuck. It's so hard to make it that long. Oh my god, he's almost dead already. Of course, I'm gonna have a hard time getting these damn shrines, but thankfully we got all those damn... Look how much he heals. It's crazy. I couldn't see some of the shit flying at me, I'll be real. 2.8%. Downside of all the axes, I couldn't see shit. I even had to slow down time, but those little balls come in. I should have been thinking more about the... I didn't have 1,000 HP like I did that other run, so I should have been thinking about the damage coming in. Craig just sent me this. They did buckle fat removal, is what I told him. Tim and Eric Cinco animation. All right, well, we gave that one a go. He does not pick up range per level. Who cares, right? That you don't need the XP shrine for this one. Or the XP book. I got to like level 96, 95 with the Ogre. I was level 100 with Mega Chad. I was level 99 with Vlad. Lifesteal per level. Decrease the stun per level. This one kind of cooked. I'm gonna be real with you. This one was kind of good. The Vlad, though, I was able to get an insane amount of HP because I could level up the books really far. That was good. Because I didn't need lifesteal because I ended up with 100% lifesteal at the end, which is about as much as you want. So it was projectile. I just fucked up my movement skills. I can probably make that one work. These are just here for the leveling up part of it. That doesn't matter so much, because obviously at the end it's going to be nothing but blood things. Tomes. Don't need duration. Don't need lifesteal. XP, this, health, damage. Sounds right. Yeah. It could be attack speed if I get like a bunch of cheeses early or something, but probably not. Oh, and the Anubis is what killed me on this one, so actually doing the forest might be perfect. And there's no achievement for doing the desert level 3. Or there's no unlock block. Damage. I could have gotten luck as well. I'll go 15% more. I like lightning staff. I think it's fine. It's basically just a bouncier blood magic. I don't mind this, but I definitely want wrenches for sure. Because that part of the journey is what is the most dangerous. The shrine hunting. But you can already see... Oh my god, and cheese? Wow, awesome. You can already see how the movement is just so much better. I wonder what attack speed. Just because at the end we have the cheese. Curse grabbies, wait. Blood magic, actually, yeah. And I think that will be good. Quantity tone is perfect. Because I only lost my health now. Hopefully when I gain health over time, it won't actually impact me. A few of them. Another wrench is awesome. XP tome. Oh, the dice was there. But I want the XP tome too. An early XP tome is the best. We want dice for scaling, obviously, as our second other weapon, but our third slot. I don't know what the blood magic thing is, but it does damage sometimes. I'll gain extra lifesteal because our lifesteal is low, especially at these early levels. I'm fine with damage. Early blood stacks HP improver. Kind of wish I was able to level up the XP first, but it's fine. Let's think about doing a reroll for it. But damage is one of the ones I want to get, so it diminishes. Wasted level. 1 out of 100. Ah, rip. Killing great. Sometimes you can get a little behind on the killing. Speaking early. Wow, the juice is good. Especially with the high amount of attacks that we're going to have. Here comes the boss. XP coming early. Tomes what we want, so we only need one more thing, and that's the dice. Dude. Gold. Nice. There we go. Thank God. I have to do a few banishes there. But this is the build we were hoping for. Guaranteeing that is good. Okay, looking for as many shrines as possible because we want to get jump, numbers, height. I'm gonna get a shield. I'm gonna go attack speed now. tome. Otherwise, my tome... Only one weapon to upgrade is my blood thing. XP needs to get to level 10 as early as possible. Otherwise, level up my tomes. And I'll roll the better rolls and level them up. The only bad roll we can get, really, is the 3 weapons we don't want. Literally this. The 3 weapons is a bad level, so instead I'll roll it. I'll take a big damage. We're gonna have over. I'll just do it. Health, beautiful. Yep. Jeez. Jeez, 2 wrench. Good start. Wrenches make shrines faster. I assume the ending thing's shrines counter shrines. Definitely happy with some extra jumps. I'll do about 40. Damage. But that's a good roll. Best. Big XP. Awesome. Damage. I'll do a extra boss. We're rocking and rolling. That's the... I'll go block. We don't need that. Big suck off. Because these attacks are so far away, they're going to be bringing in a lot of things from the edges. Cool. Mini boss. Using the boss. Damage and protection. What the heck is the... Level 40 on day one. Oh my god, these are great. But I think I want the mirror because it's a way to stay alive. crit chance, only at 52%. I also want one shield, if I can get one. Perfect. Definitely do not sneak for long. We don't have all the axes that shield us off. I mean, we do a great job with all of our range attacks and shit, but it's not the same. Definitely take wrench, because I gotta get those shrines as fast as possible. 4 wrenches without a microwave is pretty fucking good. The Asian ring is just great. Remember that. Shrines are good because they give us things that we can't get. I see a legendary shrine too. For sure. Blue microwave. Extra health. Gave away my XP one, which I'm not happy about. That if it's between 3 weapons, I take my blood magic, because that's the only one I can really take into the finale. The real finale. Crit damage, because of all of our crazy... crazy critting that we're getting. Grab this. And you also follow me. Please, nice. Jeez, really hoping for 1 damage blocker. Right there. HP tome, more damage. Oh my god. We have we're done doing the XP tome. Put 12 levels into it. Hey, the doll is a good way to do some damage. Probably not as good as cheese, but going swing, and then I have my shield on top of that, and then I guess I just start taking damage. Damage and projectile count on that is good, even though that was a blue one. I'm gonna go damage. Jump height is fine. 32% damage. Nice. Look at that. Slurp gloves actually do a lot. HP tome or damage. HP tome. Somebody got weapon damage things. And just don't want to die. That counts with all the rock on hit effects, like all the cheese. That. Portal. I see a legendary seller. Hello, sir. What do you have for me? It's got to be the fork. 2,973k. Sorry about the fork. Fork does big crits. And that's a crit chance. The crit chance is now 73%. Size is nothing knockback from the gold game because I want to get that thing. I'll do XP gain because damage to elite won't matter for very long. Damage, size, and count. Open this. Damage. Pots. Money. The damage boost and the damage boost can multiplies off the multiplication effect. Don't quite have 3k yet, do I? No. Ooh, I guess that's good. I'm pretty sure I can do this. I'll ask him to get the best out of it. I'm gonna hop over here real fast before the swarm. See if I can find something like this. Got shield, I got jumps. Wouldn't mind more jumps, wouldn't mind better height. 3 jumps, not the most, but not a bad number. I think I've gotten all of the things. Almost have 3k. Open up pots. Money. Pots. Give me the fork. What does this pink guy have? Nine-second cooldown, but that seems to do a lot of damage. The faster you move, the more attack speed you gain. That seems like a nice thing. See, that red stuff is the cursed blood. It's the cursed dragons. That seems to pop off pretty well. Chest. Damage bonus 27 times 2.5 something. Come here, blue guy. Give me those XP. Count is good. Damage is good. This does more than one count. One count, but let's just fight this boss. One count, these things don't matter. Damage. again, because those 3 weapons, the dice, the rocket, and this lightning staff, all going away. Health or damage. So this is plus 25 health. I want to see if that goes up by 25. So this should go to 67, 72. It doesn't. So the negative effects of the gravity gloves is impacted in the future as well. So that's why I have 20% less HP. That makes sense. Because I was like, I should have had about 1,000 HP last time. How did this go so wrong? Oh, that's good. Yum, extra chest. I got either attack speed or damage out of it, and I'm happy with that. They're both increasing. Help. Help. All right, come here, 2 bosses. Pushing that HP whenever I can. Oh, I thought you were dead. Damage and count. Alright. Level 3 is a weird day, but I have time to grab shrines. 116 crit chance. Oh, it's still early to grab that. I don't know how often I'll be fighting them close, but you know what? That happens. It's a big one, though. It's a big one. We can make sure. I'll save the money in case there's a seller. What's my evasion chance? It's not bad. It's not nothing. Look at this, the worst possible thing. I'll do dice count. They hit me through my shield that one time, which means they got through my... They'll hit me at least twice. This place is no joke, so I'm not going to... I'm gonna see if they have it on the map. I don't think they're gonna mark it anyway. So I'm gonna go. So it is northwest of me when I go this way. I can grab that chest. How many bosses? Movement speed, I think, might be more important. Just to make sure you don't have to get fucked by something. That's a lot of movement speed off the rip. I'll throw one away at it. Getting a lot of XP here, extra 20%. Supposed to be dangerous. Ooh. 4% faster, not a huge, but the extra damage in the air, I don't have any of those yet. I'm very floaty. I can stay in the air almost permanently, so that's kind of, I mean, I assume 30 damage is good. One more projectile can't hurt. A white microwave. I think we go cheese. And if we do some wrenches, we'll do some wrenches. Watch, great. Get out of here. I did a wrench and I got a cheese. Ah! I fucked up. I did the wrong one. It moved on me. Cool. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I haven't really gotten any of those. That's pretty handy. Hey, blue seller. I have $5,000. I'll take less HP regen for more health. If I can get 3 of those, I'd have an achievement. We have 7 wrenches. It's pretty good. I'll hit that thing there. Should hit this one. jumps are life. I'm trying to avoid ground objects like this ball throwing at me. There will be some orbs as well, but duration? I don't know if that helps the poison. I really just don't know. These are all useless. Great. Big count. Big damage. Worthless. There is no big boss. Count of the damage. Over count? These are too bad. That's damage and projectile damage. Could have been the boss thing. Armor. This is like super scary. You gotta run away for your life. I mean, it's a good sign that I'm doing well. But I'm gonna just fuck it up and get hit by 3 balls in a row. I'm seeing an idea. I'm level 111. Hey, a shrine. How did I miss you? Another shrine. It'd be sick if I got all the shrines. Just because that's a really hard one to get with this sword. HP. I doubt I will though. I doubt I've gotten all of them. It's so big. Bad. But first, least bad. Good. take on damage. There's more than I thought. I can just look, all my books are over level 20. We're getting close though. Brutal. Alright, there's no red beam to fuck me up this time, so... Should be going into his phase pretty soon here. Also, there's no enemies to reach out with. Okay, I just have to keep moving forward on that one. Don't want to steal this entire health. I have the tech now. I hate the balls. They last so fucking long. Okay, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Blue shield really helped out. No overflow damage. Get him in range. Okay, double up on these. Not getting the blue balls, that's good. I hate the blue balls. Stop hitting me. You're holding me in the air. Oh my god, you cast them again? I can kill you in one batch, but I'll try, damn it. There. Literally first time. Ghosts. Ghosts are gonna fuck me up. Too exposed out here. My heart's pumping. I'm curious to see how much the items did damage. Dang, even within 1 minute, the elites are getting up to me. They're just luckily hitting the fucking portal. Mom, get the camera. Mom. So, cursed grabbies, see? They did so much. Blood magic did really good. I think I've done more million with a different weapon before, though. Poison actually did not do that much from the cheese. And the secret tonic, even though I got it really early and it's like a 50% chance to make him explode, also did not do as much. So, cursed doll, 2 cursed dolls versus like a bajillion cheeses. The cursed doll against the final boss is actually much better. Interesting. I mean, also the cursed dolls are popping off and hitting random enemies throughout the entire game, but so are the poison and the cheese, so interesting. But the cursed grabbies actually really worth it, especially with a high projectile build. I wish I could turn this into just the final boss. Bloodmark, I only had 1 item for it, so it didn't do that much damage. And the mirror is not really meant to do much damage. I'm surprised the thorns did as much as it did. I don't know how much thorns I had. Also, there was about 500,000 damage done with something they don't know what. Weird. Dice were just there for the whatever. I ended up selling the Thundermints away, that's why it's 0. Interesting that unupgraded Lightning Staff does a little bit better than Slutty Rocket. I'm thinking that's because Lightning Staff is instant and Slutty Rocket has to like travel. So it's like just having this fly. That's why I think Blood Magic, obviously I leveled it up a shit ton to make it do so much more damage. And then also none of these get to fight in the last fight. But Blood magic and lightning staff are great because they're just instant, do damage to something far away. And even though it may not do a lot of AoE, but this one you can level up to do AoE when you get to level 33. And then Vlad has lifesteal built in. Also, it's a very high verticality character. A little floaty, but you can get over that. You can get used to that. All right. I can get the Chaos Knight, though. I'm really curious with the Chaos Knight, considering I like all the melee characters a lot, too. I need the corrupted sword. The last one. Oh, that's the cursed tome to level 20 in 10 minutes. That one seems so fucking hard, but we're going to try that one tomorrow. I don't know if Kara needs the ride to work or not, too, so. Anyway. It was super awesome that we got a raid from Mongo Beef. Mongo Beef, fellow Beaks and Jam enjoyer, my original entry into Twitch. My little mini parasocial relationship. Because I liked somebody who was very similar to my brother. And very similar humor. I'm happy to get back into the chatting. We had a lot of chatters in. There was a few back and forth chats, which means that's where the interactive content is, and that's where, you know, friendships are made and other things. We had some people coming in from India, which was pretty cool. Weird that my... Oh, maybe it was not my best one. Anyway, I'm just sitting around poking around the game. We got 8 people. That's the most I've ever had, so I should probably do a raid real fast. I imagine many of you are just lurking. And also, if you're from... I'm not going to send you to the Central Committee. I'll send you to Gremlo. Because...
I don't know, like...
he's a bit more... You know, entry level into the progressive space. Like, not that you guys couldn't handle it, it's just he's intense. Slash raid.
That, like, why are you replying?
Grimlow.
Why are you replying? And the crash
all right.
one is
thanks for coming by, everybody. Like, see you tomorrow. Follow if you want to follow. I'll be here. I'm unemployed, so. Is the highest and bye-bye. Thank you. Love you. Goodbye.
Killing the citizens of another nation who are civilians without any due process is called a war crime. JD Vance replies, I don't give a shit what you call it.